we do have a Google Classroom. If you are unable to access our Google Classroom, we have provided a G-Link drive for our participants where we will be uploading our materials after the end of the day po. Sige po. Reminders lang po siguro so we can address you properly. May we request that you rename yourselves to reflect your agencies. So agency po muna, and then maybe a little bit of space, and then your name para po we can address you properly later when we interact. Sige po. While waiting, I would like to play this Academy video po muna. Sige po. Salamat po.
After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad, and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the APO countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system, which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service, while keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background. The DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP as a knowledge institution, as a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, marantog ka. Warag po ko iling koy ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Hello, good morning po sa lahat. Good morning, good morning. Siguro po may we request po siguro mag-turn on po tayo ng mga webcams natin so we can see everyone. All right, to start the training, the one-day introductory course family, I would like to welcome everyone. I, along with my colleagues from the Development Academy of the Philippines, would like to greet you a good morning and a happy Friday. Friday na po. It is the end of the week. But we are starting on another journey, another learning activity. And today we will be having the introductory course on QMS or Quality Management System Internal Audit using remote auditing. This is part of our introductory course on QMS Level Up and productivity and quality improvement approaches today, July 16, via virtual meet. But before we start on that, I would like to welcome our Director and Supervising Fellow for our welcome remarks, Ma'am Evangeline M. Macariola. She is from the Advocacy and Institutional Development Office under the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Hello, Ma'am Eva. Good morning po. Are you
Yes,
there po?
good morning.
Good morning po, Ma'am.
Thank you,
Yes po.
Maan. Welcome,
Opo.
no? Welcome to do the welcome remarks. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to our introductory course today, no? Buti, we have 34 participants, so I hope you stay with us, no, until this afternoon because we will have a whole day session with you. And we also have participants, no, na nasa YouTube. So, well, meron ba? How many are they?
Ma'am, yung last po ay parang 34 po sila. So most probably po na-add na po. Nadagdagan na po sila.
Okay.
Opo.
Sige po. Sige. Okay. From the Development Academy of the Philippines po, warm greetings to everyone. I humbly take this opportunity to first and foremost welcome all of you to this virtual introductory course on productivity and quality improvement approaches. This is one of the deliverables of the government quality management program. Alam niyo po yon, di ba? That aims to contribute to the enhancement of citizen satisfaction and public sector productivity through government-wide quality improvement. Ang ano po, ang vision po ng GQMP is to take a great leap in its priorities, no, for this year and the coming years, to level up, no, the quality improvement initiatives and build capacities in fostering quality across public sector organizations. So we are very honored that you're able to join us in this introductory course. And thank you also to our speaker, Dr. Sherwin Corpus, no, and the participants for joining us today. So ladies and gentlemen, fellow Lingkod Bayan, no, we are all aware that we are in the midst of a crisis like no other. Last year po, COVID-19 has changed the way we live, how we provide public services, and the way we do business, di po ba? So even when the pandemic is eventually over, things will never be the same again. We will have a new normal. The question we will be answering is, how can a quality management system based on ISO 9001:2015 and other standards and approaches like ISO 30,401, ayan po yung knowledge management, and then ISO 56002, innovation management, and remote auditing, be able to help our organizations to survive, recover, and eventually succeed during this crisis. Ayun po. So today, we are here. Kahapon po at nung isang araw, no, nagsimula po kami dun sa first course, kasi series nga ito for this year. So we finished the first course early this week. And now we are here on the second course. Meron bang nag-attend dito nung first day natin? Last Tuesday. Ayan, so kung nag-attend kayo noon, suki na kayo ngayon, no? You're attending the second of the series, okay? So our topic for today is QMS, internal audit, using remote auditing. The use of technology and remote auditing techniques has gone on for several years, no, even before the pandemic. However, okay, few of organizations have been implementing remote QMS auditing kasi mas ano sila comfortable na face-to-face, no, yung audit na ginagawa nila. But with the emergence of COVID-19 and its related mobility restrictions, combined with the existing need to conduct regulatory, legal, or immediate need-driven audits, we are now finding alternatives, no, to the traditional face-to-face audit that can be implemented now. Wala na tayong choice, no? And we know that remote auditing is also an effective and efficient alternative, okay? And this course today, no, that you're attending, we'll briefly discuss the challenges of remote auditing and offer strategies for overcoming them in each part of the audit engagement process, from planning, document review, interviews, no, and closing meetings. This session today will also share ICT tools that we can utilize, no, to do the remote auditing. Ayun po. Okay. In facing this crisis, we must remember that we will get through this, okay? How well and quickly we get through it depends on us acting now and acting together as one bureaucracy. These are exceptional times. We need exceptional action. We hope that with this introductory course, you can take better action in continually improving your practices, approaches, and systems. We hope that you will take advantage of this opportunity to come up with valuable recommendations and conclusions that will be beneficial to your organizations. We look forward to open and constructive discussions and wish you a most successful session. Again, thank you, and I hope everyone will have a productive learning session today. Muli po, magandang umaga and welcome everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Eva. Sige, taking off from what Director Macariola said, this is the new normal. So to accommodate po ang ating mga audience, we now have, let me check, 67 from YouTube and 35 for our Zoom. Maraming salamat po. We acknowledge po ang ating mga participants from Zoom. Enthusiastic po sila last Wednesday. And we hope that our participants from YouTube also will be participative today. The same with our Zoom participants. Sige po. Before we start, we would like to connect with our audience po. How about getting to know you muna tayo? Sige, pa-check po muna natin yung ating mga audio. Pwede po bang pa-unmute tayo? Meron po ba tayong abilities to unmute?
Yes po.
Okay. Sige po, may we ask po to unmute yourselves po. And then open your cameras din po. Sige po. All right. Okay, pa-mute po muna, and then when I ask the question, you may unmute po if you want to reply. You may also put on chat din po, and I will share your answer. Sige, getting to know you muna tayo. Ang una kong inisip paggising ay, anong una niyong naisip paggising? Ako, ano bang una ko naisip? Etong session na to. Sino pong gustong sumagot?
Yung session, ma'am, yung attendant namin ngayon, that's the first thing that I think of about yung course na to, kung ano yung course na tatakal dito ngayon.
Ay, thank you po, sir. All right. Sige po. Titingin po muna ako sa ating YouTube, sa ating chat. Si Sir Jonathan, webinar. Si Ma'am Jolina, what's my schedule for today? Tapos si Ma'am Antoinette, kasunod ng session na to. Tapos si Ma'am Regina, targets for the morning. Friday na, sabi ni Ma'am Diana, magluluto ng baon, sabi ni Ma'am Melba, sorry. Si Ma'am Antoinette, I'm blessed kasi nagising pa ako. Yes, Ma'am. Pareho po tayo. Sige po, next question po tayo. On a scale of 1 to 5, ano po ang ating energy? 1 being lowest, 5 being the highest. 4, si Ma'am Diana. Ayun, puro 4. 4, 4, 4. Pasado sa UP. At sa school ko, sa Miriam. 4, 4. Sige, baliktad po kami. Ay 5 ay pasado. Sige po. All right. What about this? Sige, unmute tayo. Parang gusto kong marinig yung mga boses yung mga ma'am, sir. Sige po, pampagising. Napagkakamalan akong kamukha si. Sino pong gustong mag-share? Unmute yourselves po. Sige po, sino po? Ma'am Diana, na-miss ko kayo. Last Wednesday, baka gusto nyo mag-share.
Wala akong sagot nung una.
Sino pong napagkakamalan kayong kamukha? Si Julina Magdangal pa rin ba, ma'am? Si Julina ba?
Malayo, mami.
Malayo?
Wala.
Wala po. O sige, sino pa po gusto mag-unmute? Sino po? Sige po, basahin ko po itong nandito sa ating chat. Susan Africa, si Ma'am Minda, napaghahalataan po ang mga batch natin, si Mayor Goma, si Sir Jonathan, Jean Garcia at minsan Cherry Pie Picache, sabi ni Ma'am Antoinette ng DILG. Aisa Sigera, Ma'am Cleo, aba magaling siyang kumanta. Si Ma'am Melba ng Dole ay Melay. Sige po, what about others po? Wala po. Ako naman, well, Audit kan daw pagka nanlilisik ang mata ko. Pokwang, si Ma'am Bernadette. Ma'am, maganda si Ma'am Pokwang. Ika nga, exotic ang beauty. Sige po, next question po tayo. Getting to know you po tayo ulit. I joined this training because, you may unmute yourselves po. I joined this training because required, sinabi ng boss ko eh. Sabi po ng regional office, ayun, sabi ni Ma'am Melba, I need to level up. Yes po, lahat po tayo need mag-level up kahit ano pong antas natin. Required sa work, sabi na eh. Sabi ni Sir Jonathan. Sabi po ni Ma'am Minda, learn the basics of remote auditing. Sabi ni Ma'am Dominic, I'm part of the IQA Secretariat. Ma'am Antoinette, Internal Auditor's Office. The same with Sir Pierre. With Ma'am Regina, I'm a new member. Yes po, meron pong nag-unmute. Sige po, go ahead.
Yung naku.
May nag-unmute po. Yes po. Yes po, ayun, sige. Mukhang na-unmute lang ni ma'am. Si Ma'am Diana, need to know more strategies. Sige. Last but not the least, saan po tayo nagjo-join? Ako from the beautiful island of Quezon City. 5 minutes stone's throw away from City Hall. QC Bahay, aba may mga kapitbahay pala dito. Cavite, Nueva Ecija, Manila, Taytay, Sorsogon. Salamat po, hello. Provincial Government of Sorsogon, Bicol, Manila, Manila. Okay, sige, salamat po. So as we continue, salamat po sa ating pag-participate sa ating Getting to Know You. To continue, we do have sent an expectation check before we started today. So we looked at your expectations for the course and the speaker, and we shall start from the course po. So this is what we got. This is the general expectation from both the Zoom participants and the YouTube participants. So from the course, we would like to learn to establish rapport during audits, learn new tools for effective and efficient ways on remote auditing, to gain more knowledge, new insights and understanding, how to conduct remote auditing during the pandemic. Oo nga naman po. Ito po yung extraordinary circumstance. Actually, hindi lang po during the pandemic, during a catastrophe or during an emergency. Practical, useful, and helpful tips to be applied to our agencies to have a fun, lively, and engaging discussions. Don't worry po, this is what we strive in the DAP, to have fun, lively, and engaging discussions. Despite the topic being deep and expansive, we do strive to have our courses to be lively and engaging po. Sige po. So, mag-establish po ng rapport? Yes po. Pinaka-importante po talaga yan. Mag-establish tayong rapport during audits kasi mahirap po yung parang nininerview sa ating ino-audit, baka mautal sila or baka alam nyo na mali yung sagot na maibigay nila. And don't worry, we will be giving you more knowledge and new insights. But hopefully, we would be able to address all your expectations for the course. And then on to our expectations for the speaker. So the same din po, YouTube and Zoom participants po. This is the general expectations. Be clear and concise. Be knowledgeable and demonstrate expertise on the subject. Be a lively, engaging, enthusiastic, and fun speaker. Share best practices as well as real-life practical examples on remote auditing, and be patient in explaining the topic. Sige po, Sir Sherwin, calling Sir Sherwin. Ang expectations po ng mga speaker. So, knowing Sir Sherwin, he would be able to hopefully, well, from what I know, he would be able to meet these expectations. But we will let you gauge that po for yourselves po. Sige po, salamat po ng madami sa inyong pag-share ng expectation. Alright. Attendance, wag po natin kakalimutan ng attendance. Very important po yan kasi po part po yan ng ating requirements for our certificates. To give you an overall description kung ano po ang mangyayari for today. So today po, ang ating pong one-day introductory course on QMS internal audit, and we will be able to explain po yung process po of doing remote auditing. And please take note that this is designed for QMS auditors. That's why when we asked you to register, we wanted to know if you are a QMS auditor, because this course will discuss preparation and implementation approaches as well as best practices for remote auditing po. And the objectives for our session for today is magre-review din po tayo ng audit concepts and methodologies. Babalikan po muna natin, balik tanong lang ng sandali. Kaunting-kaunti lang. And then we will be explaining the remote auditing concepts, risk and practices, and then a preparation and implementation approaches and tools in remote auditing, and of course yung sharing of experiences on remote auditing. I think po yung last pong objective ay ang pinakamahalaga. Kasi kailangan po tayo mag-share na experiences natin. Kasi I'm sure if not all, from the past year, I'm sure maybe you have done or are complying for a QMS certification or a recertification or an internal audit, and then you have to be at home or may challenge po talaga na hindi talaga kayo makapunta sa office. And we would like to hear your sharing of experiences po. For the program po, sige, just to give a quick rundown, of course, we did the registration this morning and then now we are doing the openings preliminaries. We do have several modules that we will be discussing. A module on Module A rather, a review of audit concepts and methodologies po ang una nating i-discuss, followed by a morning break and then a sharing of experiences po on remote auditing. And then remote auditing concepts, concepts, risks, and practices, followed by our lunch break. And then, Module B on remote auditing. Sorry, naulit na po pala yan. Risks and practices, continuation lang pala. Module C, preparation and implementation approaches and tools in remote auditing. And then Module D, learning activity po tayo. Meron tayong feasibility and risk assessment. We will be sharing an exercise link. Don't worry, we will be posting that in the chat box. After which is followed by a question and answer po. Sige, may afternoon break din po pala tayo ulit sa hapon. We shall be employing, of course, lectures, exercise or workshop, and group discussions po. We would like to enhance your awareness on remote auditing approaches and tools to improve po yung inyong audit process. Sige po. Ang workshop link po, we are just flashing po just so you know, meron po tayong workshop links. And then our evaluation links for the course and the speaker, we shall be sending the links before the end of the day. We would like to introduce, of course, our project staff. Sige po. Ma'am Angela Vargas po is our project manager. Miss Angie, nandyan po ba sila? Baka gusto nyo mag-hi. You may unmute po if you would like. Andyan po ba?
Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Ma'am Angie, sa pong ating project manager. Ako po, yours truly, Mary Ann Mayo, your facilitator rather. And then our documenter, si Ma'am Lynn Ramirez. Ma'am Lynn, are you there? Would you like to say hi?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us.
All right, salamat po. Yan po ang dulcet tones ni Ma'am Lynn. And of course, si Sir Pedrito Garcia, our project staff who is assisting us for our YouTube participants. Hi, Sir Peds, and hi ulit sa mga YouTube participants. Okay, without much further ado, I would like to introduce our resource person. Sige po. Si Sir Ralph Sherwin Corpus or si Dr. Sherwin Corpus po. To introduce Dr. Ralph Sherwin Corpus, he is a certified ISO 9001 Quality Management System lead auditor. He was by the TUV Rhineland in Cologne, Germany, and in the International Register of Certificated Auditors. Medyo mouthful. IRCA of London, United Kingdom. He is skilled with a multitude of ISO standards such as ISO 19011, 45001, 14001, IATF 16949, ISO 22000, 22301, 37001, 55001, and 27120. Furthermore, he is a licensed professional teacher and holds national certificates in mechatronics, consumer electronics, and computer services. He is also a certified specialist in internal quality assurance, IQA in higher education by the UNESCO based in Paris, France. He works as the Director of Quality Assurance of the Technology University of the Philippines, where he successfully delivered an ISO 9001 certification and recently has been designated as the Director of the University Research and Development Services, URDS, leading a team to initiate program and projects that aims to improve the scholarships and creative activities in PUP. Moreover, Dr. Corpus is a tenure-track associate professor and has successfully published, been cited, and awarded on a number of research papers indexed in CHED, ISI, and Scopus with topics related to electronics, engineering technology, applied artificial intelligence, and management systems. Externally, Dr. Corpus serves as management consultant of the DAP, where he has successfully assisted the establishment of QMS to the FIVOLCS, Philippine National Police Headquarters, CCP, Philippine Commission on Women, Provincial Government of Sorsogon, the Quezon City Police District, Central Philippine State University, Intramuros, Marikina, and other national government agencies. He's also a member of the Fairness Opinion Board, or the FOB, of the Department of Science and Technology, Calabarzon region, where he is tasked to evaluate various research projects and commercialization purposes under the provisions of RA 10055 of the Philippine Technology Transfer Act of 2009. Quite an illustrious background, Dr. Corpus. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our resource person. Hi, Sir Sherwin. Kamusta na po? You may unmute yourself po. Are you there po, sir?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Salamat po. You may take the table, so to speak. Sige po, sir. Stop share na po ako.
Okay, thank you so much, Mama.
Sir, nakamute po kayo, sir.
Okay, sorry for that. Okay, thank you so much, Mama Ann, and for the rest of the DAP team led by Mama Cariola, Ma'am Angie, Ma'am Lynn, and Sir Pids. No, thank you everyone for coming over for our webinar on or a workshop webinar on QMS internal audit and using remote auditing. Now, I'll be sharing to you my screen. Okay. Ayan, sige. So, do you see my screen po? Ma'am, sir?
Yes po, sir. Oo.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, our topic outline, basically sinabi na ni Ma'am kanina, right? So, we'll be reviewing first the audit concepts and methodologies. So, a brief recap lang po. It could be, well, brief for an hour now. We'll be reviewing the concepts, the terms, competencies, requirements, etc. prior to pandemic, no? Then I know, of course, our life has to move on, and we have to find ways on how to be able to continually implement and improve our QMS. So we'll be sharing a little bit of our best practices, but at least maset natin yung mood before we go to the next module. Then, na-skip ko yata yung main topic. We'll be discussing on the remote auditing concepts, no? And approaches for the next part. And then we will be talking about also preparation and implementation approaches. Then later on, I will be having a learning activity. We'll be sharing to you a tracker so that you would able to will able to practice a little bit of feasibility study and risk assessment related to remote auditing. Okay, so let's start with the first module. We'll be having an a review of the audit concepts and methodologies. Okay, so let's imagine going back down the memory lane when you had your first internal audit training course or IQA. No, I think majority of you have been our client in the AP, so maybe you're familiar already with the modules that we're using in auditing. Okay, so we know that audit as defined by ISO 19011 and also 9000 2015. No, it's been defined as a systematic, independent, and documented process. So systematic in the sense that there's a procedure that we have to follow. Now, hindi lang pwedeng mag-audit lang without going through a certain process. So it has to be independent. So ideally, your internal quality audit team should be different from the management team, or you will not be auditing supposedly your respective offices or processes. It is documented because before you do the planning, doing, checking, and acting, definitely you have to retain documents and records so that you later on, if you have your external audit, you have something to show that you have done already the audit. So basically, this is the main definition of audit process. So systematic, independent, and documented process wherein our task is to obtain audit evidence. So something that's perceivable by our senses. No, so whether it's a document, it's a record, an interview results, we have to look into that, and we need to evaluate it objectively. So if you have set up a certain criteria and then you come up with your own, let's say, levels of non-conformities, whether it's NC minor or major or OFI or whatever your terms are. So we have to objectively evaluate them, no? And we have to determine what is the extent of fulfillment of the audit criteria. So the audit criteria, whether you base it on, let's say, regulatory requirements, statutory requirements, let's say customer contracts, or maybe internal policies, or maybe international standards, all of this will be your audit criteria. And this will be your basis on giving a certain non-conformity or certain findings. So the fundamental elements of an audit include the determination of conformity of an object according to a procedure carried out by personnel not being responsible for the object audited. So again, we have to ensure objectivity in our audit. Now, if there is a conflict of interest, then might as well declare that and find another area or process to audit. So that's audit. Okay. Ayan. Next slide. Let's have a review about the principles of auditing. I know that you heard of this before, and it's quite an overwhelming topic siguro this time because some of the terminologies and the descriptions of these are quite overlapping. No? So later on when I go through with the slides, I'll tell you ano yung mga pinagkaiba ng mga to. So principles of auditing, it's been mentioned that there should be integrity, there should be fair presentation, there should be due professional care, confidentiality, independence, evidence-based approach, and risk-based approach. So according to 19,011, 2018, clause 4A to G, you can go through that standard. Okay, so going back, when we say integrity, it's the foundation of professionalism. So here, ang mga keywords natin dito, we have to be honest, we have to be responsible in our tasks being as auditors. We have to be competent. So if you think that we're not competent yet, then do not proceed, no, or rather seek for more training or competency programs. We have to be impartial. So in that sense, we're able to keep our integrity in our work. We have to be fair and unbiased. No, ito yung mga key terms that we have to remember. And we have to be very sensitive on the influences. So as I said earlier, if there's conflict of interest, then do not audit that particular process. Another principle is we have to have a fair presentation. So it's the obligation to report truthfully and accurately. So in this principle, basically, ang kailangan natin dito is we have to tell whatever has transpired, whether it's against or whether it's positive or it's negative. We have to report them accurately, truthfully. No. Any obstacles that you have met, some auditees are not participating, whether they are in a higher management or whatever reasons that they have, we need to report them, unfortunately. No? So yun yung mga obstacles or challenges that we have to overcome being as auditors, because I believe the majority of the auditors are usually mga young ones or those who are new. Kasi nga medyo matrabaho siya and there's no extra compensation for such work. So usually, when they do the auditing, medyo na-intimidate sila because they're auditing mga senior managers or maybe of higher authorities. So there's an influence into that effect that they cannot possibly issue an NC kahit na meron. No? So may mga ganong factors. Now in fair presentation, being an auditor, it's highly expected from us that we need to document. So it's important that we have to establish our rapport with our team leaders, and team leaders are essentially expected to back up their auditors. So that's fair presentation. Now, in our communication report, it has to be truthful, accurate, objective. At the same time, it has to be timely, clear, and complete. Yan, according sa ISO 19011. All right, another principle is due professional care. So as I mentioned earlier, we need to report truthfully, right? But you have also to be very careful. Careful in the sense that you have to have diligence and judgment in your auditing. So you should value the importance of the tasks that you perform and the confidence placed in you by the audit client or your auditee. So with that, if you have this kind of mind na mataas yung expectation sa akin ng auditee ko, no, there are instances that some process owners are questioning our competence. May mga ganong cases, right? So with that, we have to if you value that kind of perception, then you will really have to do your best. No? Then whenever they question your competence, then you could show your training background, you could show this evidence na ito talaga ang nakita natin sa audit. So with that, you become more competent. Another factor is that in carrying out our work with due professional care, we have to have the ability to make reasoned judgments in all audit situations. So with that, we can explain why this NC or minor NC or OFI or compliance has been given to a particular auditee. May mga ganyang cases, no, that we sometimes confront or we have to discuss, no, but confront in a positive way siguro, no, not to the point na mag-argue kayo, but it's more about asserting whatever has been the findings are. Okay. Ayan. Another principle is confidentiality. So this one is associated with due professional care. So with that, we need to ensure that there is security of information na hindi pwedeng i-report agad-agad anything that's confidential. Later on in our remote audit, confidentiality is one of the issues that we have to tackle. No? So technically, it's still the same principle. We have to be discreet in disclosing information, personal information, such as maybe yung kanilang mga corrective action reports, no, that have maybe some complaints na very sensitive or very personal or very offensive in nature. We have to sanitize them whenever we report them in some closing meetings. No, anything that's not very personal in nature or something that we don't have permission to divulge with, then we have to control yung mga ganong mga reports natin. We have to treat the audit process not for a personal gain, no? Yung mga audit evidence na makukuha natin, okay, this has to be only for the audit purposes and nothing else. And we have to be very sensitive, no, on the confidential information provided to us. So later on sa ating remote audit, I'll be highlighting this one as one of the issues that we have to overcome. And there are certain control mechanisms that we can do so that this won't be abused on the remote auditing. And another principle is called independence. So we have to be impartial in our audit so that our audit conclusions will be objective as possible. So we have to be independent. We have to be free of bias. There should be no conflict of interest. Paulit-ulit ko po itong sinasabi, no? Again, the internal audit team should be separate from the management team, ideally, para mawala yung bias. And yun nga, sometimes if you belong to maybe kung mas mababa ang rank natin, then you're auditing, let's say, a higher management. May mga ganong factor. So, but it's also important that the team leader or maybe the audit manager or whoever is in charge to manage that audit team should also have a higher authority. So at least he or she can back up the audit team if there are certain findings that are not positive or maybe non-acceptable for the management. So all of this should be settled together through communication or maybe through meetings and all that, no, para mag-meet ang ating auditors and the auditee and settle whatever the difference is. We have to be objective, no, and this objectivity should be based on audit evidence. If we don't have evidence in terms of records, in terms of let's say videos or whatever references provided to us, then don't provide such NC or major NC or minor NC. You just have to document it that way, no. So again, whenever we issue findings, we have to have audit evidence to support our findings. Okay. Another one is called evidence-based approach. So as a continuation with the independence factor on objectivity, we have to conduct audit based on evidences only. So in here, if we have evidence, then we can easily document the findings. We can persuade the auditee that this is the result. So in the audit conclusions, it would be more clear, more concise, more direct to the point because you have the specific evidence. So some of the approaches being done by auditors is that they take note of the identification of a certain record or document. So sasabihin doon, case on point according to page number 6 of the QMS manual. Ganyan. So they can easily trace the evidence that has been cited during the audit. So those are some of the best practices. You have to be very specific on the document or record that you will put on your audit report. Okay, it has to be verifiable. No, so if you say that these findings is based on clause 8.3 for design and development, no, hindi niya sinunod yung procedure, then here comes the NC. Whenever you write a certain finding, another auditor may duplicate or may replicate your finding. So ganun yung evidence-based approach. No, it doesn't just you who would able to interpret the finding, but it has also be interpretable by maybe maybe your colleague or maybe your immediate supervisor or the team leader. No? So that's evidence-based approach. So if possible, we can use sampling techniques. So later on, I'll be discussing a little bit about the sampling methods that we do. Usually ginagamit natin judgment sampling now, but if you could do random sampling or scientific sampling, it would be much better if you have the luxury of time. Okay, so that's evidence-based approach. Next is the last but not the least, this is the latest in ISO 19011-2018, risk-based approach. No, so when we say risk-based approach, it's more about planning ahead of time. No, so whenever we conduct audit, we need to consider the risk and opportunities. So if you remember in clause 4.1 and clause 6.1, we need to identify the internal issues and then identify also the risks and opportunities associated to these issues, then come up with certain actions on how we're able to mitigate them, right? So being as a process owner, meron na tayong ganyang risk and opportunity registers. Now, on the side of the auditing team, it's also important that you have to have your own risk and opportunity registers. So whoever's managing the team, whether you are a team leader, audit manager, or whatever you call it, whoever's just managing the audit team, you should also have to have your own risk and opportunity register. So there you have to lay down ano yung mga risks whenever you do your planning. Now, so later on in our remote auditing exercise, we'll be talking about the risks involved in remote auditing. What are these risks? Are there risks related to, let's say, communication? Are there risks related to, let's say, the technology that you're going to use? Maybe the safety and all that kind of factors. No? So lahat yun ay i-document natin. So again, when we treat the internal audit team, it has to be a process, meaning we consider the audit team as a separate process. So if you consider a process as an office or maybe a division, maybe you would consider such also the internal audit team. Kasi mostly mga government agencies and even in the private sector, the audit team is like taken for, well, I don't want to say this, but it's taken for granted. No? Lalo na pag wala silang compensation for that effect. Parang it's just an extra task for them. So the effect is that they don't do it as intently as possible. Although there are still those who are very passionate on their work. But you cannot blame those who are, let's say, medyo tenured na or medyo seniors na, and they don't get extra compensation for such work. No? So ang effect nun is that they don't technically consider the internal audit team as a separate process or a separate office. So it's about time that as we go through with the improvement processes or improvement activities of our QMS, as discussed yesterday by Ma'am Rico about the 9004, no? So we have to move forward and improve our QMS. And part of that is we have to respect also our internal audit team and give maybe kung kaya nating i-propose to the DBM or higher authorities that to recognize it as a separate entity, as much as we appraise IAS or internal control offices, if you have such, ganun din siguro ang ating treatment sa internal audit team. So technically, it has to be a separate process wherein the process owner or whoever's managing should have his or her own risk and opportunity registers and come up with a certain action plan on how to mitigate this risk related to auditing. Okay? Ayan. So again po, ang context ng risk-based approach, being you as a risk-based risk manager, you have to have your own risk and opportunity registers. You also have to have your own action plans on how to mitigate this risk and realize the opportunities. Ayan. So just a brief recap about the auditing hierarchy. So there's the International Accreditation Forum. This is a non-government organization of professionals who are managing or who are standardizing the accreditation of accrediting bodies. No, mga practices ng mga accrediting bodies, they put certain guidelines for them to follow. So examples of accrediting bodies, ito yung mga very popular, UCAS, ANSI, PAB, the Philippine Accreditation Board, there's DAX in Germany, etc. Itong mga accrediting body, they're the ones who are assessing or evaluating also the performance of the certifying body, ensuring that they also abide with the standards set by IAF, for instance. So certifying bodies, ito yung mga organizations who are auditing us externally. So examples are TUV, SGS, Socotec, British, and a whole lot more. No, TUV, I think majority of you are like TUV, Rhineline, SGS, and Socotec, and a whole lot more. So these are the certifying bodies who are directly assessing or evaluating or auditing our QMS. And at the base are the ISO certified organizations like DAP, PNP, FIVOX, your organizations. No? So ito yung auditing hierarchy natin. In the ISO certified organization, of course, we have our own internal auditors. So si context ni standard is that whatever the practices that have been laid down at the EAF, accrediting body, certifying body, they should be replicated into the internal audit team. Yun yung tinitignan ng mga external auditors. So it's high time that we have to empower the competence of our internal audit team so that they can replicate the competencies and also the guidelines and standards being practiced outside the organization. So just a review about the different audit types. Now, we do conduct internal audit. However, we can also conduct second-party audit. No, pwede pala to. So here we can do external provider or other interested party. Example, if we employ, let's say, security guards or maybe janitorial services in our organizations, we can conduct also second-party audit. You can go there to their company to audit, or you could just audit their area or their work area in your organization. Now, pwede nyo silang isama maybe sa internal audit or a separate second-party audit, it's up to you. So usually, ang mga ginagamit here are more on about terms of reference or MOA that you have agreed upon, particularly in performance evaluation. Some organizations are conducting this one, some are that, some do not. I'm not sure kung ano yung approaches, but you may possibly audit their performance as well. In third-party audit, of course, this is the certification audit being done by, or maybe surveillance audit being done by certifying bodies. No? Or pwede rin tawagin nating accreditation audit for the certifying bodies like TÜV-SÜD, TÜV-Rheinland to be accredited by PAB, no, or DAX, etc., etc. So there, it's also considered as third-party audit. A third-party audit can be considered as can be categorized as combined or pwede rin siyang joint audit. So when we say combined, here you're one organization but you have two systems, let's say ISO 9001 and ISO 45001, and you would like to have one certifying body to audit both management systems, wherein you can consider it as integrated management system, that's considered as combined audit. A joint audit naman is one organization, you have two separate systems, and you have two separate certifying bodies. So it's a joint audit. There are two certifying bodies auditing one organization for two separate management systems. So these are the different types of audits. No, just a familiarity about the expectations in first party and second and third party. So whenever we do audit, of course, for first party, it's more relaxed. No, it's more relaxed. So we do offer advice. However, for second and third party, rarely pag second party, but it's never in third party. It's because they have to be independent and impartial in their findings. Audit style, relax kapag first party audit. The auditor inhibits himself to be if the audit is senior manager, if there's conflict of interest. No, in second and third party, it's more formal in terms of interview, in terms of communication. Yeah. Opening meeting. No, on first party, it's optional, but I suggest you do it. Para mas ma-engage nyo yung attention and at the same time commitment of the process owners. For second and third party, there is an opening meeting. Ganun din kapag closing meeting. Of course, you have to formally disclose the result. For first party, again, it's optional, but I encourage you to do also opening and closing meeting so that you replicate the activities being done by external auditors. Okay, and then auditory action, it depends on the culture. No, so it's more about the leadership. How do they cascade the QMS? How do they require process owners and employees to participate? So it's more about the culture talaga. No, if you are unified as one on improving the QMS, then you will see a positive return or you will observe na maganda ang reception nila and their cooperation is there. And then for second and third party, of course, it has to be serious because it will affect your relationship. No, lalo na pag if the performance metrics, for instance, for your second party providers are not met, then it will affect. Next time, hindi na natin sila i-renew. Now, for the external audit, of course, we need to take them seriously. If we don't overcome the NCs, no, we don't possibly get certified or we may miss the surveillance audits and all that. So it's important we have to take second and third party audits seriously. There are cases also I would like to share that some organizations who have multiple sites, locations, no, they have their own internal audit. You may also consider having an inter-plant audit or inter-site audit, no? Kung may mga ganun kayo. Some universities, they have different campuses. So one campus with one audit team and then another campus with another audit team. You can come up with a an audit plan wherein one audit team is auditing a different campus and vice versa. So you could also do that same thing para mas maging, the participation of process owners in different campuses will be more engaging and mas ano kasi yung familiarity on the auditor. So you can explore that also as a way of improving your auditing process. Okay, not just in universities, but also some big organizations with multiple local offices. You may consider that now if you have different internal audit teams. Okay, in ISO 9001, if you still remember, the operation clause 8.0, in clause 9, for instance, you have clause 9.2 in particular, andun yung internal audit natin. So what has been mentioned, if you still remember in ISO 9001, we need to conduct internal audits at planned intervals. So I know this is documented into your procedure in your QMS manual. It has to be planned. No, meaning if you will say that the frequency is quarterly, then you have to do it quarterly every 3 months. Ganyan, no? And you have to have an audit program. I just highlighted yung mga key points. No? So there should be an audit program. And of course, you have your own audit program, which discusses the frequency, the methods, responsibilities, the requirements, reporting, etc., etc. Later on, we'll be showing to you a sample audit program. And whenever you do your audit, there should be audit criteria. So is it compliant with statutory, regulatory, internal policies, customer contracts, international standard? And there should be scope, no? Who are included, what processes are included into your audit. You have to select auditors, no? I know this is a little bit of challenge for audit teams or managers or audit team leaders to maintain their auditors, because I've seen maraming nagre-resign for whatever reasons. Is because maybe yun nga, there's no extra compensation, they don't get anything in return, they lose friends because they issue NCs for their assigned process owners, mga ganong factors. No? So the management team of whatever agency you belong to, you have to find out certain intervention programs or motivational approaches to maintain these auditors, because they are doing extra mile. No? So kailangan nating makita yung mga maybe an extra service credit or maybe extra SLVL, no? And then have it approved to your BOT or BOR and have them more engaged, no? Send them for trainings and all that. And we have to conduct the audits objectively, sinabi ko na kanina sa principles, and we need to report to relevant management, of course, the top management and the process owners. We have to take appropriate correction and corrective action. So take note, no? Correction is the immediate solution, and corrective actions is the long-term solution to the root cause. Correction is the solution to the findings, and corrective actions is the long-term solution to the root cause without undue delay. So how fast we have to be able to close a finding, then undue delay. So kung kaya 24 hours, much better for correction and corrective action. If you can institutionalize already your ease of doing business, 3 days, simple transactions, 7 days for complex and highly technical, 20 days. Siguro 20 days NC is sufficient naman na. Or anything that goes through back process, maybe 6 months, baka pwede na yan. You just have to document in your procedures. Take note
Sir
that
Sherwin, sorry, excuse
Yes,
me po,
ma'am.
sir. Meron lang pong question from YouTube.
Okay, ma'am.
Can we entertain po yung
Sure.
ating ano? How can we manage an audit of the team made up of only junior staff auditing an office represented by a higher ranking official? This is from Sir Norik Baez of CAAP. And another question from Sir Norik. I've seen a QMS video saying that the person himself, an ISO certified professional, can deliver internal audit for an organization. Is this practice acceptable in the industry?
Ma'am, sorry, medyo mabilis yung una.
Sorry,
Yung una,
sige.
sige.
All right. So, first question, how can we manage an audit of the team made up of only junior staff? Nag-audit po sila ng office represented by a higher ranking official. Sige, first question muna ta, second question
Yeah.
tayo.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, again, it's a leadership, no? It's a leadership concern on how to be able to balance the culture of having young auditors versus senior auditors and permanent auditors. Sometimes ang mga nilalagay ng mga auditors are like mga new hires. Sometimes na may mga ganun, new hires or maybe temporary or maybe casual or maybe permanent pero mga young ones, no? So it's important that you have to designate or empower the team leader or the manager who has also high ranking, para ma-persuade niya yung management team to cooperate and respect also the the junior auditors, because basically it's QMS. QMS is an auditing process and improvement process, and whatever findings that we get or we will be issued is not basically a detrimental factor for the management, but rather it's a basis for us to continually improve. So mga ganong context. So part ng leadership, if you institutionalize this culture that QMS auditing is not about pinpointing pitfalls and limitations or incompetence. Kapag na-promote natin yung ganong culture, then it would be more positive perception sa mga process owners and employees. So it's important that we build the leadership ng audit team, and at the same time the culture of acceptance of continuous improvement as the key definition of internal audit.
Okay, sige,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am.
So basically, sir, respect for the process and
Yes.
respect for the improvement at saka yung pag-recognize nung position din ng mag-audit.
Yes, and it's important kung kaya nating i-propose to make the internal audit team as a permanent process, an office or a division, much better. Of course, it has to be independent, although and then also a high-ranking official ang ilagay natin doon para mas may authority yung internal audit team.
All right, sir. So we have 2 more questions actually from Sir Norik ulit. I've seen a QMS video saying that the person himself, an ISO certified professional, can deliver internal audit for an organization. Is this practice acceptable in the industry?
Pag internal audit, okay lang po, no worries, But I'm not sure kung kaya nang i-audit lahat, So it's better to come up with a team, lalo na if you have a very diverse and large organization. So there's no issue with that. If you are a certified auditor, you could conduct internal audit, yes, definitely. But and also if you do conduct second-party audit, okay lang din. It's because you have that certification already. Now, if we maybe in the context na I'm already an external already an ISO 9001 lead auditor certified, and I will conduct it in lieu of the external certifying body, then that's a separate story, Because being you as a external or a lead auditor, for instance, I need to be employed in a certifying body so that I can conduct external audit to the organization and be issued a certificate or certification on ISO 9001 later on. So magkaiba pa yung context na yan. So if you just audit your organization for internal audit's purpose, okay lang po yun. Same goes with second party. It's good thing that if you could send your auditors for lead auditor training para ma-certify sila to build their competence and their confidence much better. But if we're saying that these certified auditors, that lead auditors, for instance, or auditors, will conduct an external audit in lieu of the certifying body, hindi po siya ganun po yung setup nun. We have to be employed in another certifying body, whether as a freelance, and conduct a certification audit to another organization, but definitely not in your own organization.
Okay. So ang takeaway, sir, kailangan talaga certified siya. Otherwise, kung hindi talaga. Hindi siya pwede mag-audit.
Pwede siyang mag-audit ma'am pag internal, pero pag external, he has to be associated or employed freelance man or permanent into a certifying body and audit a different organization, hindi yung sarili niyang organization.
Sige po. All right. So, sir, last 2 questions. Sorry, may additional.
Sure.
And then after this, we can continue. We do appreciate po yung mga questions nila. From GPP BTSO Regina Ruiz, is it required that IQA members should all be certified internal auditors? TSO is a small office, and we only have 2 certified auditors as of the moment. And from Sir Redentor, can you clarify what a certified auditor means?
Okay. All right. So meron kasing certified auditors being offered by, let's say, IRCA, International Register of Certificated Auditors. For instance, yun yung organization that's associated with, ang kanilang mga members doon are also professionals who are contributing to, let's say, ISO 9001's committee. So they do have this kind of training, and then have these training courses being offered by certifying bodies. So let's say in the Philippines, we have TUV, Rhineland, we have TUSUD and all that. They're offering these IRCA certified training courses. So if you pass these certain training courses for, let's say, 5 days, you'll become a lead auditor, for instance, no? Or maybe an auditor, certified auditor. So possible po yon. Maganda if you can send your auditors for that effect. At least yung team leader or the team manager or the audit manager should be trained para aware siya and be very competent on the standard. No? But is it a requirement? No, it's not a requirement. As long as you were able to establish the competence sa sa inyong internal organization, for instance, nag-conduct kayo before the certification audit, an internal audit training course, and you pass it, and there's an evidence of competence that you pass the whatever the evaluation methods conducted, mock audit yan, exam, etc., interview, and you have a certificate and an order to conduct this particular audit, may mga duties and responsibilities, meron tayong order, that's good to go. Okay? Ngayon, it's an add-on kung meron tayong lead auditor certification or auditor certification from certifying bodies. You can obtain that, no? Pwede po yan for an extra cost. Last time, I think around 30,000 up, parang ganun yung cost niya, good for 1 week. Okay? So we encourage agencies to send their auditors for such trainings to empower them.
Yun lang po, sir.
Thank
Sige
you, ma'am.
po. Sir Sherwin, may feedback lang po, medyo daw po kung pwedeng pa-slower daw po ng kaunti yung yung pacing ng salita. Opo,
Sige
and
po,
then,
sige, sir.
and then we will entertain po yung ating questions after each module na lang po.
Thank
Sige
you.
po. Salamat. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, intro kasi po ito, so that's why, anyway, I'll do my best po to explain as slower po, no? Sige, so sa intro part, basically, we're just reviewing some concepts, no? So, I know we have been maintaining our ISO certifications for quite some time. Meron tayong mga na-identify who are managing the audit team, someone who's also leading the team, and also the auditors, no? So we've laid down already these documents and orders to signify their mandates or their tasks. So let's talk about the three personalities in an audit. So one is the audit manager. So basically, siya yung, again, no, the terminologies being used here may be different from what you're using. So, but in essence, the audit manager is someone who is like the process owner of the internal audit process. So basically, siyang nagli-lead or siyang nagbamanage ng audit team. So just a recap about the role of the audit manager. Of course, he or she will prepare the audit program, no, and ima-manage na yan. Identifies the risk and opportunities. Ideally, he or she should have, let's say, a risk and opportunity registers. He or she will establish the audit responsibilities and have them cascaded. And there should be procedures and documented information. Siya rin ang magpe-prepare ng documents na yan. Excuse me. Sorry for that. Okay, so he or she should also ensure necessary resources. So if kaya, the process owner for the internal audit team will have his own PPMP so that he or she can procure the required resources and also facilitate certain programs, activities, and projects for the team much better. Implementation of the audit objectives, scope, and criteria. So with the audit program being laid down by the audit manager, he or she is required to ensure that these objectives are and scopes and the criteria are being observed. He or she may evaluate the performance of auditors, no? So whether it's in a form of evaluation, examination, or maybe an interview. No, later on, I'll show you some of the examples. Then manages the records of audits, so particularly on the documented information. How do we put them on, retain them, no, in a safe place and all that, so that pagdating na external audit, you have something to show. Reports the audit results to relevant authorities directly to the top management and to the process owners, then reviews and improves the audit program. So of course, part of the commitment to improve, you need to revisit the audit program and revise it if possible, maybe after a year or maybe after 2 years, okay? So that's the audit manager. So we remember the audit program, no? So when you say program, it's the entirety of the audit process. So it's a document, no, that wherein we write down the components of the audit. So it's an arrangement as defined by ISO 19011-2018 clause 3.4 arrangements of set of one or more audits planned for a specific time frame and directed towards specific purpose. So usually when we craft audit program, it's good for 1 year. No? So nakalagay doon kung how frequent a certain process or division is to be audited. So in the audit program, you may also include the relevant policies. If you have internal policies or maybe regulatory requirements, procedures, and standardized documented information, maybe mga format ng mga forms na gagamitin, you can put that on your audit program. It has to be managed by a competent internal audit manager, no, or lead auditor, whatever you call it, no, and has to be monitored, evaluated, and continually improved. So the audit program, basically, it's the documentation of the entire audit process. So this is an example process flow according to 19,011. So being the audit manager, I have to establish the program objectives, the risk and opportunities. So let's assume you are a process owner. Meron kang sariling opisina. So you have to define the context of the organization. So same thing, your internal, external issues, i-define natin. What are the risk and opportunities? What are the resource needs? Communication methods and control mechanisms, whether in a form of procedure, mga ganyan. You also have to take note of the results of previous audits because whenever we craft another audit plan, for instance, you will consider the audit results. Na-solve ba yung mga audit findings na yan and all that? Baka naman forever nang open yung mga findings. So all of this should be considered in the process. Second is that you have to establish the audit program. Here, you will be defining the roles and responsibilities. I know you've done this one already. So here, magkakaiba na tayo mga terms na ginagamit. You have audit manager, you have audit team leader, we have lead auditor, etc., etc. So what matters here is you define the roles and responsibilities, put them in an order, and have them received well by your team. Yan ang pinaka-importante. And then you select the audit team. Of course, you go through internal audit training course, pass a certain assessment, no, and all that. Then training the audit team, of course, you need to facilitate training also. You need to define the frequency of the audits, no? Is it quarterly? Is it monthly? O medyo mahirap yung monthly. But at least twice a year or once a year, no, you have to have an internal audit. What are the methods that you will use? So this time, other than the physical methods, we have the remote audit. And then the procedures, no? Ideally, being the manager, you have to lay down the procedures. And then when you implement the audit program, meron mga tayong mga individual audits, no? So let's say in your audit program, you say that you have to do the audit twice a year, no? So pag, for example, June and then December, for that particular June audit, then you come up with an audit plan, no? So every audit plan, you have to have audit objectives. Ano ba yung objective natin dito? Are we going to audit a specific process only? Or are we going to audit the entire system? Okay, yan. Sa scope, criteria, anong mga documents or records that we have to consider? What are the responsibilities involved? Let's say you will be needing a guide, you will be needing a technical expert, no? If you have some additional requirements, then you have to manage the audit results and records as a result of the audit. Next is that you need to monitor the audit program. So the schedules, no? Nasusunod ba yung schedule as according to the audit plan or audit program? The objectives, the performance of audit team, namimit ba yung customer satisfaction, etc., etc. And sufficiency of documented information and resources. So it's important that you have to check why our auditors are so late on submitting their audit reports. Is there something wrong? Baka naman sa sobrang daming links na nabigay natin, nalilito na lahat. No? So you have to consider those factors, lalo na sa remote audit. Later on, I'll be discussing that. Review the effectiveness of the audit program. Okay, at the end of the cycle, you have to go back and check, was my audit program effective? So I need to check ano yung mga pain points ng mga auditors natin. They will tell you common issues is like we're not recognized, no? Mga ganyan. Hindi nagpapakita si process owners, laging nagpapa-reschedule, and all that kind of things. So you have to check, is there something wrong with the audit program? Maybe there's a certain control that's missing. So with that, baka kailangan nating i-revise yung procedure, or maybe you have to designate another team member, no? Identification of opportunity for improvement. Of course, being the internal audit team, you're also subjected to external audit. So now audit time during external audit, right? So if there are some findings by external auditors, then you will consider this as basis for your continual improvement as well. Okay, and then you need to report the audit results to to the top management and to the process owners and to relevant stakeholders. So basically, that's the audit program. When you document this one, maybe it would look like this. No, this is one's being used in our university. So here we document the audit program for a particular year. We conduct the audit, let's say, for June and December. So naka-specify lahat dyan yung mga scope, objectives, type, criteria, methods, responsibility, frequency, location, procedure, and then yung mga related standard documents. So that's an example of an audit program. I know you have yours already. Okay, the next responsibility is for the lead auditor or the team leader. Sometimes some organizations are small, combined ito. No, either si audit manager and then auditor lang. Or if you're big organizations and you would like to have it structured, you can have your lead auditor or team leader. So essentially, being the lead auditor, you manage the performance of the internal audit team. Kumbaga, you are the immediate supervisor of the auditors. You define the objectives of each audit. So here you will prepare the audit plan. No? So if the audit manager is preparing the audit program as the entirety of the audit process, you are in charge with every audit. Yan. So audit plan and working documents such as forms that are being filled up. No? And then you select, you assign, you brief the audit teams, you know, in charge of the process, etc. Then during opening and closing meeting, usually you are the one in charge and doing the introduction and discussions. And then you have to ensure the completeness of the audit-related documents. Unfortunately, it's our task being the team leader to ensure that our auditors are doing their job completely or well. So audit checklist, corrective action reports, audit reports, etc. Those are the common documents that we maintain and retain, right? We need to verify and finalize audit findings. There are cases wherein being that you as a team leader, limited yung time natin mag-consolidate ng audit findings sa closing meeting. It's your task to review, no, and check kung tama ba, nagmatch ba yung findings, close niya with the description of the findings. So it's essential that you are knowledgeable and, you know, well skilled and well versed with the ISO 9001, for instance. So ayan, because you are expected to review and verify the audit findings. Next is you need to submit to higher authorities with the, for example, audit program manager. You can submit to him or her, or kung wala, then go directly to the top management or to the process owners. Being the lead auditor or the team leader, then you need to resolve conflicts. There are cases na nagkakaroon ng conflict among team members. It's either one auditor has, let's say, issued an NC to one office and then nag-reshuffle, nag-audit ng isa, ang binigay naman niya ay positive. So then sometimes maybe there are some discussions and all that. So any differences among the audit team members has to be resolved by the lead auditor. Okay? So being you, parang tayo yung immediate motivator or the one who will be pushing the performance of the audit team more intently. Okay, so one of the critical documents that we have to prepare being the lead auditor or team leader is the audit plan. So we know the audit plan is the description of activities and arrangement for an audit. If the audit program is the entire audit process, the audit plan is for individual audits. No? So here we define the objectives, alam natin yan, ano yung scope, what are the criteria and reference documents, the location, date, time, duration, ano yung activities na gagawin, the methods, the sampling technique, the roles and responsibilities, the resources, language, confidentiality, etc. So ito yung mga common na nilalagay sa audit plan. So this is a sample audit plan. No? So here we prepare this one prior to internal audit, at least let's say 7 days. We send it to the top management and the process owners for their reference. So nilalagay natin dito yung date, the time, the office, and mga clauses related that will serve as guide or criteria during your audit and who is the in-charge auditor. So this is a sample internal audit plan. I know you have yours already. Now, when we do the audit, these are just a recap of about how do we conduct the audit. Some of you may have your standard procedure or documented procedure. Some are just relying with audit program, but if you can come up with your own procedure, much better. So you initiate the audit. So when you initiate the audit, you need to have the audit program. You have to have the audit procedure documented. The designation of the audit manager, there should also be an internal audit team. No? So second is that whenever we prepare the audit activities, then we have to, of course, definitely send our auditors for refresher courses or trainings. They have to have their auditors toolkits, yung mga audit plan, checklist, etc. Bago sila sumabak sa auditing, they have to have their documents and tools. Of course, communication is important. We have to establish communication with process owners, by sending through email or maybe a letter about the intent to conduct audits. Then when you conduct the audit activities, then usually there's an opening meeting. Then we conduct the actual audit. So later I'll be discussing shortly about the audit triangle process, a technique being used by auditors. Then whenever we are done with the audit, then we prepare and distribute the audit report. Here we conduct audit report writing, usually 2 to 3 hours before the closing meeting if you do it just for a few days, no? Yan. And then brainstorming if there are cases na, teka, parang medyo hindi nag-match yung cost ko sa aking findings. So you do brainstorming with your colleagues or maybe with your immediate. Then later on, you complete the audit report. No, being the team leader, it's your role to scrutinize and sanitize the audit reports being submitted by your auditors. Then later on, you conduct the closing meeting. Then whatever the findings that you will discuss in the closing meeting, then there will be deliberation, and you will be issuing corrective action reports, or some are using SICAR, yung mga different terminologies natin, no? But definitely there should be a document to capture the commitment of the process owner to improve out of these findings, whether major NC, minor NC, OFI, etc., etc. But of course, it doesn't end there. You have to monitor, no, the findings, the CARs that you have issued, and then you verify if it's effective. If it's effective, then you close. Basically, that's the entire audit procedure. Ang next step nito is the corrective action report. Okay. Next, the last but not least, of course, the auditor. No, so being the auditor, we are well, with the principles of auditing, we have to act in ethical manner, conduct the audits objectively. We document the audit findings. Yan, usually dito nagkakaroon na ng concerns, lalo na pag nakakapagod din kasi mag-audit, to be honest. So it's like some cases I've seen, most of the agencies that I have conducted an assessment with, hindi nasasagutan yung audit checklist. No, they have their own checklist na naka-pencil, no? But again, pencil is not accepted as a record. It has to be a ballpoint, or it has to be well documented to be considered as record. So yun yung mga kadalasang nami-miss out, the audit checklist, no, audit checklist. Sometimes the audit report, no, minamadali na, hindi na nag-match yung process. So all of this should be looked at intently. So again, a part of the procedure of the corrective action, there should be a root cause, no? So whenever you issue a finding, issue a corrective action, you require the process owner to conduct root cause analysis. Then immediate solution to the finding, also known as correction, and the long-term solution to the root cause, which is also known as corrective action. So all of this is a must, no? Do not issue just a CAR without telling them ano tong mga requirement na yan. So these are the basic requirements. Then afterwards, you verify, no, if the implemented corrective actions or corrections have been effectively implemented. So babalikan nyo sila. Then pag okay na, if you have a certain criteria, then you can check it up, then evaluate if it's effective or not. If it's effective, then closed. If it's not, then put it still as open. No, and then you submit your audit reports to your lead auditor. You retain the records. Yan. Usually ito po ang kulang natin, mga checklist, no? Is it a must? Hindi naman sinabi sa standard, right? But if you have put this in your procedure, definitely hahanapin po yan, no? Yan, audit reports and of course, and you have to support the lead auditor, of course, because hindi naman niya kayang gawin yung kanyang function without our help, no? Then continually improve your skills and competence. So it's a must that we have to proactively acquire competence trainings. No, you can look at maraming mga training programs and mga certifying bodies. Even the AP, we conduct competence development programs wherein you can improve, such as this. No, maraming mga ganyan. So maybe you could put that in your program to conduct to acquire competence development at least once a year. All right. Competence of our auditors, basically defined in ISO 19011. Clause 7.2 can be categorized as personal behavior, knowledge and skills, and acquired competence. These basically are basis whenever we promote or maybe select the auditors, no? And then later on, pero mind you, based on my experience, maraming mga auditors ang maayaw na for some reasons they are intimidated by some process owners because they're junior. Okay, so ginerace yan kanina. Those are some of the challenges to be addressed. So dapat i-intensify natin yung ating mga intervention programs or motivational programs like in forms of incentives, no, and trainings that you could send them to. So ito yung mga useful na basis whenever we identify the competence. You use this as basis whenever you're selecting for the first time your auditors, no? Kasi may mga nag-resign na auditors, kailangan mo naman mag-train. So you could go back with these guidelines. So again, I'll recap about the personal behavior requirements. No, these are what are expected for us as auditor. We have to be perceptive, we have to be versatile, tenacious, and decisive. So you've seen the keyword here is like more on resiliency, no? And because it's not an easy task technically. Another one, you have to be self-reliant, you have to be acting in fortitude, ethically, you're open for improvement and critics, you're willing to learn and unlearn, no, certain situations and concepts and skills that you have so that you will continually improve. Another one is you have to be culturally sensitive, no? It's a must that you should know the background of your auditee so that you won't be asking unnecessary questions that may offend him or her. You have to be collaborative, no? Being as a team player of the audit team, then it's a must that or it's expected from us that we have to introduce new concepts or also share some of the best practices, and also critics, they are acceptable. Knowledge and skills is another factor whenever we identify the competence of our auditors, no? So yung mga auditing principles, ISO 19011, ISO 9001, ISO 9000, etc. These will add value to the competence of the auditor. Management system and reference documents. If you have knowledge in other management systems like ISO 45001 for safety, ISO 14001 for environment, and a whole lot more, so it will add value to your competence. Another is your organizational context. The more you know your organization in terms of the structure, the culture, procedures, policies, etc., then the more you are more knowledgeable and direct to the point whenever you do your audit. Applicable legal and contractual requirements. So if you're knowledgeable about the different statutory, RA 9184, etc., then it will be more, it will add value into your auditing experiences. No, example, you're auditing back or procurement process. If you know the guidance of the procurement law, then mas madali nating ma-audit. Okay, discipline and sector-specific knowledge and skills. So if you have a general knowledge and skills in a particular sector, no, then later on you will acquire external auditing experiences. Let's say you would have to, let's say later on lead auditor training kayo, then you would go freelance to, let's say, other certifying bodies, and you would like to focus on, let's say, your passion, let's say in food industry, pwede rin po yan. So you may acquire the skills and knowledge for you to become competent. So again, amidst of all those descriptions, sometimes they're encompassing. So there's an ideal auditor. No, ideal in a sense that these are like the most widely accepted terminologies or characteristics of an auditor. Whenever you audit, you have to be relaxed and friendly. It's a must. No, you've noticed na ang tingin sa atin as auditors like tayo yung taga-sumbong. No, so it happens. It's a common misconception. And this should be struck out because hindi siya nakakatulong. So with that, if we are relaxed and friendly, then they will feel that hindi natin sila isusumbong. So let them feel that we are here for, let's say, to look for areas for improvement. No? Of course, we have to have positive attitude, the choice of words. You know, the more that we are engaging to them, that's better. We are interested and inquisitive to learn more things out as an area for improvement. Then whenever we conduct the audit, we have to be objective, no conflict of interest. Good listener, because again, feedback of your colleagues, feedback of your immediate supervisor will improve your competence. Explain the process and understands technicality. You should know how to explain concisely and simple terms to your process owners. Ano yung mga ISO clauses na to, anong relevance niya, anong purpose natin. You know? You give good feedback. Hindi lang puro NC, minor NC, major NC, and we have to discuss on the audit report. We also have to give credit also on the good practices of our auditees. We have to have good interpersonal skills, no? So whether written or oral, it's a must. And we can communicate at all levels. So we should know how to deal with from top management all the way to the, let's say, second party or mga external providers and all the employees and our customers. Okay.
Right. Sir, Sherwin, yes. Sorry, may I interrupt po? Can we have before you continue, sir, can we have our first break, sir?
Sure.
Mga 10 minutes lang naman po ako. Sige po. All right, salamat po, sir. To our participants po, we shall be having our first break po muna. Sige po, mag-stretching lang po muna tayo. Tapos kaunting kape kung kailangan, and then bio break din po. Sige po. So while we are on our break, we shall be sharing with you a video po on GQMP po.
What do people actually expect from the government?
It's a government that listens to its people.
It's all about lakas, talino at buhay.
Would be one that would have more of government, less of governance, that would have the welfare of the Filipino people as is primordial concern.
A government that has a very clear vision.
Para sa akin, ang gobyerno, dapat lahat ng kawani ay lingkod bayan.
Passionate about its vision and responsive to the needs of its people and country as a whole.
My ideal government is very trustworthy, government that you can rely on, may malasakit sa kapwa mong mamamayan.
Ambisyon Natin 2040 reflects these expectations of the Filipino people through this collective long-term vision for the Philippines. To achieve this vision, the government has to step up to improve services geared towards the people. And this can be done through the Government Quality Management Program, or GQMP. Institutionalized through Executive Order Number 605 in February 23, 2007, the Government Quality Management Program directs government agencies to adopt ISO 9001 Quality Management System, or QMS. GQMP aims to strengthen the institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services and implement international standards-based QMS. The adoption of the ISO 9001 QMS in the public sector will empower government institutions to provide quality, innovative, efficient, and people-centered public goods and services. Create an enabling environment for the business sector to sustain economic growth, deliver quality health care for Filipinos, and provide quality education to prepare the youth for the future. Over the years, the program, through the Development Academy of the Philippines, or DAP, has been strengthening institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services through the implementation of the international standards-based QMS. Government agencies which had implemented ISO 9001 QMS attest to the benefits of the standard.
The mandate of DepEd Mandaluyong is to deliver quality basic education services to all of the 23 schools in the city. True to its mandate, we have ensured that we will be certified to a quality management system such as ISO 9001 2015.
Before QMS, yung PSA kasi came from 4 different agencies. So you can just imagine anong culture ang dala-dala ng bawat isa. So with QMS, there's this sort of unifying effort kasi now we have one system, one process that everybody should follow. So it helps us be more productive, be more conscious in customer service. Isang klaro sa amin. Yung pagiging more conscious about satisfying yung customer. But now we are looking also at certain KPIs na nagpo-promote ng comfort level ng mga customers namin. Kumusta ba yung cleanliness namin, timeliness, even yung temperature, we monitor it. Kasi nga, dapat maging comfortable yung customer. These are part of good things coming from QMS.
Sa healthcare, walang room for error. Kasi pag nagkamali ka, napakalaki ng impact. Ang quality, ang pinaka-core dapat ng lahat ng trabaho at operation sa ospital. Nagiging ingrained sa lahat ng empleyado namin. Pagpasok pa lang ng pasyente, paghiga niya sa kama, pag-deliver ng services at paglabas. Kalidad yun ng serbisyo.
testament to all of this is the number of awards that Muntinlupa has received through the years. Most noteworthy is the back-to-back win for most business-friendly LGU. Speak highly of the level of competence that the city has manifested, and people have come to appreciate that. Not only businessmen, but ordinary folks. They want to start a new business, entrepreneurs who want to engage in a business.
The mandate of the Basis Conversion Development Authority is actually to transform former U.S. military bases, identified military camps like Fort Bonifacio, into economic hub and help the government economy. BCDA, with its current implementation of the QMS, actually help the government in developing a sustainable economy and also the Build program of the government.
For any quality management system, it's very important to monitor what your customers are saying. So, yung customer satisfaction surveys namin, so far, with the implementation of our quality management system, the customer satisfaction is quite high. Actually, we average even above 95% of our customers being satisfied with the extra mile that we provide, their experience.
What kind of service do individual citizens expect from frontline government agencies? Were they happy with the services they received? Through a nationwide citizen satisfaction survey in 2018, frontline government services received an overall rating of 8.37, where 10 is the most satisfied. This means that the efforts of the government to improve the quality of how they deliver frontline services through the QMS are starting to produce good results.
SDO Mandaluyong has always been aware of the needs of the teachers. They conduct needs assessment. So, malaking bagay para sa mga teachers, lalo't ang daming mga innovations ng DepEd. Kung di kami tutulungan ng SDO Mandaluyong, hindi kami makakasabay.
Napaka-comfortable ngayon kasi aircon na siya. Swabe yung transaction, napaka-smooth lang. Then, napaka-hassle-free.
Dito sa PCMC, ang mga pasyente nagkaroon ng unity, naging isang pamilya dahil alam mo kung ano yung mga nasa puso ng bawat isa.
Dito ngayon sa WPLO kasi mabilis na ang pagkuha. So in 15 minutes, makakuha mo na yung mga permit mo for business. And then, pag renewal naman, mas mabilis na. Unlike before na marami kang pupuntahan, ngayon meron silang one-stop shop.
Accommodating naman sila. Tuwing pupunta ako rito pagka kumukuha ako ng result ng examinations, mabait naman yung nag-assist sa akin kasi in-entertain niya kaagad ako, tapos tinanong niya kaagad ako kung ano ang kailangan ko. Satisfied po ako dito sa Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, QMS! Thank you, QMS!
This is what QMS can bring. A government that will work better, serve better, a government comparable to the best in the world. Government Quality Management Program, bringing quality government service closer to the people.
Hello po. Yes, meron pa tayo actually 2 minutes sa ating break actually. Kamusta lang muna ako. Kamusta na po ang energy level ng lahat? Nakapagkape na po ba? Pwede nyo pong i-type dito sa Zoom at yung ating YouTube. Participants, baka pwede nyo i-share. Ano na ba ang ating energy level? Meron bang 4? Sana po wala namang bumaba. 2, 1. Ayan, energy level sustained at 4. Sabi ni Ma'am Minda. Salamat po. Ayun, 4, 4, 4. Sabi ng nila Sir Jonathan, Sir Joseph, Ma'am Jessalie, Ma'am Melba. What about po yung ating YouTube participants? Kamusta na? Same? Same si Ma'am Diana. Kamusta Sir Peds? I hope nasusustain natin yung sa YouTube. Sige po, may mga tanong po akong nakita. Sige, we shall be entertaining po the questions when we come back before we start on Module 2, and also I think meron pang a few slides si Sir Sherwin. Am I correct, Sir Sherwin, sa ating sa ating
Yes, ma'am. Oo.
Oo, a few slides. Sige, sir. Oo. So maybe sir, meron tayong 2 question.
Okay.
Oo. dali lang sir from Ma'am Diana. Are there criteria to be followed in identifying if an NC is a major or minor? And then followed by Ma'am Julina Tayota from the DFA. How do we check if the personnel has the personal behavior needed to be an auditor? Is there a tool to measure this?
Okay, yeah, later ma'am sa una, there is well, basically sa standard, hindi siya explicitly defined in as far as major and minor, but you may benchmark with the criteria being used by your certifying body. So I suggest you do it that way so that you are aligned. No? May mga available online documents, they're free. You could use that and then define what is a major NC. For instance, a major NC may be meaning hindi na-meet yung criteria, whether statutory, regulatory, organizational, or customer contracts, or international standards. It has not been implemented and documented, then maybe it's major. Minor siguro kapag na-implement siya pero hindi na-document, or maybe na-document but it's not implemented. So you can contextualize. Now, basically, kayo pang magde-define. But I suggest you benchmark with your certifying body. How do they define NC? How do they define OFI, positive findings, so that you speak the same language? No, that's my suggestion. And then yung pangalawa, ma'am, sorry, paki-recap nga ulit.
Sige sir, wait lang ha. Ano daw po yung, actually meron pa after this, sige sir. Okay. How do we check if the personnel has the personal behavior? Ano daw ba yung personal behavior needed to be an auditor?
Okay.
There a tool to measure this?
Yeah, well, the standard just provided us the description about personal behavior. So nakita nyo kanina, it's a long list of overlapping good characteristics. No? And then I came up with an ideal auditor based on my own experience. You can define that, no? Hindi naman sa explicitly sinabi na ito dapat, but these are just your guide. These are recommended, and you may consider them. Later on, I'll be showing you some evaluation methods, maybe in a form of examination, maybe in a form of interview, to assess if they are capable or if they have this appropriate personal behavior, knowledge and skills and competencies before you take them as part of your team. So it all boils down with you, Paul. So the ISO 19011 is a guide, as a recommendation. So it's still up to you how you contextualize the guidelines.
Sige sir, one last na lang before we can continue. From Sir Norik po ulit from CAAP. Can the audit finding be disputed within the audit procedure? Thanks po.
Yes, it's part of the process that the audit findings should be communicated. No? So if it's been struck out during closing meeting, then isettle natin doon. So maganda, sa closing meeting, we settle differences. We agree. Now, if you think na it will go through further investigation, then you put that, no, as a follow-up na lang later on. So it can be disputed.
Okay, sige. Thank you po, sir. Go ahead po. You may continue po.
Thank you so much. So I'll be sharing to you my screen again po.
Yes po.
Okay. All right, so we've been talking about how do we define an ideal auditor. So we should know when is the right time that we have to be aggressive, the right time to be passive, at the same time, when is the right time to be assertive. So I'll be discussing the concepts. When you are, being an auditor, if you're doing your task, so it's ideal that we have to be a good listener. So with that, we take the passive side, no, passive hat of, let's say, taking in ano yung gustong sabihin ni auditee, no? You let them talk. But of course, you should also know when is the right time for you to butt in, right? You should also be passive in a sense that open for criticisms, open for feedbacks and suggestions by your immediate supervisor, for instance, your colleagues, no? We should be into that mode. Another one is that we have to be assertive. There are cases wherein you think that it's really a must to report these findings because it's a recurring problem of a particular process. So you need to assert, no, this is the findings. You shouldn't be persuaded by, let's say, a higher management na gawing minor yung major, so in that effect. So you have to be assertive and own your findings and, explain in details or concisely ano tong findings natin, and you have to be firm to that effect. Now, you also have to be aggressive. Now, there are cases wherein you have to beat certain deadlines. No, I have experienced that conducting external audits, and then it's a must at crunch time na kailangan mo ma-compress yung audit findings mo for a very short period of time, for like 2 hours to prepare your audit report, and then you have this clause 4.1 to clause 10.3. So you really have to be aggressive in that sense. Aggressive that you have to proactively beat the deadlines, beat the requirements. You are required to submit audit checklist, audit report, cars, and all that. Then you need to aggressively deliver this. So it's a matter of meeting the deadlines in that aggressive side. Okay, so ito yung triangles that we have to look at whenever we are doing our task as an auditor. So competence acquisition. So we mentioned that this has to be continual improvement. There are formal education and training. No, so I studied in, let's say, TUV Rhineland. You can also do the same. I don't promote it TUV Rhineland, no, but you may also look on other certifying bodies. So there are formal training for auditors. Now, certified auditors, maybe it would take you 5 days or 1 week or months. No, depende sa program. There are also training programs that cover generic auditor knowledge and skills. Let's say in 9004 2008 as a form of enhancement, maybe and a whole lot more, maybe 19,011 2018, no, yung mga training programs and all that. You can acquire them. Experience in relevant technical managerial professional position. So you could put that as one of your criteria, that if they have, let's say, experience as supervisor, then it would add value to their competence. Their audit experience, now direct audit experience, internal audit, second party and third party audit, it will also, you may consider that as your criteria. Then attendance in meetings, seminars, and conferences that are related to auditing, then you put that in your criteria. So these are some of the examples, methods, and examples of evaluation tools, no, or how to be able to establish the competence of your auditors. You may review the records, no, using, let's say, transcript of records, educational backgrounds, mga trainings nila, etc., etc. Feedback also, maybe you could take this from the process owners, or maybe their colleagues as auditors, or maybe the audit team leader. And you may conduct also interview to assess their personal behaviors, their mannerisms, and the choice of words to check if how they're responsive and how they are fitting for the job as an internal auditor. And then these are some of the examples na pwede nating tignan: analysis of records, survey questionnaires, and personal interviews. Maybe you would like to observe also how do they do the audit, no? Pwede rin. Pwede rin yan, like role playing. You can do OJT. There are some OJT auditors. You could check on how do they do well or meet the certain deadlines and requirements of the auditing. May conduct testing, no? A written and online exam is an example. Then post-audit review. So you check, tama ba ang ginawang audit report? Nag-match ba ang kanyang NC with, let's say, the findings? Kompleto ba ang kanyang CARs? I mean, nung kinumpit ba yung CARs and na-close siya appropriately, na-check ba the effectiveness and all that. So you check the compliance of the auditor in terms of established procedures, and also you may get feedbacks from other audit team. Another document that is important for an auditor, I mentioned this earlier, this is often overlooked, no? It's taken for granted. We learned this from training that kailangan natin may checklist to list down the questions, no? But along the way, when you become professional already, or maybe tenured na in your auditing, you don't need this checklist. But again, kung nakasulat sa procedure that there should be a checklist, then there should be a checklist. Now, a checklist is a document wherein you put down your questions. Now, the references that you could look at, the ISO standard, the regulatory or statutory laws, no, organizational requirements or internal policies. You check also conformity of documented information, effectiveness of the QMS, known problems, no, as pwede niyong tanongin yung mga questions related to known problems. Maybe auditors have idea about a certain process and you would like to expound that in your audit questions. Your knowledge about the industry, your previous checklist, pwede niyong gamitin, and then previous audit reports that are still pending, you could put that in your audit checklist. So again, no, gentle reminder, audit checklist is often overlooked. Pagdating sa external audit, hinahanap ito because it's part of your procedure, for instance, yet walang naka-signed na audit checklist. So you check on this one, is a must. Otherwise, i-remove natin sa procedure. But it will add value whenever you do your auditing because you'll be guided on what specific questions that you will be asking. So this is a sample generic audit checklist. You put here the questions. Then here, naglalagay tayo ng notes. Whenever we do the note-taking, take note that you have to include that specific unique identification of the record or document. So I mentioned earlier, according to, let's say, QMS manual, page number 6, mga ganun, no? According to RA 9184, section 6, etc., you have to be very specific. Saan makikita itong evidence na to? Okay, and then you put on the clause that's appropriate. Well, I believe you are knowledgeable and siguro na-memorize nyo na clause 4.1 to 10.3, no? And then your evaluation. Is it major NC? Is it minor NC, OFI, etc., etc. So again, no, checklist, it's quite time-consuming. So it's a must you strategize paano to gamitin and document them later on. Okay? Whenever we do the auditing, there are two ways how to ask questions or lay down the questions. There's called the vertical approach, and then the other one is horizontal approach. When we write down our questions in our audit checklist, vertical approach is like you list down first ano yung mga questions related to planning, okay? And then doing, and then checking and acting. Maybe planning is about clause 4.0 to clause 7.0. Then the other one is doing is maybe related to clause 8. Then checking is about clause 9, and then acting is more on clause 10. Okay. Just a review. Kapag sinabi namang horizontal approach, maybe on your checklist, you list down yung IPO model or the process model. The process model, you have your inputs. If you're looking at one process, one office, one division no, as a process, then you analyze ano itong mga input requirements nila. Input in a sense of, let's say, competence of people, maybe infrastructures, maybe quality objectives, the methods that are being used. You could look into that perspective. So maybe here, qualified people, maybe this one is competence, so it's 7.2. Right facilities and equipment, maybe this is 7.13. Correct materials, maybe this one is resources, 7.1. Quality objectives, maybe this one is 6.2. Proven methods, maybe this one is 8.3. No? Then pagdating sa activity, you could look at ano yung mga control means nila. Do they have documented information? 7.5. Procedure, 7.5. Work instructions, 7.5. Specifications, maybe this one is 8.3. Regulations, maybe this one is 4.1. 4.2, risk management 6.1. And then what are the desired outputs? Is this 8.5? Is this 9.1.2? Yeah, check natin. And you also check that every stage of the process is being monitored and measured. So maybe you would use clause 9.1 for this perspective. So that's how you lay down your questions. No? Again, it's either of the two ang ginagamit, horizontal or process approach, horizontal or vertical approach. Now, ano yung mga clauses na kadalasan ginagamit? Depending on the auditee. No? So if you're auditing, let's say, the entire organization or the process, a specific process or specific office, you look on ano yung mandate nila, right? So usually itong mga clauses na pwede niyong tignan. Clause 4.0, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. Sorry for the 6.0, 7, 8, 9.1, 9.2, and 10. No? Take note that if you look at the standard, ang sabi dun is the organization shall. So you may contextualize the organization to a process or to an office or division. Pwede yan. With that, it is expected that if you're auditing a specific office, makikita dapat ang mga clauses na yan in your audit checklist. If you're auditing the top management, usually ang nakalagay sa standard is on clause 5, no, on leadership, and clause 9.3 on the management review. So these questions are directly addressing the responsibility of the top management because sabi sa standard, the top management shall. So again, if you're auditing the top management, 5 and 9.3 are must. Okay? Now, ano yung possible questions na pwede nating tanungin sa top management? Maybe they know the issues, the internal external issues, 4.1. Interested parties, the context of the organization, per se, 4.2, 4.3 for the scoping, 4.4 for the processes. So they may answer this, but again, what they expect with the top management is more strategic directions, no? So mga high level yung mga ideas nila. 6, more on planning, no? 7, they may answer some resources, no? Some resources concerns, how do they ensure that they have the right resources? That's it. 9.1 is about general monitoring, and then 10, of course, commitment for improvement. So they can answer that. So ito yung mga guide na applicable process that you could put in your audit checklist so that you don't waste time about answering unnecessary questions. No? Let's say asking too detailed information from the top management, hindi nila masasagot po yan. Okay? All right, when we do the audit, no, there's what we call the audit triangle. I mentioned this one earlier in the audit procedure. Okay. So first is like, if you laid down already the audit checklist, you have your questions in here, whether you did vertical approach or horizontal approach, then you ask the question. So what do they do? No, what they do, and then if you were not sure, then you clarify, you paraphrase your question. Then after you ask the question from your audit checklist, then you check, how is it being done? Anong document ang ginagamit? So you look at the document. which will establish the audit criteria. No, you look at the standard. Sinabi ba sa standard na okay, clause 7 let's say 9.1. Sabi doon is we have to retain documented information as evidence of implementation of audit program. So you look at the audit program, ang required doon ay retain ay audit checklist. Nakita natin walang checklist. So that's a basis for us to issue the findings. So we have to look at ano yung reference na to. Check natin. Sinabi ba that shall, maintain, and retain? Maintain meaning keep, and then retain is you have to, well, maintain is like you keep for a short period of time or currently, no? While retain is like you keep them for a certain period of time according to the say NAP law, for instance, no? You could look into that. Another is statutory and regulatory requirements. Anong sinabi sa batas? Has it been implemented or no? What are the requirements in terms of customers? Do you have contracts that you look at? Terms of reference, MOA, MOVU, we would look into that. Excuse me. Ayan. Sige, sorry for that. Then requirements and internal policies. You have to check into these perspectives. Then you observe, no? See what did they actually do. So it's important that you need to verify. Okay, you ask the questions and then you check ano ba yung requirements. And then you compare, right? When you compare, you have to observe, has it been implemented? So the question is that, are they actually doing it? So kailangan natin makita. Verify, you check if the input are met, and validate, you check if the output has been satisfied. No? Yun yung difference ng verify and validate. Verify, you check, pumasok ba yung tamang inputs? Validate is like, lumabas ba yung tamang output? So you look at the procedure, has it been accomplished or not? Next is like you have to interview customers or employees just to validate if what has been documented is actually implemented. And also maybe you conduct an interview with relevant interested parties like the customers and other stakeholders. So that's the audit triangle that we are observing whenever we do the audit. Important that you have to ask a question, you check the criteria, then you observe the implementation. Then from here, you can assess already if it's a major NC or not. Another concept that you have to be aware is about the sampling technique. So sampling technique, may tinatawag tayong judgment-based and then there's what we call random. Judgment-based is about being you as a professional auditor, you have already gone through a lot of experiences and what is the best number of samples that you could ask, no? But again, it depends on your experience, right? Technical experience. Usually they ask 3 to 5 samples for checking. So kadalasan ito yung ginagamit ng mga certifying body, even internal auditors. Now, if you would like to be very structured and very concise, scientific in your sampling, you may do that using probability theory. You could ask a number of sampling based on, let's say, total number of employees. Kunin mo yung random sampling yan based on probability formula. In consideration of 5% error, 95% confidence level, no? May mga ganyang formulas available using statistical methods. You may do that, lalo na kung sobrang malaki yung organization, no? It's too big or the organization is too big and you would like to be very specific and scientific in your sampling. You may do that, but most often we use judgment-based sampling with the premise that we are competent on what we're doing. Okay, now we're done with the audit checklist. Nalatag natin, you observed, you conducted the interview and all that. Now here comes the audit report. When we do the audit report, basically the audit report is the document that will show if a certain requirement has been met in a particular process or office. So here, these are the common elements that we have to look at. First, we have to specify what is the clause. No, it's related to ISO 9001 standard. So you go back. Is it 4.0 from where 4.0 to 10.3? So whatever clause that you have put in your checklist, then you have to lift that up. Then here you need to define what is the conformity level. Is it major NC? Is it minor NC? Is it compliance or conformity? Or is it an opportunity for improvement? Or kung gusto nung dagdagan, is it positive finding? No? Pwede niyang ilagay po yan. Criteria, so it's a must that you look at. Ano yung mga requirements? Statutory, regulatory, internal policy, customer contracts, MOU, MOA, and international standard. And then whenever you write your findings, you have to be concise. No? You have to define who is the responsible or who are involved. Is it the process owner? What has transpired? So you have to describe anong nangyari. Then when was it? And then where sa nangyari and how it was conducted or how it was done that results into an NC. So all of this should be captured into your audit findings. So example is like ISO 9001 2015 clause 922.c NC. So first, you establish here ano yung requirement. So the standard requires that organizations shall select auditors and conducts audits to ensure objectivity and impartiality. That's according to 922C. Now, we use the word however to indicate na mayroong deviation to the standard. However, based on the internal audit procedure, in the program, the summary of the audit results, it was not possible to demonstrate audits because the same auditor has been doing the audit for all processes. So as a consequence, the auditor audited his own activities. So if you look at here, merong mga specific references. No? So these are the unique the identification of the document audited. So you may capture this kind of practice para mas madaling i-explain during the during the closing meeting about the results of your audit. And you can go to these documents easily whenever you cross-reference them. So that's a sample audit report. Okay, this is a sample screenshot of an audit report summary, audit profile, classifications and all that. I believe you have your audit reports in place, no? Ayan. So in audit report, of course, susundan niya ng corrective action. So when you issue the audit findings, then here comes corrective action report procedure, for instance. Some of you, I think SICAR ang tawag nila, correction and corrective action, request for actions, yun yung mga terms na ginagamit. Now, but basically, they have the same context. So you issue the corrective action report, then the process owner will confirm the findings, then he or she will be proposing a correction. So take note, correction is the solution to the findings. And then, nag-identify siya ng root cause to identify maybe using 5 why techniques, Ishikawa, and other techniques to identify what is the main reason why the findings has happened. From here, magpo-propose siya ng corrective action, which is the long-term solution to the root cause. Usually, again, correction has to be implemented, let's say 24 hours, ideally. And corrective action should be implemented within the timeline of ease of doing business. So maybe 20 days, kung controllable. Then you have to, being an auditor, you need to approve the SICAR or the CAR and RFA. Then you let the process owner implement the corrective action. After a period of time, then you have to check, is it effective? You may use here a rubrics to just check, has it been implemented effectively? Pag implemented, then close. Pag hindi, then reissue. Okay. Then moving forward, so you close. Otherwise, you improve the SICAR or the CAR form or the RFA so that you would able to meet your procedure. So usually you have procedure for this effect. So again, it's a must that you need to follow them. So this is a sample corrective action report. Nilalagay yung mga findings and all that, root cause, immediate solutions and all that. So just a tip, make sure that all inputs have been met. I mean, all the parts of the form should have been filled up completely because it invites further audit kapag may namimiss tayo. This is a sample effectiveness verification criteria wherein you can assess if a certain implemented corrective action has been effective or successful. So maybe magandang meron tayong criteria, and then at the end of that, you can check ika-close na ba natin or we have to open it for further improvement. Okay. Ayan, sige po. So basically, that ends the review on the audit concepts. Let me know if you have questions.
Yes, sir. Actually, meron.
Sige ho.
Sige po. Meron pong dalawa, one from YT and one from Zoom. Sige po. Sabi po ni Ma'am Minta ng DAPCC, if the finding is a potential problem, does it need a potential root cause also? And from Ma'am May ng NCCA, Sir Ralph, is root cause analysis required even for OFIs or just for NCs? Thank you po.
Okay. Yung pangalawa nyo, yun ang tandaan ko. Root cause is not required for OFI because OFI is for improvement, no? But there are cases wherein OFI, based on your appreciation, may potentially become a minor NC. So you assess, no? Kung if you think that leaning na siya toward the minor NC, then you may require root cause. But usually, by practice po, OFI hindi siya required. Okay, pero sa mga external certifying bodies, may mga tinatawag silang OFI, pero it's an action item, meaning i-check nila pagdating nila. So, check natin yung ganong context. No? But it's important that if you list down to your procedure, dapat na-define natin kung required ba or hindi. But usually, hindi siya nire-require.
Okay, sir, so yung second question, if the finding is a potential problem, does it need a potential root cause also?
When you say potential finding, is it an OFI?
Ma'am Minda, maybe you can unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. When you say yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Hello, Ma'am Minda.
Ma'am Minda.
Or if you cannot, sige, kung wala po kayong audio, ma'am, baka pwede niyo po i-type.
Yeah.
Sandali. So, ano po natin, i-allow po natin sa dali lang po. Sige, ma'am, go ahead po.
Good morning po.
Morning, ma'am.
Yes, sa organization kasi namin, meron kami classification na potential problem. Hindi pa naman po siya non-conformity. It's not yet a problem. Pero there is an event na pag hindi siya ma-stop, ay pwede siyang mag-cause ng problem. Pag ganun po ba ang classification, i-require na po ba yun ng potential root cause din?
Okay, I see. Ma'am, sa context ng internal auditing, hindi siya required. Pero sa context ng being a process owner, it's a requirement. You put that in your clause 4.1 for the issues, and then i-connect natin siya sa clause 6.1. So if you identify these issues as a potential problem, then identify natin yung risk and opportunity factors and propose tayo ng controls or action plans. So yun po ang corrective action, basically, proactive approach natin for the part of the process owner that these potential problems will not occur or happen in the future. So apply po siya, ma'am, sa context ng process owner, but not to the context of internal audit.
Thank you po.
Thank you rin
po. Thank you, Ma'am Linda. Sige po. Go ahead, sir. You may continue po.
Okay, thank you. So we're done with the review of the audit concepts and methodologies. This time, we'll be talking about remote auditing. So I believe everyone has survived COVID-19. Well, andito na tayo, right? And our life has to move on. So I believe each organization were able to, come up with their own strategies and interventions on how they're able to go through with the auditing requirements on their own. No? So maybe we can invite you for a short, sharing of our best practices. What are these practices that you have implemented so far in your respective agencies so that other organizations will be able to learn from? Okay. May I ask po some of the volunteers who can share their best practices so far that they have implemented? Yes,
from OSHC po, can I share?
Sure,
yes po, ma'am. Go ahead po, Ma'am Melba.
Okay, so last year po when we conducted the internal audit, naging combined process po kami, remote at saka face-to-face, because there are some process owner na they prefer pa rin ng face-to-face but majority is remote. Yun po yung ginawa namin. And then, syempre po, prior to the conduct of remote audit, nagbigay po kami ng instructions regarding ano yung mga documents na kailangan nasa soft copy para ready for presentation during the remote audit. So,
Good.
ganun po yung nangyari.
Yes, ma'am. Okay po yun because you were able to assess kung alin yung mas feasible sa part ng process owner. And of course, in consideration of safety protocols natin, ma'am, no? For the physical audit. Sige, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Meron pa po bang gustong mag-share? We have 44 participants po. May we hear your dulcet tones po at ng Zoom participants? And maybe anyone from our YouTube participants who would like to post their experience so I can read aloud po for for everyone po to share. Sino pong may experience dyan? Ano po bang na-encounter nyo na not necessarily good? Ano po bang sa tingin nyo ay opportunity for improvement? Ano po bang mga challenges ang na-encounter nila? Meron po ba kayong new technology na ginamit? Meron ba kayong ginamit na, anong tawag doon, sir? Yung lumilipad? Ano ang tawag doon? Drone. Para lang magawa yung inyong audit. Anyone po who would like to share? YouTube participants. Sige po, meron po tayo Sandali lang po, meron po from YouTube daw. From Sir Erwin Ortiz, the use of Zoom platform for remote interview pong ginamit nila. For interview, files as evidence of documented information are shared via Google Drive for their access. Additional po ni Ma'am Minda, challenge is more on validating the authenticity of the documented information presented.
Correct. So later on, i-discuss natin yung mga issues, and Ma'am Minda is right. We have issues on validating accuracy, authenticity. About using Zoom and other teleconferencing, yes, yun yung resort natin. It's because usually they're free, no? And we use Google Drive or let's say other online repositories. Okay din po yan, no? We just have to ensure the confidentiality and security and data protection.
Sige po. How about
Hello, ma'am.
Yes po,
Hello,
Sir
ma'am.
Jose. Yes po.
This is Director Jose Abundo from the Professional Regulation Commission.
Good morning po, Director Jose. Go ahead
Good
po, sir.
morning. Sa ngayon, naka-schedule kami ng external audit, surveillance audit, this coming July 28, 29. So, ang ginawa namin, yung aming internal audit ay through virtual. Virtual yung ginamit namin. Although sabi nga ni Sir Corpus na yung ma-maintain yung confidentiality ng mga records. So, ano namin yan, nasusunod namin yan. So, ito yung magandang nangyari sa amin, naging matagumpay yung aming internal audit sa pamagitan ng paggamit ng available na katulad ng Zoom. Yan. So, in fact, aming practice nga dito sa PRC, ang aming transactions ay more on online na. Online. You can apply for renewal of your licenses. You can pay through our available online platforms. So yan ang aming at gusto namin patunayan na ang PRC ay ang PRC ay ISO certified. Gusto namin patunayan niya na ang aming serbisyo ay maaabot ng aming mga kliyente. Maaring kasama po kayo doon, ma'am. Yan lang po ang aming At the same time, yung mga reklamo, kasi minsan din natin maalis na ang PRC ay narireklamo sa 888 sa ARTA. But then we respond, nire-respond namin yung mga reklamong nakakarating sa amin. That's why ang PRC ay napasama doon sa mga agency na nagre-respond ng mga nagre-reklamong ito. So kami talaga ay very responsive doon sa mga para mapabago yung aming o ma-improve yung aming sistema. And PRC will still be in that na ma-improve yung aming online transactions or online services. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a good thing that we are embracing change, particularly sa online methodologies natin. No? So I think it will form part of your improvement activities moving forward. Na maybe i-maintain natin to, no? I-improve pa natin further because beyond COVID-19, life will never be the same again. So good thing, sir, that we are embracing these changes.
In fact, kung ma-share ko sa inyo, meron po kaming ngayon nasa conceptualization stage pa rin kami that we will be having a computerized based licensure examination.
Good.
So not just to address the pandemic but then ito yung aming mandato na mapagtagumpayan namin kung ano yung binigay ng mandato sa PRC. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Ilang sir pwede ko i-share.
Good. We look forward, sir, for the online exams.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It will
Salamat,
be a good
convenience.
Opo.
Sir Sherwin, may I give additional input po? Siguro, Ma'am Lolita, sa PAGCOR po, maybe you would like to unmute yourself po for your input po. And then we can share po 2 more from YouTube. Ma'am Lolita?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning po, ma'am.
For PAGCOR po, when we first implemented last year yung aming remote audit, of course, nag-risk-based assessment kami. And also, we conducted yung orientation for our auditees for them to be able to know kung what to expect during the remote audit. Then also we formulated a remote audit agreement para nakalay down po doon yung aming terms and conditions, the responsibilities of our auditors and the responsibility of the auditees, and naglagay po kami ng mga confidentiality clauses. So both auditors and auditees will agree on just the terms and conditions na yan. That's
Good.
all po.
Thank you, ma'am. So yes, it's a must that we have to consider confidentiality. So mukhang tawag ito, at home kayo ma'am sa ma'am, remote auditing na, no? Not yet, but at least, yeah.
We're going there.
Yes, ma'am. Good. Thank you so much for sharing.
All right. Thank you po. Okay, sir. From our YouTube participants, from Miss Joy Victoria, for remote audit, we use MS Teams. Naku, matutuwa si sir niyan. And Viber for easy sending of documented info. From Sir Erwin Ortiz naman, another YouTube participant, there is a certificate of veracity of documents signed by authorities to ensure the authenticity of documents shared. In the DAP, based on my experience during IQA, there is a combination of face-to-face and remote modalities. We also use combination of platforms such as Google Drive, Google Meet, and Google Docs sharing. The challenge is to be efficient in sharing the documents and conducting verification of paper, practice, and people. Yes po.
Thank you, Ma'am Angie.
Opo.
Yeah.
Yun po. Anyone else po? Siguro maybe we can have one more po, sir? Or maybe ikaw, sir, baka gusto mong mag-share ng remote audit best practice from your experience while we're, siguro habang nag-iisip sila ng kanilang
Ako ba, ma'am?
Oo, sir. Baka meron kayong gusto ma-share.
Yeah, nasa slides ko, ma'am.
Sige. Sige, saan na muna. Sige po, parang wala na po ata. Meron ba bang gustong humabol? Huli na lang. Isa na lang daw. We also used Google Meet for the actual audit and email and or messenger for submitting, retrieving of documents. Yun po,
Good.
from our YouTube. Yun po.
Ayan, so very popular. It's because Google Meet is free. Other than it's free, it's it's pwede siyang, you can link it to cross platforms like Google Drive, no, mga Gmail and all that. Mas madaling mag-integrate ng ating mga schedules, etc. Sige. Thank you.
Sige po, sir. Go ahead na po.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen again. Ayan. So it's a good thing that it looks like na-embrace na natin yung remote audit. So basically, this the following presentation will do a little bit of reverse engineering just for us to be familiar about ano ba yung mga guidelines that are in place for us to conduct remote audit, whether sa context ng first audit or even sa external audit natin. So guys, I'll be sharing my screen. Okay. So in remote audit, basically, ito yung ginagamit na guidelines. Okay, so we still use the ISO 19011. So it's a guidelines for auditing management system. If you go back with this standard, then we find down what is remote audit, but it's not as explicit as the normal face-to-face audit, no. But there's a part there on auditing method na mentioned sa remote audit. Due to the effect of COVID-19 and repercussions for the auditing world, nag-issue si EF with ISO ng kanilang ISO 9001 Auditing Practices Group Guidance on Remote Audits. So we're going to use both references in these discussions. Okay, so let's define first what is remote audit. Pag sinabi natin remote audit, it's also virtual audit. So they use interchangeably. So it's a set of activities on a virtual environment, digital or non-digital activities. So pag sinabi natin digital, then we have, through videos yan, uploaded online synchronously, the interaction is synchronous. Non-digital meaning naka-upload maybe yung mga raw documents, whether these are records, no, and then have them shared on the virtual environment, whatever modalities or methods or tools na gagamitin natin. I'll be discussing samples later on sa ICT. This is called a remote audit or a virtual audit. Uses In a remote audit, of course, it's not possible if we don't have technologies or information communication technologies or ICT, both hardware and software that will enhance the auditing experience to gather information, no, and to interview an auditee. So it's a must na there should be an ICT tool or platform to use. Okay, examples of the ICTs, which I'll elaborate later on, are smartphones. That's very common. Karamihan, I've seen that auditee are using smartphone, lalo na if they work from home, no? Maybe it's because some bandwidth issues for whatever reasons, no? They also use other handheld devices. Maybe it's a tablet, laptop computers, desktop computers. Some are using drones, video cameras, wearable technology like a smartwatch, artificial intelligence, and others, no? The, we use remote audit because we have to overcome certain constraints, safety constraints like these pandemics, and of course with travel restrictions, it's hard for us to travel, lalo na kung multi-site tayo, right? So that's the remote audit definition. Now, the main purpose of why we have to go through with remote audit is because we would like to provide methodology on the use of ICT that is sufficiently flexible and non-prescriptive in nature to optimize the conventional audit or assessment process. So again po, no, when we do remote audit, hindi siya kumbaga prescriptive. So the guidelines that was issued was more of about having this as reference, and then how we appreciate this and the context ng ating organization. So meaning the ICTs that have been stated here in these guidelines are flexible. So you could consider them or not, it's up to you. So whatever ICT that you have, at least yun yung optimize natin. We just have to be guided about ano yung process na dadaanan natin in the along the way. So again, no, the guidance aims to give us an overview of how would be able to use these ICT tools and make this as flexible and non-prescriptive nature. Meaning, if the auditee does not have a cell phone or does not has a smartphone or maybe a specific ICT tool, then you have to be flexible. Find a way how to do that. I had this experience when I was in Sorsogon. This is a virtual assessment with in Sorsogon. No, I myself I experienced intermittent connection with my previous internet provider. So ang last resort talaga is like, okay, I use my cell phone, messenger, upload yung files from there. And then I use the cell phone also to call. So ganun yung ginagawa ko that time. So, you know, you really have to find a way in order to meet the needs of the auditing practice natin. So again, no, the objectives of the remote audit is not to prescribe, but rather we have to be flexible on the modalities that we have to use. Okay. However, whenever we are very flexible, we have to ensure that we have adequate control. So it's a must na meron tayong controls. So it's a good thing that Ma'am from PAGCOR has shared their best practices, that they have confidentiality clauses, which should be explicitly discussed during meetings. Importante po yan. So you could put that, you could revisit your procedures and put some controls. No, what are these controls? I'll be discussing later on sa confidentiality and all that. This is to avoid abuses. So abuses like for them to have personal gain, use the certain records or data to access your files, no, and put on you give us and then put us into a situation that we, you know, lose the integrity of the audit process. So again, there should be controls, whether software to or technology-based man to or management intervention that we could put on. So it's a must that we have to review later on siguro our procedures on internal audit. Ano ba itong mga adequate controls natin na pwedeng i-implement? Whether using ICT or maybe enhancing the procedure, na pwedeng mga ganyan pong perspective. Okay? Ayan. And also, whenever we do the remote audit, our main goal here is to promote safety. Yan, yun po yung pinaka-importanteng perspective why we do remote audit. We ensure the safety of our auditors, safety of our auditees, no, and employees because of the threats of COVID-19, for instance. And also sustainability. You know, doing the virtual audit means like we are also saving carbon emission or yung paggamit natin ng sasakyan, right? Carbon footprints is minimized. our expenses and all that. So it's also minimized. So in such a way that it would become sustainable, meaning we can use it over and over. So mind you, after the pandemic, we can still possibly be using remote audit for certain situations. Okay? Yeah. So guidelines define what is a virtual site. Okay, so when we say a virtual site, it's the location or a virtual location where a client or auditee performs work or provides a service using an online environment, allowing persons irrespective of physical locations to execute processes. So a virtual site or virtual location is the place wherein you do your audit. So for instance, if you're using, let's say, MS Teams, you have your channel. So that's a virtual site, okay? Or maybe you're using a platform to demonstrate your work or your work area, that's considered as a virtual site or virtual location. So your space, being you in the digital world, it's considered a virtual site. Whatever platform that you're using to capture that site, then yun ang definition natin ng virtual site. Okay, a virtual site cannot be considered where the processes must be executed in a physical environment. There are cases like sa mga warehousing, manufacturing, physical testing laboratories, installation or repairs to physical products. They cannot be considered virtual site because wala silang equivalent na virtual world, right? So let's say for those who belong to the food industry, or if they have to go through a certain auditing process, let's say safety, food safety, and they have to go through scrutiny of the chemicals being used and all other processes, their packaging and all that. Hindi ubra ang virtual audit in that effect. So with that, it's either they come up with their own simulation of their production and consider it for virtual audit. Pero pag wala siyang equivalent, then a virtual audit is not possible. Okay, so again po, when we do the virtual audit, we need to translate how do we do our work into a digital space. If there is no equivalent, then we cannot do a virtual audit because there is no virtual site. So ang effect nito, we go through face-to-face audit, but it's controlled. Yeah. A virtual site, for example, your company intranet, can also be considered a virtual location. No? So mga external auditors, no, they may consider one site or intranet as one location. So maybe, for example, okay, I'll be using a company intranet, or maybe I'll be using our website as one of the locations where I can upload the files together. So i-consider na siya as one location. If you have another website that you would like to show evidences with, then it will be considered as another location. So ang effect niyan, if you have multiple websites, multiple intranets to show, then it may add costing because ang interpretations to your site is that particular digital space that you occupy, whether it's an intranet or internet. So the more that you're using, then the more it will cost for the auditors, lalo na kung external certifying bodies ang pinag-uusapan natin. Okay? Ayan. So why do we have to conduct virtual audit? No? So there are benefits basically. It's not just we talk about the issues, there are also benefits. So one is like, of course, we don't need to travel. So malaking bagay po yan, no? That we don't need to travel and spend on gasoline or toll fees and all that. So it's good thing for us. If we really have to travel. Lalo na sa mga, if you, let's say, if you have multiple sites and you have to go through from one place to the other, then you don't need to pay for transportation anymore. Okay. Another is minimized costs. Other than transportation, there are other costs involved like pakain, no? So sa foods, that's one. Actually, I would like to ask, how do you do the food? Do you provide food for those who are working on site? Maybe I think I heard one organization or agency who gives food for audits, no? Pero don't those who are working on site. I think possible naman siya to be justified with COA as long as you work on site, no? But essentially, it will reduce the cost, no, because you don't work on site. So some food expenses or maybe expenses on printing documents is also minimized, no, and all other expenses, related expenses, maybe to fetch the auditor for that effect, and then pag-provide ng mga materials like printer, and all other stuff. So basically, it minimizes your cost. And I mentioned earlier that if you travel, then there's a carbon emission on our car. So basically, it reduces the environmental impact. So one of the good things about pandemic is that we lessen the carbon footprint, and that would also be manifested on the effect of virtual auditing. Okay. Next is that you would able to enhance the number of samples that you can audit and also the quality. No, provided that you did it at the right, the proper, sampling and maybe the proper procedure, right? So if you go through with the sampling technique, you could essentially ask more questions. And kasi nga, you have the convenience of like sitting on your computer and just like talking, and like you're very confident because you're at the comfort of your house, for instance. Then you could ask as much questions as you want. You could ask as much as sampling as you want. But later on, I'll provide you the guidelines na hindi pala uubra yung ganan, no? But again, overall, if you're the auditor, you can increase the number of size of your samples. Then you can scrutinize, is this digital equivalent of a physical copy or record is sufficient for you? So if you think na hindi ka satisfied, then you could ask some more. But the only downside here is like, yun nga, may mga screen time tayo and all that. Yung, it's tiresome to nakababad sa computer and all that, and you really have to go through some breaks para lang ma-overcome natin yung ganitong fatigues. Okay, so another one, it's more feasible to hire technical experts due to minimize travel costs. So some organizations, for instance, for physical audit, they provide technical experts to like brief the auditors about the background of a certain organization. I'm talking about the external context, no? Sa context ng internal audit, well, usually hindi naman tayo nagbabayad ng mga technical experts. You could just stop them, lalo na if we belong to a government agency. But if let's say sa context ng external audit, there's no more, I mean, rather than, if you hire technical experts, it would incur costs, right? And may mas mahal siya for the part of the certifying body. But if you do it on a remote audit, then if it was elusive to like hire technical expert, this time mas madali na. It's because it's online. You didn't need to pay for the travel expense, accommodation, and stuff para sa technical expert. So with that, there's a possibility that you could hire a technical expert in aid of the auditing experience ng auditor. So with that, mas ma-enhance yung ating auditing experience if there is a technical expert. Sa context ng internal audit, again, as I mentioned earlier, hindi naman siya madalas na meron tayong technical expert. But if you want to have a technical expert, you may do so, right? Lalo na kapag mga multiple sites tayo. Okay. Next, let's talk about the risks. No, ito yung downside naman ng ating audit experiences using remote auditing. We have issues on information security. So lalo na if we're using free or complementary software, we don't know. If we uploaded the document or file online, we don't know saan na siya nakashare, no? Can it be hacked or something else? So it's something that we have to be addressed. Are they secured? What are the provisions that you have to ensure that they are safe? Are there certain encryption? Are there certain passcode? Are there certain restrictions that can only allow specific to people to access the files? No. What about data protection? What are these controls? What are the infrastructures in place? No. Are we compliant with the Data Privacy Act, etc., etc.? So ito yung mga tanong natin. Also, confidentiality of the document. Are they explicitly defined on our opening meeting na bawal silang mag-screenshot, etc. So all of these should be addressed during your opening meeting and reconfirmed later on in your closing meeting. Then another issue is the veracity of documents. So good thing pinoint out ni Ma'am kanina about the veracity of the documented information. We don't know if a certain document has been altered. It's because it's almost as perfect as the original document. No? So yun yung mga concerns na kailangan nating ma-address in as far as our experience as auditor is concerned. Then the quality of the objective evidence. So if that's been Kung pinicturean siya, no? If pinicturean and you're using, let's say, a low-grade cell phone, the camera is not good. I mean, the quality of the picture is not good. Pag in-upload siya, then it may affect also your appreciation. Baka hindi mo na makita yung data, the signature you cannot verify. So it depends also on the technical capability of the auditee and the auditor to enhance the audit experience. So basically, ito yung mga na-identified risks whenever we do the virtual audit. Okay? All right. So along with the risks, of course, we ask questions. No? Ito yung mga common issues na tinatanong natin whenever we do the audit. When watching images or videos, are we looking at real-time images or are we looking at video records? There are times that we would not able to identify kung recorded ba yung video, not unless you will interrupt and ask questions, right? So all of this should be settled before you do the audit. So you have to explicitly state that this is a pre-recorded video in such a way that the auditor will be aware, no? So, but if you don't declare it, there is a chance that it would not be observed, no, yung difference ng recorded versus yung live feed natin. I think I've seen a video in YouTube describing about the Waterloo of a Zoom, wherein he recorded himself like as if he's pretending to be listening to his professor. And then eventually and then natutulog pala siya. So only to find out that it's a way of like circumventing the Zoom, no, yung in a way that rather you professor would able to see your students who are paying attention. Pwede palang maano yan, overcome ng student, and with that effect it will, you know, have a negative impact sa side ng student because he would able to miss some of the lessons. So going back with the context of auditing, it may have a negative implication sa part ng auditor to, you know, kapag nalaman niya na if you are actually looking at a recorded video, no? So all of this should be settled. Whenever we do the audit, you have to explicitly define if you're showing a live video or you're showing a recorded video. Okay? Can we capture everything about the remote site or are we being guided by selected images? So all of this should be answered as well in terms of sampling. No? You have to define as well, where is this remote site is? Ano ang context ng platform that we're using? Are we covering multiple websites? Are we covering multiple platforms? So all of this should be addressed. Okay. When planning for a remote interview, will there be a stable internet connection? So this is a pressing issue for all of us, lalo na those who are living in remote areas, rural areas, wherein there's a poor internet connectivity. Well, we cannot blame us, but blame the available infrastructures that we have, no? So these are also questions in place. Paano pag biglang naputol, like me, for instance, I get disconnected due to poor internet connectivity. So all of these are issues, no? So the effect is that, of course, hahaba na naman yung audit time, and then you may want, you have to redo the entire audit again, and all that kind of effect later on if there is a poor internet connectivity. Another issues being asked is like, does the person to be interviewed know how to use the ICT device, right? So this is a common question if we are dealing with, let's say, senior process owners who are not tech savvy, no? They may have issues about navigating, let's say, the platform, MS Teams, Zoom, no? Eh, mahirap naman na ikaw pa ang auditor, ikaw din ang mag-guide on how to use it. So it's a must that before you do the audit, the competency of both auditee and auditors should be established. So same thing with auditors, no? If let's say the auditee is using a different platform or maybe using a different operating system, let's say gamit niya yung, let's say, Mac, and then may mga files si Mac, let's say Keynote, and other documents that are not compatible with Windows. So all of this should be settled. So pagdating sa audit, it would take time to reconcile the differences. So kailangan dapat ma-establish that you're using the same system. Okay, next question is that can the processes and sites to be audited be realistically audited off-site? So it's important that whenever we show virtual simulation, is the exact replica of the one is being audited on site. No? So it's a must na establish natin iyan. Another one is, can you have a good overview of the facilities, equipment, operations, and control? Is your platform sufficient enough to capture the entire process? No? Are we going to use, let's say, a video camera, a smartphone? If you would ask, can I see the 5S situation in your area or in your process or in your office? Yeah, sufficient ba yung technology to capture that? So this is another issue. Because if you go through on-site, of course, you have the luxury of time to go around, ask questions in random, and observe with your naked eye. So you could see direct to the point, no, ano yung mga deficiencies nila. But with the virtual audit, it's not possible. I mean, it's possible, but it's not as easy as you do it during physical audits. So kailangan ma-define po yan. Do you have the capability to capture the entire facility or the entire building or entire office? Can you access all relevant information? So there are issues also on sharing, right? So may mga cases na share lang siya to specific email addresses. No, this happens also with external audit. When you do your audit with certifying bodies who have different emails, baka hindi ma-recognize ng system, and it goes through another delay. So it will derail the entire audit process. So all of these are some issues that should be addressed before you go through with a virtual audit. Okay, so what is the implication to us as the audit managers or members of the internal audit team? So it's a must that we have to go back to our drawing table. We've been talking about QMS internal audit for some time, but here comes COVID-19 and we have to go through and embrace with the change and move forward. So the audit manager or the audit team leader or the entire audit team should identify the risks and opportunities related to remote auditing. So I've discussed about the risks earlier, the issues commonly raised. However, there are also opportunities. We talk about the benefits, right? So all of this should be captured into your risks and opportunities. Ngayon, if you don't have risk and opportunity registers as a audit team, then it's a must that you should have one. Okay, let me ask if you maintain risk and opportunity registers as an internal audit team. Meron ba tayo ditong mga kasama sa government who are treating audit team as a process or as an office? Do you have your own risk and opportunity registers as internal audit team? Mamaan, are there some raising hands? Maybe.
Wala po, sir. Maybe some of them can unmute. Baka po meron kayong mga offices na separate ang audit.
Yes.
Or i-type nyo na lang po sa chat box siguro. Meron po ba? Kamusta ang energy level? Malapit na kasi magtanghalian,
Pag-lunch
sir.
break. Oo nga eh. Ayan.
15 minutes. Sige, sir.
Sige.
Central lang po, sabi ni Ma'am Melba ng Dole.
Ma'am, ano daw?
Central. Central lang po kami. Opo.
Okay. Ayan. So, it's a must po that, moving forward, we treat internal audit team as a separate process. Process, office, division, ganyan, no? Separate siya, kumbaga. So, as a separate process, meron siyang process owner. So, going back with the workshop before on quality planning, if you remember, issues, risk, and opportunity registers, dapat meron din po siyang ganon. So, later on, we will have a workshop on how do we identify the risks and opportunities. But this time related to audit, remote audit, no? But ideally, you should capture both remote audit or physical audit, no? So again, we go back with the drawing board, planning part natin, identify natin ano yung risk related to remote auditing or physical auditing, and opportunities or the benefits that you could get if you were able to overcome this risk. Okay? So from here, if you lay down the audit, the planning documents or tools, then you have to come up with a decision criteria. So anong extent, using these risk and opportunity registers, what is the extent for you to act? No? Ano yung mga controls na gagawin natin? So essentially, you need to define what are these criteria, what are these procedures that you have to do, whether you go virtual audit, whether you go through another ICT, or maybe another platform, or maybe another schedule, no? And all that kind of things that you have. That ang kailangan natin mangyari dito is you will be, effectively guided on your decision makings, wherein opportunities are feasible and risks are controlled or mitigated. Okay, so if you remember ISO 19011-2018, Annex A1, as I mentioned earlier, hindi new ang remote audit. So if you go back with the annex no ISO 19011, you will see there that there are two ways on how would we able to conduct the audit, whether on-site or whether it's remote. No, so whether we do it on-site, we can do it with human interaction or without human interaction, meaning you talk with a human, no, human person or the process owner. Okay, so example in an on-site human interaction, here we conduct the interview. Okay, common yan. We complete the checklist. Okay, I doubt for some. Sorry, I have seen this one as a common mispractice ng mga auditors. No, at least in my experience, I've seen that. Nasa procedure pero walang checklist. Meron siya notes lang, pero pagdating sa final submission ng audit-related documents, nawawala si checklist. Why? Because sinulat siya, pero pagdating sa audit, hindi na siya tinanong. So those should be reconciled. No? So if you put that in your procedure, there's a checklist, then there should be a checklist. And then conducting document review with auditee participation. So here you go through scrutiny of the documents, and then you ask some questions to your auditee, and then you do the sampling. Let's say 3 to 5 samples. Okay, so that's the pre-COVID. We've been doing that for quite some time. Then here comes the COVID, right? So nakalagay dito some of the alternatives for remote audit, meaning we go through a virtual location, a virtual site. No, we could do the same in an interactive communication method. We could also conduct interviews. Okay, we complete the questionnaire using online questionnaire, or you could have it physically printed on your side. Pwede rin. Conducting document review with auditee participation. So if you look at here, it's almost the same. Ang pinagkaiba lang is the location. No, you are offsite or you're using a certain virtual platform. Okay, another method that's discussed in ISO 19011 is that you could do on-site audit without human interaction. Posible pala ito, no? This is possible. Again, in consideration of maybe safety, maybe sobrang intricate na ang process nila and you are not required to be there physically. It's because kailangan malinis na malinis ka. May mga ganong mga processes like manufacturing firms, they require their auditors to be sanitized before they can enter, and all other considerations. Others are safety, no, safety considerations. So hindi po pwedeng physically present siya doon, etc. Or rather, another option is that you could go into the site, no? Pero wala naman si process owner. It's also possible. Maybe for whatever reasons, hindi siya available kasi may sakit or something else, and no one could take charge, no? Possible po yan. So being as an auditor, you could go to on-site, no? Physically, and then you conduct reviews. So you may ask beforehand to like leave on the particular audit area the documents and records that you will be needing. Okay. Then you do data analysis. Okay, you scrutinize the data and then compare with what is being required. Then you may also want to observe how the work is being performed. Of course, afar from the human, right? So then you could look at maybe surveillance cameras to check how they do that. You could do on-site visit, but of course, without person around you, you could roam around and check. No, malinis ba? Has the 5S has been implemented? Are there visual controls, etc., etc. Then sampling, no, you could check also the sampling even without human interaction. Now, in remote audit, basically doable din naman siya without human interaction. So you could still conduct document review, data analysis, and all that. You could also observe work performance using surveillance cameras and social and legal requirements. So you could use the Data Privacy Act as your guidance. And you could also analyze data even you are working remotely without human interaction. So with that, it looks like remote audit has been put in place as a doable audit method on top of the on-site method. Okay, so 19,011-2018, Annex A4, you could go through that. Okay, now according to the guidance by IAF and ISO, meron silang general recommendations which are categorized into four. One is the audit program in the context of the audit program. The other one is the context of audit planning, audit realization, and audit conclusion. So all of these, being as a audit manager or as an auditor, I have to be aware about these guidelines so that I can perform my tasks more efficiently. Okay. Now, in terms of audit program, there are 5 suggestions or recommendations clustered together in terms of considerations. What is the likelihood that we have to go through with remote audit? May mga criteria siyang titignan. What is the feasibility? Do we have enough ICT, etc., etc.? We have to consider this. What are the CSDP or confidentiality, security, and data privacy concerns that should be addressed? So kailangan masagot yan. Then, how about risk assessment? So sabi natin kanina, we should have risk and opportunity registers. Are they documented? Are the controls sufficient enough, no, to not make this risk into reality, no? And also the ICT use. How do we use the ICT, no? Do we have the competence, etc., resources, and all that to use the ICT? So all of this should be captured in your audit program. So being as an audit manager, you go back with your audit program. Na-capture ba natin the requirements of a remote audit? So basically, the guidelines that I'll be talking about should be considered into your updated audit program moving forward. Okay. All right. So the first part, sorry, sorry for that. So the first part of the recommendation is that we have to go through a consideration or analysis if remote auditing is possible. So again, whenever we consider remote auditing, we look at the convenience, no, of remote auditing according to audit objectives. So again, being as the audit manager, when we lay down the audit objectives, feasible ba na makayang gawin ni remote audit yung objectives natin? Because at the end of the day, it's all about fulfilling the objectives. So example, nilagay natin sa audit plan is that to determine the effectiveness of the quality management system. So that's the usual audit objectives nilalagay natin, no? Effectiveness of the QMS, pre-COVID yun, for instance. Now, if you capture the same objectives in a remote audit, is it possible to establish the effectiveness? So when you say effectiveness, yung mga naplano ba na the documents have been satisfied or implemented later on? Baka possible, no? So you have to assess, is the existing audit objectives doable whenever you do the remote audit? Is there a convenience for you to do the same? Then if yes, then go through with the remote audit. Okay, so that's the very basic or the most essential consideration. Determine the convenience of remote auditing vis-a-vis the attainment of your audit objectives. Pag hindi siya attainable, then do not go through with remote audit. As simple as that. Okay, sige. So the next consideration is feasibility. No? So feasibility in a sense that, do we have the right technologies in place? Do we have the right hardware? Do we have the right software? So take note that when we use ICT, it doesn't just end about picking in on this. No, you have to go both ways, the side of the auditor and the side of the auditee. No, baka naman sobrang advanced ng gamit ng auditor, pero si auditee ay gamit lang a cellphone, so it doesn't match. So you have to look into both sides. No, so some of the good practices that they do is that they come up with an inventory of the tools or technologies being used by both the process owner and the auditor. Okay. Sige. So, part of the feasibility or inventory of your ICT devices is like, you have to establish ano yung mga mandatory. So, you may put this into your procedures or your audit program as a mandatory requirement. For example, definitely virtual audit is not possible without stable internet connection. Hindi tayo magkakaintindihan, right? So, how do you define stable internet connection? Is it 3 megabytes per second enough to show the video? Usually 5 Mbps, no? Usually it's 5 Mbps or more, no? And usually mas maganda kapag wired yung connection natin in such a way that you ensure the stability of your connection. Okay? Can you put that as a requirement na it has to be 3G, 4G, or LTE, no? The bandwidth, okay? With a good coverage, meaning first, yung kanyang interruption is minimized to, let's say, once per week. So you could put that into your audit procedure or program. Are there substantial battery on the end devices? So kailangan ma-establish din natin yan. Maybe we do remote audit and then biglang nawala yung kuryente. Of course, you cannot afford to, let's say, do another audit because nakat because of no current. No? So you have to look into that perspective. So kailangan merong mga backup or batteries for the auditee and the auditors so that just in case na mawala ang kuryente, then your internal or remote audit will still take place. So these are mandatory requirements that you have to put onto your audit program or audit procedure to ensure the smooth flow of your internal remote audit. Okay, next is there are also preferred requirements. So example is like wireless internet throughout the on-site spot that requires inspection. So there are cases that rather than you going physically, you may want to like view the office area or a work area using a surveillance camera, for instance. Are these surveillance cameras connected to the internet? Of course, yes, because they have to be projected on your side virtually. So are there sufficient internet connectivity for these wireless networks? Kailangan ma-establish din yan. Another one is power banks sa end ng devices. This is depending on the length of the service session. So same thing with those who are working on site. Do they have enough power backup just in case of electricity failure? So these are the preferred methods whenever we do the remote audits aside ng on-site. If you're auditing, like say virtually, but those who are auditing are working on-site. Okay, another requirements, ito yung mga supplementary requirements. You may put this into your audit plan as part of your requirements. There should be a quiet conference room or office space for uninterrupted remote auditing. Whether it's either you go to the site and then remotely audit the process owners, that's possible. With that, then there should be a quiet conference room for you to work on, okay, or an office space. Okay. Next is all audit participants should have an email address. So it's a must. For now, now mayroon tayong mga email, but according to the guidelines, although hindi naman sa mandated, but it would add value to your auditing experience. So usually email address, we use this to communicate the audit plan, the audit reports, the audit findings, and all that, or the CARs. So, well, essentially, it's a must to have an email address. Next, relevant documents should be available in digital format. So it's a must also that we are familiar with the different formats. Are we using PDF? Are we using Word file? Are we using Excel file, PowerPoint, etc.? Usually, ginagamit is PDF, excuse me, so that editing is controlled. You can establish somehow the authenticity of the signature, lalo na if they have been signed using the PDF or Acrobat version. Pwedeng mag-sign digitally. Okay. Ayan. So basically, these are some of the requirements on how would we able to establish the feasibility of a remote audit. Okay, so it's now 12 p.m. We'll have a lunch break for now. Then we will be back at 1 p.m. Okay lang po?
Yes po, sir. Thank you po, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, no need po to log out. You may turn off your webcams and mute yourselves. The same with our YouTube participants. No need to log out po. Sige po. Thank you po. And we shall see you at 1 o'clock po. Thank you. Salamat.
We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes, information overload, and lightning-paced developments. This is the age of innovation. Because of these rapid changes in the globe, the needs of the people changed as well. New mindsets were formed as accessibility and online transactions become integral parts of daily lives. Having different platforms of commerce and communication, people have radically shifted to digitization and virtual activities. This radical trend has resulted to an inertia in national development and a widened gap with the government and the general public. Coupled with the diminishing public trust, today's leaders are faced with the greater challenge of bringing the government closer to the people. Innovation is the only way forward. More than just giving what the citizens need, the government should give what the people deserve. Thus, the birth of the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory has become imperative to equip the public servants with innovative skills as they become part of future-fit organizations. Along with integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency, Innovation Laboratory adds a key ingredient in fortifying the pillars of good governance, a new culture of innovation.
Hello, my name is Ino, and this is the PSP Innovation Laboratory in the Philippines, one of the country's efforts in preparing the nation through innovation programs in the public sector. We gather small cross-functional teams to collaborate, discuss, and develop new technologies, products, solutions, or programs. We unleash the skill to adapt experimental and innovative methods as the different agencies tackle social, political, and organizational issues. Our main objectives are to enhance citizen satisfaction, improve government efficiency, and strengthen public sector innovation. InnoLab is a venue for knowledge sharing, creative thinking, and discovery of cutting-edge techniques to address public sector productivity. Our role is to create a culture of innovation among public organizations with the ultimate goal of creating a pool of innovators engaging in interagency and sectoral collaborations. InnoLab will be the catalyst of national development through innovation, a venue to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking and the moving force of implementation and scale-up. Innovation Laboratory follows a citizen-centered approach in coming up with innovation initiatives. We call it the co-creation innovation process. Let me show you how this works. Co-creation is really not hard to do. All you need is a group of people gathering together towards a specific objective. Starting with identifying roles and objectives, the innovation challenge was framed.
The decision point that we used was to choose an innovation that affects so many customers, and we should do everything to make them comfortable, of less cost on their part, fast and most efficient service.
Empathy is a tool that will allow you to go deeper inside the system. Empathy will lead you to frame up an innovation. It will lead you to gather insights and information. And it will also lead you to plan how to implement the solutions that you have in mind.
The data gathering process is a complicated phase. Digging deeper does not only allow you to understand the problem, but also makes you understand the pains and gains of the stakeholders.
Getting into the data gathering, tapos yung talagang as in naka-immerse ka doon kahit man lang a few hours na nandoon kami sa branch, we're able to see kung ano yung mga dapat na i-improve on our own, yung kung ano yung mga dapat na hinihingi ng members. So we're looking at it at the members' perspective.
The birth of an innovative idea comes from the identification of alternative solutions through creativity tools and techniques where wild and crazy ideas are encouraged.
Creative thinking actually allowed us to look into ways that rather we would not be able to do in a normal thinking process. We were able to use wild ideas, take inspiration from them, and apply it in our situation that we wouldn't even think would be applicable.
Innovation does not stop in the mind. Prototyping is where an innovative idea is being brought to life.
I think prototyping is very important, especially in product development or in innovation. The prototyping is the best sample to show our stakeholders that we do understand what they express to us, that they convey to us. And as a response, we made these prototypes.
This is just the start, okay? What happens next will depend on you. And implementation is really key in any innovation efforts.
We are lucky enough that we have the public sector productivity to make it happen, to make this possible, because they are provided us with solutions to unlock this problem that our members, our stakeholders are encountering.
At Innovation Laboratory, we aim for a sustainable future of innovation. We believe that the possibilities are endless and that progress is a continuous cycle of growth.
It really applies sa real life situation. We're in the office, we are really bound by time and pressure. So pinaka-memorable sa akin are those mga 5 minutes, 10 minutes na activities wherein you have to give your all of your effort. Those ideas with the collaboration, nagiging innovative siya, and it will actually help me. Skill kasi siya na parang mas nakakatulong pa siya sa akin in the future na makakome up ako ng mga better ideas. So parang non-stop thinking and non-stop innovation.
I think it's very important because things are changing, specifically when it comes to the EODB law. Bootcamp makes government employees realize the value of innovation and how to make things easier for their clients.
The drive for innovation in the government will prepare our nation as we leap towards the future under a sound governance and future-fit leadership. Join us as we spread the culture of innovation. There is no other time but now.
Hello po. Good afternoon na pala. Good afternoon. Hello, opo. May we request po sana na open camera po tayo? Okay po ba? Meron po tayong panghimagas. Kamusta po ang mga lunch? Pwede po kayong mag-unmute mga participants namin, our dear participants. Maglalaro po tayo. Sino pong nakarinig ng never have I ever? Taas kamay. Never have I ever. Yun ang ating gagawin. Sige, sandali lang po. Ready ko lang po yung aking question. Sandali lang po. So ang ating pong gagawin ay magtanong ako ng set of questions. Tapos, ang gagawin po, original ay itataas po muna ang kamay. So, halimbawa, ang tanong ko po ay, hanapin natin ang questions. Nawala ang questions. Pasensya na po. Yun, nakita ko na po. Halimbawa, sige po. Test po natin. Test muna tayo, test. Nakabukas na po ba ang mga webcam? Parang konti pa lang nagbubukas ng webcam. Ang dami po natin, 40. 40 po. Ayan, nadadagdagan na siya. Hi, Ma'am Diana. Ating masugid from Wednesday. Sino pa bang from Wednesday? Hi, Sir Alfredo. Saan pong agency si Sir Alfredo? Sir Christopher from BFP, Sir Fernie, Sir Jose, si Director Jose. Ma'am Talia, DAPCC. Si Sir Redentor, kamusta po? Si Sir Pierre, Sir ba or Ma'am Pierre, SPDRRMO. NIA, LWUA, Local Water District po, tama po ba? Sige po, ayun, sige. Sir Cleo C. De Los Santos, BFP po. Sige po, taas po natin ating kamay. Magtatanong po ako. So, ibig sabihin po nito, ibababa niyo yung kamay niyo kung hindi totoo yung ginawa. So, halimbawa, never have I ever urinated in a public pool. So, bababa niyo yung kamay niya pag hindi niyo ginawa. Pagka ginawa niyo, taas lang. Okay po ba? Nakuha po ba? Si Ma'am Diana natatawa. May naalala ba kayo, Ma'am Diana? Sige po, sandali lang. Sige, ating question number 1. Sige, baka si Ma'am Diana kasi nakita na to eh. Sige, taas kamay. Taas ang mga kamay. Okay na po? First question, never have I ever joined a meeting. Ang suot ko lang pajama o kaya shorts during an online meeting. Taas ang kamay pagka naka-shorts lang, pero pag never niyong ginawa, baba ang kamay. Tignan ko nga, sandali. Patingin nga. Ay, karamihan. Talaga, Sir BFP Christopher, never kayo naka-shorts sa mga meeting? Ako, naka-dress. Sige po. Next question. Sige, karamihan pala sa atin ay ginawa na yon. Never have I ever pretended that my internet was down so I can avoid screen sharing. Ay. Sino pong hindi gumawa niyan at sinong gumawa? Naku, bistado na. Ang dami. Actually, konti lang pala. Sige po. Okay lang po. Pakatuwaan lang naman po ito. Huwag po kayong mag-alala. Wala pong hulihan dito. Ito lang ay katuwaan. Okay, game. Taas ulit kamay. Never have I ever skipped an audit assignment. Patingin nga ang mga kamay. May mga nakataas. Pero karamihan nakababa. Director Jose, parang di kayo sigurado. Parang gumano yung kamay. Director Jose, nakataas. Okay, game. Ulit. Sige, next. Never have I ever turned off my camera and slept during an online meeting. Patingin nga naman, hindi na ako mag-name names pero alam niyo na kung sino kayo nakataas ang kamay. Sige po. Mahirap yan kasi pag tinanong tapos natulog kayo, ano nga yung ganito, ganon. Naku, patay tayo. Okay. Next question. Taas ang mga kamay. Never have I ever went 24 hours without taking a bath. Ako ay nahihiyaman, pero yan ang katotohanan, nakataas ang aking kamay. Meron pala mga kapatid dito. Sir Christopher Apir. Apir, Ma'am Minda, Apir, Ma'am Angie, Sir Jose, at si Ma'am Talia. Okay, taas ang mga kamay ng mga walang ligo. Okay. Never have I ever declined to audit top management. Patingin nga po mga kamay. For the first time, unanimous, nakababa lahat ang kamay. Kasi hindi pwede bang gawin yon, Sir Sherwin? Decline na mag-audit ng top management? Nako. Meron ba repercussion yun? Sige, last 2 questions. Actually, 1 na lang kasi natanong ko na yung una. Okay, last question na po, taas na po. Never have I ever issued a non-conformity. Sino na nakapag-issue ng non-conformity? Si Ma'am Minda at saka si Ma'am Melba. Ano pong non-conformity yung na-issue niyo, Ma'am Minda at saka Ma'am Melba? Pwede po kayo mag-unmute.
We audit our regional centers kasi. Although meron silang sariling certification, they maintain their own management systems and they maintain their own certification. Sometimes we are requested to audit. Talagang pagka NC naman, nagbibigay talaga kami ng NC. Okay. Sa PCC kasi, pag internal audit, we don't classify major or minor. Pag NC.
Opo.
NC po.
NC talaga. Kayo, Ma'am Melba, sa DOLE naman po.
May deviation sa procedure.
Kahit slight lang ano?
Opo, may deviation.
May deviation talaga,
Opo.
NC talaga. Okay. Sige po, meron pa po bang gustong ibang mag-share na hindi nagtaas ng kamay? Sa ating YouTube, parang wala ba? Tingnan ko lang, check ko lang yung aking phone sa YouTube. Wala ba? Issue ng NC. Sige po, it is 1:02. Baka siguro, Sir Sherwin, may I ask if you are there po? Meron po ba kayong... Yes po, opo. Baka may mga katanungan po kayo or clarifications na balik lang po siguro ako dito dun sa natin. Chat. Sige, merong humabol kasi kanina for third-party audit, usually magkakasama ang auditees. Ito I think is sharing dun sa best practice. Usually magkakasama ang auditees together in a room, then ang remote ay ang third-party auditors. Okay. Sige, yun may pahabol na isang sharing kanina.
Okay, yeah.
So, baka po meron pa po kayong additional clarifications, insights, comments that you would like to share bago po tayo ulit mag-umpisa? O nagpapanghimagas pa rin po kayo? Kape, panghimagas at oras di peligro, 1:00 po ng hapon. So tatawa si Sir Cleo. Nakikita ko natatawa siya.
Nagla-lunch pa lang.
Relate. Ano po yan, Director Jose?
Nagla-lunch pa lang.
Nagla-lunch pa lang. Sige po, welcome po kayo.
Tayo eh.
Opo, ganun po talaga. Kasi work from home din at yung sa office, ganun din po talaga. Wow. Sige po. Sige, kung wala na po.
Maraming concerns kasi we are now preparing for our ISO external audit.
Okay po. Okay. Sige po. Meron lang ako last na isi-share, Sherwin, from YouTube. From NIA, National Irrigation Administration Region 1 sa YouTube. We have conducted internal quality audit to a section which was on lockdown due to one of the auditees was a COVID-19 positive. Pero of course, already on quarantine na siya. So yun. Siguro baka may mga concerns kayo sa ganun, no? Yung may mga nag-positive na kailangan yung i-audit or part of the auditor. Yan. Siguro baka pwede natin i-discuss yun later. Sige po. How many na ba tayo sa sa YouTube? Sige, parang nag-92 po tayo kanina. And now I'm proud to say sa Zoom, we are maintaining 42, 43, 44 lang. Gumaganon lang po tayo. So we do appreciate po that you have stayed. And of course, this is a learning opportunity that should not be missed because this is a very relevant training course for remote audit which will benefit all of our agencies. Sige po, Sir Sherwin, you may proceed po.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay po.
Okay, so yes, so it's very important that we have to maintain safety during COVID-19. Now, I've experienced that as well, that na-move yung audit for like 2 times because of yun nga, lockdown sa aming organization. Of course, kapag may mga officials usually na nag-work on site and they will be required to go through 14 days quarantine. So, ang risk lang doon ay yung availability naman ng auditors, external auditors. So, you really have to meet halfway. There are times na nag-charge sila, pero pag na-justify naman ay they can waive the penalty. Okay? Sige, thank you for sharing on your experiences during your remote audit experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so let me share my screen and tuloy natin ang ating discussion. Okay. Share screen. Ayan, sige po. Okay, so this time we'll be discussing some of the ICTs that have been recommended by the IAAF and ISO. So we use, of course, laptops and desktops, no? So pag nasa bahay, well, it depends kung ano available sa atin, but definitely these are required gadgets or ICT devices. So what we just have to look at is their capabilities, like in terms of processing speed and also yung kanilang memories, because the more you multitask, let's say you will be showing some videos, if the memory is way too low, then you may also have some problem on the quality of the video being presented. So usually 4 gigabytes of RAM or random access memory is the minimum requirement, and let's say around 2.5 gigahertz for the processing speed. No, so it's important that for laptops, for instance, to maintain a good ventilation, because umiinit siya pagkatagalan. No, it's good thing with desktop is that it has its built-in fan. Although may fan din naman si laptop, pero it's not as efficient as the desktop. So you may use electric fans, or if you are in an air-conditioned room, much better to maintain the temperature of your laptops and desktops. So the maintaining temperature is 25 degrees or below, much better. Okay, others, sample ICT devices, we use this a lot of times, smartphones. No, based on my experience, yung mga senior auditees who are working from home, they use smartphones or their cell phones rather than using laptops. For some reasons, maybe hindi sila ganun familiar sa laptops, or maybe they're more into smartphones. That's what I've observed. No, I'm just not sure with other agencies, but most senior process owners are using smartphones during virtual audit, wherein they are located off-site or they're working from home. So si smartphone, it's good if you are just being interviewed, no, and if you have an assistant who's showing some documents, because one of the limitations of smartphone is that you cannot share documents in full capacity, meaning hindi mo ma-navigate yung mga documents as efficiently as you do it on laptop. No, the advantage naman of this one is, like, of course, it's more convenient because it's smaller. Excuse me. So yun naman yung convenience na part niya. But again, you need to weigh the convenience versus the risk. Baka naman sa convenience, bumagsak tayo because we're not able to provide the necessary documents. Smartphone is also very useful for the fact that you can use it to, let's say, scan over your environment. Let's say if you have 5S audit and you will be required to, let's say, navigate the room using your smartphone, then maganda po siya na gamitin. In that effect that you can relate how is a certain policy or procedure has been implemented into your workplace. Of course, you cannot do 5S at home, right? Kapag nag-audit ka, you could use this smartphone for, let's say, projecting live video feed if you are working on site. Okay siya. But if you're working from home, of course, you're not gonna show the area or your work area at home for 5S, for example. No? So yeah. Another tablets, of course, we use iPads and also mga Android devices in lieu of the desktop. I've seen also some media managers using using tablets in lieu of laptops because it's more handy. No, ang medyo concern lang dito is like you may have hard time typing if you are communicating. No, some are not really into typing directly onto the screen. For some reasons, mas gusto nila yung may keyboard. But for some, they just use it for, let's say, navigating and then clicking some information or clicking some links. It would be more convenient for them. So it's almost like a smartphone. The only difference is, the advantage is larger in screen, no? And the latest gadgets are equipped with higher resolution camera and higher processing feeds, which will allow you to make remote auditing more convenient and more efficient in a way of projecting certain videos with higher quality. Okay, another is mga browsers natin. We have to ensure that our browsers are updated. So always look on the updates usually nasa settings yan ng ating browser. Sometimes it pops up if there is a new version for that effect, so that it would make your browsing experience better. So of course, if you update your browser, it comes through with a hardware requirement, because if you have to update it, then it's either it updates the security or maybe it updates the processing speed. Sometimes it requires also hardware aspect. So if you upgrade, then you check then kung kaya ba ng iting hardware requirement. Examples, yung memory, no? So if you upgrade the OS, the operating system, or the browser, for instance, it will require more memory. So examples of the commonly used browsers, Chrome. I think ito yung pinakagamitin. And then we have the Apple Safari for those who are using Mac, and then the Mozilla Firefox are also common. Then the new one from the Internet Explorer, which is now called the Edge. No, it's also being used for remote auditing purposes. Okay, now in terms of video conferencing software, of course, majority of us are using Zoom. No, I've used this myself. I find it more convenient if I am doing it for webinar purposes. No, for excuse me, while Zoom can create some breakout rooms, unfortunately, hindi niya kayang i-preserve yung mga chat histories. So for in terms of auditing, medyo may challenge siya for compartmentalization. But if you are just broadcasting, let's say through opening meeting or maybe through closing meeting, just broadcast the results, this one is more user-friendly than the rest. Now, ang issue lang dito is you cannot create multiple offices and then backtrack the archive documents from there. Hindi niya kaya yon. Same goes with Google Meet. No, although this is free, right? You could go directly to the website of Google Meet and then go to a specific link. You may create individual breakout rooms, pero ang hassle lang sa kanya is link-based siya. So the disadvantage is that if you have too many links, it will create confusion among process owners, lalo na yung mga seniors. They were not able to memorize a lot of links. No? Ayan. And then another one is Cisco WebEx. I have not tried this full yet, but this is just an option. But I've been using Microsoft Teams or MS Teams. No, among these, I find MS Teams to be more secured in a way that you can, other than you are using a organization email just to log into your MS account. It adds a more security layer for external participants. So ang disadvantage lang naman nito being too secured, medyo nahihirapan yung mga external emails or let's say external auditors who are using different emails to get into your platform. Although there are security controls, but you have to communicate still with the IT or the main admin just to get in. No, so medyo hassle siya sa part na yon. The good thing with MS Teams is that you can create multiple channels. I'll show you a sample later on, no, which will be more compartmentalized for you to manage the different rooms, and you can assign parang breakout rooms din siya. I think some of you are using MS Teams, and based on my experience in terms of auditing, this one is better compared to the other rest. No, but of course they have their own strengths and weaknesses. But for auditing purposes, I find MS Teams to be more efficient for internal audit. Okay. In lieu of the conferencing tools, no, teleconferencing tools and platforms, ito yung mga alternative na ginagamit, right? So Messenger, we're very used with this one. Ang issue lang with Facebook Messenger is that it's quite hard to navigate through, let's say, messages or exchanges of messages. Lalo na pag may mga mahaba na yung thread, it's quite hard to like look at the previously posted information. So for GC, okay siya pag real-time updates, but for audit, maybe okay ito pag one-on-one audit. Pero pag group audit ito, medyo mahirap maghanap ng files. Same goes with Viber, ganun din yung issue. Medyo mahirap na rin maghanap ng files na na-upload sa first part if you're doing it for group purposes. Now, all of these are efficient if you're doing it for individual audits, like one-to-one, 1:1, auditor and auditing, you exchange files in lieu of the Microsoft Office or Microsoft MS Teams or the other teleconferencing software. Ngayon, alternatively, kung wala talaga, then you could use SMS, no? You could text, it's still accepted. Remember that the context of virtual audit is to find flexible or to use flexible modalities for you to attain the audit objectives. So at the least, it's like you have to use SMS or your text to communicate with your auditee. Acceptable pa rin po siya. Okay, of course, we need to have storage and digital files. No, these are the most popular ones that we use. We have the Google Drive. No, if you have a Google account, this one is complimentary, and if you're using a corporate account, there is no limit per se. No, but if you're using a personal email, it can be as much as 15 gigabytes. This one is Dropbox, and then this one is Box, and then This one is SharePoint by Microsoft. If you're using Microsoft Office or Microsoft Teams, this one is also complementary. Ito naman ay complementary for Google Meet. So I myself, I've been using both Google Drive and SharePoint, and the rest I've tried them, pero mas user-friendly itong dalawa. That's just my opinion. Ngayon, other hardware that we use in terms of use for observation purposes, no? If you're an auditor and you would like to, let's say, see how does it look like in the operation, like an on-site, you may use surveillance cameras. These surveillance cameras are connected to internet so that they can be fed directly to your, let's say, teleconferencing softwares or platforms, or they can be shared through your smartphone. So surveillance cameras are used for observing, let's say, if a certain procedure has been met, if a certain policy, let's say in 5S, has been implemented, and all that kind of things. No? So these ones are used for, lalo na sa industry, wherein they have to audit the manufacturing firm, or maybe a certain section of the manufacturing section or the production area. You have to check kung naggagawa ba yung mga controls and procedures. So these are widely used. Sa context ng mga government agencies, you can use this for 5S audits, no? And also, implementation of 5S, and maybe in terms of checking the customer satisfaction of your customers kung merong mga on-site visitors or customers. Other sample ICTs, hardware, of course, this is advanced, no? Autonomous robots, they're using in the first world countries like the US and Japan and other countries who are using autonomous robots. So this autonomous robots, basically, they can roam around using AI, naka-program siya, and it would follow you through, no? And the one who's on the other side is maybe can be working from home or working off-site. And from there, there's somehow a feel of a contact, no? Contact because it's physically located near you, but virtually siya communicating to you. So the advantage is that there's still an assurance of safety. Disadvantage lang ito is the costing. No, this definitely would cost a lot of money, to hundred thousands to millions of pesos if you have to procure them. So maybe it's still a work in progress for us to come up with autonomous robots as a modality for our audit purposes. Another devices used are drones or autonomous unmanned vehicle or aerial unmanned vehicles, right? So drones are used to like capture satellite images. No, kapag open air siya, you could use it to, let's say, if you would like to guide the auditor to like show how the plantation is being observed, what are the procedures being observed in the plantation or an open area in the grounds, no, or into the buildings, no. So this one can be used in external. Mind you that drones can also be used indoors, no, lalo na kung maluwang yung mga spaces natin like sa warehouse or sa manufacturing areas. But again, advantage nito is like it can navigate freely. The disadvantage is that you need to get some permits, no, permits to your local barangays or local government units for you to fly drones in open air. This one naman sa internal, of course, the advantage is that it can navigate on behalf of the auditor. The disadvantage is that it's prone to unexpected technical breakdown, because there are cases na hindi mo makita agad yung mga different angles. So if you do it indoor, there's a great chance that it would fall off because of unexpected mga obstacles hindi natin makita sa screen. So other than these devices are quite expensive as well. Maybe they range from around 10,000 or more, depending on the resolution and also the battery strength and other added features such as GPS and location-enabled services ng drones. They're also expensive and quite hard to maintain. No. Also, if you're using these technologies and if you are undergoing ISO 9001 certification, they may be subjected for calibration because they require accurate location, right? So yun yung mga disadvantages naman niya. So you have to ensure that if you're using drones for the sake of virtual audits, then you also have to consider their maintenance and calibration. Okay, another software being used for remote audit are the simulation software. There are different simulation software that come along with a certain equipment that you are using. No? So this equipment, they come up with a built-in software wherein it projects the virtual capacity or features of a particular equipment. For instance, this one is a robot used in a particular operation or manufacturing section. This one is using 2014 3D Create. It will show how, for example, a certain procedure has been conducted for the manufacturing process or of a particular company. So this is just one. Another one is showing the simulation of, let's say, the manufacturing section of another company, but in a larger perspective. No, so there are a lot of simulation software that goes along with the equipment that you will purchase. So may mga brands yan like Siemens and a whole lot more that comes along. Complementary siya sa mga equipment na ginagamit natin. But in the government agencies, we don't usually use simulation software. We just settle for, let's say, mass surveillance cameras. Even drones were using that. No, but this one is was still work in progress on how would we able to convert the virtual format of our organizational structure or the different offices that we have. Okay. Another aspect that we need to consider and feasibility is that we have to ensure that both the auditors and the auditee are competent. So importante po yan. So if we're using, let's say, if we establish that we'll be using, let's say, MS Teams, then everyone should be familiar with MS Teams. You should know how to navigate. So usually whenever you schedule an audit, there should be a dry run, like at least 1 or 2 days or 3 days before the audit, and ensure that you have appropriate controls and as well as access to different areas on the platform. So it would make your audit more meaningful and more convenient. Another is you need to consider if you have to do it on site, no? Meaning you could go on site, but there's no human interaction. You could just, same goes with the audit methods that I mentioned earlier in ISO 19011. You could go on site with no human interaction. That's possible, no? Or you could work off site and do the remote audit, meaning you could work from home, or maybe you would be auditing someone. You're working from home as an auditor, and you're auditing someone who's located in a different location. So pwedeng ganon. So these are considerations. But again, our primarily goal is to ensure safety and sustainability. And whichever the platform or methodology we'll be using, it has to be agreed upon during the planning phase. Okay, so with that, I said we need to agree, no? So in reference to convenience, in reference to the risks associated, and what do you have technically? So again, don't limit the technologies that you will be using. You have to have alternatives, no? If you say you will be using MS Teams, then maybe if it doesn't work, then you could go Google Meet, pwede po yan. Or you could use SMS, or you could use Messenger and all that. So it's all about your agreement and whatever is more convenient for you. Most importantly, you have to ensure that you have an online connection. It's quality and with stability. I mentioned this one earlier. Okay. Another issue that we need to address is the CSDP, as they call it. No? So CSDP stands for confidentiality, security, and data protection. In most readings, we interchange these terms. No? But in a matter of, let's say, defining them, actually, iba yung mga terms nila, but maybe we can dissect them more. So when we say confidentiality, it's more about what is the status or what is the state of a particular file. Is it confidential? Is it a secret, or it has to be kept private? So we're talking about here, we're describing the document per se. Now when we talk about security, we're talking about what is the state of that particular file to be free from danger or threat. So here comes the external factor. Now, so how do we describe a certain documents to be free from external threat? Then it becomes security. I mean, the term security will apply. No? So again, confidentiality is like the basic term. You have to define here if it's confidential, private or not. Then security is like you able to describe that file to be away from the threats. No? So sometimes they are interchangeable, but in the context of data privacy, medyo ano siya, mas complex yung definition of security. Now here comes data protection. So data protection, sometimes they call it information protection. No? Information and data is also interchange. Data is like any quantitative measurements or any state or any variable, no, that can be considered in your audit. So an objective evidence can be a data. However, if this particular data is useful for your audit, then it's called information. No, yun po yung difference ng data and information. Now, in the context of data privacy, data protection, it's like the holistic management of these different files, data, information, and to be compliant with regulatory and statutory requirements. So that's data protection. So whatever policies that you have in place, procedures, different guidelines that you think will enhance confidentiality and security, then it's called data protection. Okay, so yun po yung overall management po natin. All right, so the very basic or the basic regulation that we have in the Philippines is the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Of course, I'm not going to discuss the details, but at least we should be aware, no, about the provisions of these guidelines or Republic Act 10173. Now, this should be included as your basis in establishing the confidentiality clause of your audit. So both auditor and the auditee should agree to comply with this one. No, and it has to be explicitly stated in your audit plans. Okay. Okay, some of the provisions of the data privacy and the context of auditing, there should be no recording of sound and images. Okay, not unless you agreed explicitly. Okay, yan. But if there's no agreement, then it's by default no recording, no screenshotting. Okay, obtain authorization to use people's images. So it's essential that you have to get permission. And if you get permission, then you have to give credit as well. If you have lifted it from the website, you have to put in reference to the original author.
Sir Sherwin, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir Sherwin, sorry. Pasensya na po. May humahabol pong question kasi doon sa previous nyo na topic. What if not all the ICT equipment are available, and how can we still manage an effective remote audit for internal quality audit? Sorry, bahaba. Ulitin ko ba? Sige.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay po.
Yeah, at the very least we have phones. I tried that already myself. I use phone to call the participant, and then I ask them to upload the file using their cell phone and their messenger and through Messenger and Viber. I think yun yung very least na pwede nating magawa. And I find it somehow somehow nairaos ko naman yung audit ko when I was with Sorsogon, no? I've done that. I use a mobile phone to call the participant. I just made sure na naka-unli data ako or unli call ako. And then I could call them. Then I'll ask them to take a picture of this document and upload it into the messenger. And I think it would work. At least the very, kung yun na talaga yung last resort po natin.
Sir, last na lang. Can AI be used in remote auditing?
Yes, definitely. Robots, the one that I've shown you, are basically based on AI. Drones are also based on AI. Lahat ng mga autonomous gadgets natin, even smartphones, are using AI. So AI per se is a very complex term, no? When you say AI, it's like how you're able to make a machine to behave like a human. So yes, you could use that in hardware. You could also use it to improve in your software. Some of my researchers are more into AI on how would we be able to automate yung pag-collect or pag-analyze ng mga audit findings to automatically classify them based on the specific clause, no, kung saan siya mag-apply. So I've done that research myself. So yes, you can do that.
Sige po. Sige, thank you, sir. Sige po, reminders lang po siguro while I'm on the question na rin. So if you have any other queries po, you may type na lang po as is po. Sige po, wala pong problema. And any comments or suggestions, and then I will relay po kay Sir Sherwin. Thank you, sir. Go ahead po.
Thank you, ma'am. Ayan. So it's also important that you have your own data privacy officers or data protection officers in place in your organizations, no? Lalo na kung nasa ICT sector tayo or on the IT side. Of course, to ensure that all data and information being shared to external parties are, compliant with the data privacy law. So in any issues that you think that, or any violations you think na nangyari, lalo na if there's an external agency involved or external auditors, then a DPO may intervene into this process. Okay? Or kung wala tayong DPO, then at least your IT officers. ICT may not be used for security reasons. So this should be explicitly discussed also during your opening meeting. Let's say an auditor would have to have access on your confidential files. Let's say gusto nyo makita yung mga AOM, then you may explicitly say that there should be recording, or you may not use online platforms at all. No, pwedeng ganon. You could just state that onto your audit, into your objectives or into your confidentiality clause, and maintindihan yan ng external bodies or external certifying bodies. Sa part naman natin sa internal audit, we could also apply that in our organization. If they say that this particular document is confidential, then we would respect the confidentiality of that document. Okay? Basically, audit is focusing on process or in the procedures and systems, input, process, output. Yun lang naman tinitignan po natin. And we ensure na satisfy the regulations and the customer demands or requirements and the international standards, and okay na siya, compliant na siya, as long as there's an evidence of implementation and documentation without looking into the details of a particular document. Okay, agreements may be in a form of record, procedure, or email. So again, no, it's important that we have to revisit our conduct of audit, lalo na pag sa when you ask questions, no. So any agreement should be documented through, let's say, a procedure, or maybe you could communicate through email. The agreement should be discussed during opening meeting. I said this a lot of times. No, whenever you conduct a virtual audit, you need to specify this confidentiality clause to ensure that both of you agreed, no, on the terms. Let's say you have to define ano yung mga specific layers of documents that they can assess or they can access. No, kailangan ma-define natin yan. Prevent the access and retention of more than documented information that it would in normal face-to-face audit. You know, this is the downside of beauty, and at the same time the downside of virtual auditing. No, kasi you're at the convenience of your home, and you can ask as much as your questions in place. You're quite confident because you are at the convenience of your house, right? So ang chance niyan is like you tend to ask a lot of questions. But again, being as an auditor, we have to put on a certain caution in here, because as a part in the audit, baka we're asking too much information or too much data from them. No, so there is a common practice in auditing that avoid nitpicking, so avoid asking unnecessary questions. So same goes with a virtual audit. So avoid asking too much information or too much document, kasi you know the reason why we're doing a virtual audit, it's of course in consideration of the COVID-19 threats or whatsoever. So check natin, baka naman nasusobrahan na yung pag-ask natin ng documents. Okay, some advanced organizations who can afford virtual private networks, these are recommended. No, so basically you will connect through a VPN or like a security layer network, and then there is an encryption, no, para ma-secure yung communication ninyo. And to prevent hacking and unauthorized entries, or other encryption-enabled system if possible. So you may contact your IT if you have such, no, if you can procure such a VPN, so that your communication, even with external auditors, will be kept private. Okay, karamihan sa mga international organizations, they have VPN. Okay. Another one is that if you're auditing and you're done with it, then you need to delete the files. Okay, this should be agreed also during the opening meeting, that all files to be collected, screenshot or video files, should be removed. Okay, remove access to any documented information not required to be retained as objective evidence. Sometimes we give access to, let's say, Google Docs, Google Files, and then restrict it to certain email. Right after the audit, you need to remove them, remove their access. No, pwede na silang tanggalin. So it's a must that we have to do it in practice, because you know, hindi natin alam if they get hacked also, or someone will be using another person is using their email, and they could see some confidential information. So proactively, i-remove natin yung access nila right after the audit. Use other audit methods if possible. So as I said earlier, we have to be very flexible. No, it's not all the time that we have these technologies in place. maybe we have them pero hindi niya kaya yung bandwidth, the internet connectivity is too slow, and other factors. So we have to be very flexible. All right, so other than the CSDP, then there's also what we call the risk assessment as part of the audit program. So I know we heard this a lot of time, recent opportunity, registers, mga ganyan, no? Based on our experience, sometimes it's being overlooked by some process owners. They find it time consuming. Yeah, I have to be honest, no? They find it time consuming because other than they worry about their PPMPs, their procurement, and their operation, their customer satisfaction, sometimes namimiss ito. It's because it's new with the ISO 9001 2015 version na explicitly na require ang risk and opportunity assessment and all that. So reflecting with the audit process, unfortunately, it's still part, no, of our auditing process. Basically, nasa planning stage ito. So here, we need to identify the risk in achieving our audit objectives. So the reason why we conduct audits, for instance, for remote audit, is because we have an objective. It's either we check if the QMS has been implemented successfully, or maybe you would like to see if there are some areas for improvement, or maybe you would like to see if you have closed the previous findings. No? Pwedeng ganun yung mga objective natin. So whenever you conduct these audits, then first thing in mind is that you have to consider ano yung objective na kailangan nating magawa. And later on, assess if a remote audit can do that objective. So if yes, then we can proceed. Next is that whenever you do the virtual audit, you need to determine the specific processes, activities, or sites that should be audited. So processes, ano yung mga offices, sections, divisions na kasama, no? Ano yung mga activities, let's say, ano yung mga procedures na ginagawa sa isang office, we could look into that, no? Or maybe the specific sites or location that we have to look at. Okay, so again, one organization or one unit may be unique from the other, so you have to explore other modalities for that effect. Next is risk assessment should be documented for each audit involving all auditors. So again po, no, prior to the audit, it's a good practice that the auditors themselves can go through a meeting and then share their expectations and maybe some questions or issues about the conduct of our remote audit. So from here, you collect as much information on their particular issues they have, and then later on you brainstorm the risk ratings and in terms of probability and maybe in terms of severity or impact, and later on come up with a certain control mechanisms on how to mitigate this risk. Okay, any arrangements should be documented and communicated to the auditee. So any issues that you have found on your planning, in your risk assessment planning, you need to communicate with the auditee so that you could make the proper arrangements. Example, excuse me, you have issues on using a certain platform which the auditee has, then that's already a risk. So the risk is that there could be a miscommunication or you're not able to audit at all. So lahat ng mga yan dapat communicate in such a way that you could meet halfway and conduct the audit more effectively. The next phase of the recommendation by the EF and ISO is that in audit planning, there should be some considerations or recommendations that we can take. In audit planning, the result of risk assessment provides basis for designing what processes to be audited under what ICT. So kung na-define na natin sa risk assessment, inventory, and feasibility of the different ICT devices, this could form part of our decision already, whether to pursue this particular ICT or this particular process or this particular if this particular modality, kung remote ba tayo or on-site ba, yan, mga ganong factor. So in case of high-risk situation, no, take note that if it's high risk, meaning high risk, like in a sense of high cost, or maybe it could be detrimental to safety of people, or maybe it has an impact or potential to violate certain data privacy law, then wag nating ituloy, no? Ang virtual audit, rather, we have to do it on site. So yun yung takeaway niya, that if it's high risk, no, then we shouldn't do the virtual audit at all. Other potential situations should have appropriate measures and must be included in the audit plan. So whatever remote auditing methods, the audit objectives must be realized. So it's very important that the reason why we're doing a virtual audit is because it's for convenience, no? But most importantly, we do this in convenience in relation to the objective So at the end of the day, we still have to assess, na-meet ba natin yung objective? So if virtual audit you think is the best way to do it, to achieve that objectives, then we have to pursue that. Okay, now these are some of the recommended platforms that we can do relative to the expected audit activities, now according to the guidelines. Okay. All right. In terms of opening and closing meetings, no, we can use phone call or video conference or with web meetings. For example, MS Teams, Zoom, and all that. I think all of these are feasible. So at least at minimum, pag wala talaga, then phone call, I mentioned earlier. Okay, the audit plan, no, when you create your audit plan, when you formulate the audit plan, you conduct the review, no, and at different stages into that, you can use the same. I think doable naman to. In my practice, I use Google Docs, no, and then I just have to share them the link to among auditors, and then they give feedback, no, whether they will agree to this particular schedule or not. Next is intermediate conclusions report. So if there are some conclusions that you have to go through with a particular report, and you would like to brainstorm, no, so audit report ninyo, you could do that as well, like the same way that you do the audit planning and using video conferencing tools. Audit team intermediate meetings. So yeah, you could call unplanned meetings, pwede rin using video conferencing, or you could call them through phones. No. Another factor is people working from home or offsite. So we know that video conferencing with screen share, no, we have these features already in Zoom, Google Meet, and MS Teams, etc. Another one is processes or activities where the audit objective is mainly the review of documents, explanatory information obtained through interview. Many of these activities are performed using shared devices and infrastructure that's a wide territorial range, such as water or energy transportation. So all of these time-inducing or effort-inducing activities, you could use video conferencing with screen share. All of these are available naman sa mga ginagamit na natin. Mobile or fixed video cameras can also be used, like surveillance cameras, access to video monitoring offsites. Another one is for particular situations wherein we might be needing the expertise of technical experts, no? Pwede pa rin natin silang i-involve. Video conference is still possible, real-time images, screen sharing, asynchronous document, and data review. When you say asynchronous document, it's something that they can upload to a certain area or a certain drive, and then later on you could access. Now, asynchronous meaning hindi real-time yung pag-share ng data. Meaning you can review it anytime. No? Ayan. The next recommendation on the audit realization, meaning there should be certain steps or provisions on how would be able to realize the audit objectives. So we need to confirm all changes. No, let's say in your opening meeting, you have to describe what is your preferred ICT. Okay, are we going to stick with Zoom? Are we going to stick with MS Teams? Are we going to use Google Drive and all that? So dapat ito ay na-establish. Next, we have to establish the CDSP concerns, the confidentiality data and CSDP concerns, should say, security, confidentiality, security, and data privacy or data protection concerns during the opening meeting and append in the audit plan. So anything na hindi nag-agree between you and the auditee, then i-document natin. Change natin real time while you're doing the opening meeting. When interviewing, record the name and function of the interviewed people and the information being retained. So again, when you do the audit, you have to remind them of what you are taking down, no? What information you will be obtaining. You have to be very explicit. If you can type it on the chat box, or if you can voice it out through through a video conferencing app, much better, no? So that it would be explicitly relayed to your auditee. Okay, so it's a must that you need to obtain the name and the function of the one being interviewed for documentary purposes. So it's almost similar naman with the way that we do it off-site, but this time you have to be very careful because of data privacy considerations. Now, while you're doing the audit, you need to verify statement of facts against evidence. So we are also doing this in off-site, no, in physical or face-to-face audit. So you need to confirm, is this may I have a copy of your quality objectives? And can I have an evidence that you have met the target for, let's say, second quarter 2021? Yeah. So you always have to voice it out, or if you could type it at the same time, much better. Okay? Because again, there are barriers in communication through virtual audits. So kailangan nating ma-document yan. Emails should be kept confidential on certain level of confidentiality. Emails should be kept on a certain level of confidentiality. So it's some of the common practice of organizations is they put a disclaimer at the end of the email, saying that if you are not the intended recipient, then you have to disregard this, compliance with Data Privacy Act. So you put that in a disclaimer to protect yourselves from unauthorized use of your emails, or of your email, of your communication emails. There should be no noise disturbance. So if you're working on site and your auditor is working from home, you have to ensure, being as the auditee, for instance, you have to ensure the area is free from noise or untoward disturbances. Of course, is a respect for the auditor or for the auditee, in such a way to make your auditing experience more efficient and more effectively conducted. During break, everyone should be on mute and camera off. So I think we've done that earlier. Ideally, we have to turn off our cameras and put on mute, of course, in compliance with data privacy. Because we don't know who are on the other side of the online connectivity. We don't know who are looking at our screens. So it's a must that we have to turn off and mute. Okay. Now, if you are navigating through a certain area, in a particular process or a section, you may ask for a floor plan so that you will be guided. Now, let's say you conduct 5S audit and you would like to see how is it implemented into a particular work area. Meron ba siyang infographics? Meron ba siyang mga stickers? Meron ba siyang mga stickers put onto floors, to indicate a specific location? Meron ba siyang mga caution signals, etc., etc.? You may use a floor plan. You may ask a floor plan for you to be guided, kung nasaan na siya. So at here, you will visualize kung anong samples ang titignan natin, and it would make your auditing experience more convenient. Evidences should be recorded as agreed upon. So as I said earlier, you may not be able to take screenshots or videos, not unless it's explicitly agreed upon. Observe small breaks to stretch legs and relax eyes. So it's a must, that we take computer screen break, na tinatawag, because sitting on computer for a long time and absorbing the UV rays, it's very tiresome for us, lalo na pag tumatanda na tayo, so we have to request for spontaneous breaks if possible, CR breaks or comfort room breaks, to make us more relaxed and of course para maiwasan yung mga physical strains natin. Okay, next is, if possible, request for interruptions to analyze the data being presented. So okay lang that if, let's say, you've been given a voluminous data or document, you ask, can I have 15 minutes or 5 minutes for me to inspect or to check your documents? Pwede po yan. Okay, you just have to ask directly from the auditee. Network downtime, unexpected interruptions, or delays should not be counted as audit time. Take note, pag merong interruption, well, it's a must that we have to extend. Hindi dapat siya part ng ating audit time. So if, let's say, may interruption of, let's say, 1 hour, then we need to adjust 1 hour. So I think this one is being observed in external bodies. So maybe we could do the same in internal audit. Propose an alternative make-up audit schedule. So yeah, so if, let's say walang signal, or let's say bumagyo or for whatever reasons, and interrupt yung buong araw ng audit, then you could reschedule a make-up audit for that effect. Okay, the last part of the recommendation is on audit conclusion. Okay, so audit report should clearly state the extent of use of ICT, as well as the effectiveness of its use in achieving audit objectives. So after your audit report, you could put some remarks or conclusions kung effective ba ang paggamit ng ICT, and if you could put some recommendations on how to enhance it further, much better. The report should indicate those processes that could not be audited and should have been audited on site. Based on your experience, whichever process that you have struggled to obtain objective evidence, then you could put that in your recommendation. That for this particular process, example, janitorial services, maybe hindi siya possible for an offsite audit, or work from home audit. Maybe it has to be done on site or something like that. So depende sa context ng organization. So in your audit conclusions in your audit report, you could put that as part of your observation para next time ay ma-improve natin yung remote auditing natin. This information is important for the decision process and subsequent audits. So being the audit manager, you need to keep this as your learnings now and put this on your recent opportunity registers, because these are potentially will maybe potentially become issues, and there could be some risks and opportunities associated, and they should be mitigated and controlled. Feedback from the audit team regarding the use of ICT should be given to the audit manager. So you may also ask the auditors about their experiences, and also the auditee, how was it, and then they could provide you insights on how would you improve moving forward. I think this is a basic requirement sa ISO 9001 that we have to keep on improving, and customer satisfaction and feedback is one of the tools through that perspective. The audit program manager should use this feedback to update the risks and opportunities previously identified. So again, it is expected that being a project or audit manager or the team leader, it is important that you have to maintain a risk and opportunity registers, and all learnings that you had should be documented moving forward. Okay, any questions so far with remote auditing guidelines by IAF and ISO 9001?
Meron po bang mga katanungan? Sir Sherwin, oras de peligro, 1:54. Kakakain lang kasi. Kasi ako'y kakatapos ka lang magkape. Baka po meron kayong mga sir, baka meron ka dyang experience na gustong i-share sa pag-conduct ng ng audit, kasi yung kanina naisip ko yung audit realization, parang ang rigid niya, sir, nung mga kailangang sundan na recommended na mga procedures for doing the audit. Parang ang rigid niya, sobrang rigid niya, lalo na yung confidentiality sa emails. Tapos naisip ko lang si G Drive. Parang from what I remember also when we were talking earlier, na parang mas maganda, may nire-recommend ka na MS Teams, no? Tama po ba, sir? Oo. So yun, yung sa confidentiality, I think it will be a challenge, but I think yung mga audit teams would be on guard na lang siguro in cases of confidentiality. Kailangan lang talagang listo lang, no, sir? Tama po ba? Baka meron kayong gustong i-share na mga experience nyo, sir?
Yes.
On auditing?
Yes, ma'am. Meron tayo mamaya sa demonstration. I could show you some of the tools that we use. No, you may consider later on.
Sige po. Sabi naman ni Ma'am Melba ng Dole, understood naman. Salamat, ma'am. We are just checking on you. Kaway-kaway po. Baka sige po. Pa-turn on na lang po na ating mga webcams. Okay lang po ba para makita namin ng inyong mga magaganda at poging mga mukha? Sige. Sige, kaway lang po muna tayo. Sige, ganyan lang po. Taas po tayong kamay. Counting kaway-kaway. Taas. Baba po ulit. Taas. Baba po ulit. Yan. Sabi nga po sa Itbulaga, kaway-kaway, baka ma-stroke. At galaw-galaw. Sige, Sir Sherwin, go ahead po.
Okay. Thank you. So we're done with the basic principles and guidance for conduct of remote audit. Basically, those are recommendations, no? Ngayon, are we going to do them? Well, it's up to you. It all depends on you. But at minimum, we have to be compliant, no, with data privacy law and other internal policies that we have, so that we make our virtual audit more meaningful. So these are some of the examples, preparation and implementation approaches according to the guidelines, no? Using the principle of plan, do, check, act, we can do the same thing in virtual audit. Okay, so for instance, in terms of planning, so unang gagawin natin is that we need to conduct a feasibility study. Meaning, is it feasible for you to do the virtual audit? So one way to do that is that maybe you could conduct an inventory of the ICT. No? Another one is maybe you have to consider yung competence ng mga ating staff. So a lot of factors. So later on, we will have a sample workshop for this effect. Another one is that being the audit manager, you need to update the recent opportunity registers. I know we've been talking about this for quite a long time, but this time we have to update them to include virtual auditing. No? Ano ba yung mga risks natin na involved? Data privacy, unavailable computers or ICT devices. We have issues on internet connectivity, etc., etc. So yun ang pwede nating ilagay based on the feedback of the auditees and the audit team. So I put here a link, no? tinyurl.com. Ma'am, can you share this? Okay, I'll share this one.
Pa-copy-paste, sir, siguro sa chat box.
Okay, sige ma'am. Medyo ayaw yatang mag-chat. Okay.
Sa chat box na lang, sir. Oh.
Okay. Kindly access this file. Later on, we will have a workshop, no? Mini workshop, at least for us to be familiar. So if you go to the web, to the link, ito siya. Okay. So I put here a sample feasibility and recent opportunity register. Now, so we'll start first with feasibility. Now, mamaya I'll discuss what is this for. So basically, sa planning stage natin, we have to identify, is it feasible for us to do the audit? So in consideration of the IAF and ISO guidelines, we can assess kung possible na siya. Okay, I will discuss this in details later on sa ating learning activity. Another one is that you have to have a recent opportunity register. Now, so you may consider this template. I know you already have your templates in place in terms of recent opportunity registers, but in reference to the virtual auditing, ang context natin is like, is the ICT that we're going to use available? Does it have an impact? Meron bang costing involved that it has effect on data privacy, etc., etc. So all of this should be considered. No, mamaya will go through this one. So I'll give you further instructions, no, pagdating dito. But I would just like to capture that in terms of planning, dapat meron tayong maganitong documents because pagdating sa external audit, they would ask, how would you able to assess the risk of auditing virtually?
Sir Sherwin, sorry, excuse me po. Yung slide niyo po parang hindi po nagmo-move. Hindi
sorry.
Hindi po siya naka-presentation. Opo.
Ganun ba? Sorry.
Opo. Share screen na lang po ulit.
Okay po, sige.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sige. Sorry, akala ko naka-share. Ayan. So, ayun po, no? So, I just gave you a rundown about how does it look like for you to do a feasibility study. This is just a sample, no? It's not prescriptive per se, but it's based on the guidelines. Ito yung mga pwede nating i-consider. Right? So, maybe in terms of consideration, confidentiality, security, and data privacy, ICT use in terms of people, operations, and complexity, no, ng ating audit process. On the right side is a sample recent opportunity register that you may want to integrate with your existing recent opportunity registers. So what is new with this one is that it has the context of ICT. No? Anong ICT device na meron tayo? Does it have an impact to your organization? Does it have an impact to your customers? To regulations like data privacy? Does it have an impact in terms of costing, maintenance, mga ganang issues, no? And other than the risk, of course, you need to identify the opportunities if you would able to mitigate the risk. So opportunities may be possible. So later on, we will have a workshop on this one. So we created here different tabs for you to navigate, no? So sa feasibility, i-define lang naman natin if let's say anong level or what is the percentage of feasibility, and we'll get the average here. Then whatever the result, we have to like look on ano yung conclusions or what is the effect on our decision making. No, yeah, I'll discuss this in details mamaya sa ating workshop. Okay, so this is just a tool, sample tool on how would we able to conduct feasibility and risk assessment in terms of implementing a virtual or remote audit. Okay, sige. So I'll continue po with my slide. Don't worry, I'll discuss that later on in details po. Okay, so when you're done with the planning, the risk assessment, feasibility study, then we need to communicate with the top management, the process owners, and stakeholders on audit options. So if we think that it's high risk to conduct a virtual audit, then we have to go on site, no? Controlled on site. Ensure availability of ICT and competence of people, and we have to be tech savvy. Unfortunately, requirement po yan ni virtual audit that we have to be flexible, and we should be knowledgeable about the use of different platforms, no? Lalo na if we are the process owner, because we have to share different files and documents virtually. Another recommendation is we have to be visual. So if you notice, when you are visual, of course, you have to show certain charts, pictures, or videos, and other visual aids. So sa context natin as auditor, you may encourage your auditee to prepare this ahead, no? In terms of procedures, documented, translated into figures, no? Or infographics, that's better because the attention span whenever you do virtual audit is quite limited. So pag may mga may mga visual presentation tayo, it would make your auditing more meaningful. And of course, be secure and be safe. So secure in compliance with the data privacy. Take note of sharing the file to a specific person. And I mentioned this a lot of times sa CSDP section, no? We have to explicitly define the confidentiality clause. Be safe in a way that, of course, we have to prioritize our health. No? So do not go on site if you think that you are in danger. So it's a must that you have to consider that. Okay, going with the next step is the do phase. No? Sa guidelines, sinabi niya, ito yung mga sample na mga ginagawa natin, and did it change basically in reference to the virtual audit or not? So tignan natin. So on this left side, you will see here the different practices or activities that we do on site. So ito yung mga before pandemic, no? And then sa kanan naman ay ito yung mga expected activities when we do the remote audit. So we're going to compare. So based on the analysis of ISO and AF, did it change or did it not change? Yun yung context niya, no? So number one, so usually when we do the audit, lalo na if there is a laboratory that we have to visit, no? Laboratory or work area that we have to inspect if a certain procedure or process has been implemented, then we request, no? We request to have an access to the laboratory. Okay? Ito yung normal natin ginagawa. Maybe you could go there ahead of the actual audit time just to inspect. Pwede yan. Okay? Usually sa external audit, they call it stage 1 audits. Part ng stage 1 audit, they go through laboratories or work areas to inspect if the procedures are in place for, let's say, mga core processes. Usually mga core processes ang may mga laboratories or may mga operation area. Okay. Now, if you look at the right side, according to the guidelines, basically it didn't change, no? It didn't change. You can still request for advanced audit to laboratories, no? Okay. However, you have to do it virtually. So the audit host had still reserved the mutually agreed date. So basically, it's unchanged. No, you could still do the same thing with virtual audit. Okay. Second commonly practice activity pre-COVID is where you request to receive the following documents by email 1 week prior to the audit date, right? So before the actual audit, let's say stage 1 audit ng external body, they are requiring for quality policy, mga master plan, or let's say operational plan or strategic plan, list of current or approved procedures, no, mga supplier qualification questionnaire for the performance of our providers. Yeah, so all of these are also, other than that, may mga hinihingi pa like QMS manual, the recent opportunity registers, the results of your internal audit. Yeah. We usually ask this because it's their time consuming. Pagdating sa actual audit, if you didn't read this beforehand, it would eat a lot of your time. Yeah. So yun po yung bakit hinihingi ang mga documents na mga ito. Now, if you look at the right side, it seems it's unchanged. No, the documents can still be requested through email as originally requested. So essentially, wala naman palang pinagbago. It's just like the modality. Okay. Another expected activity from us is the opening meeting with the audit host and the audit team who are physically present in a meeting room. So this is what we've been doing before. Now, in terms of remote audit, basically still the same. Now, difference now is that there is a voice-over presentation either provided by the audit host remotely on the day of the audit or forwarded with the requested documentation 1 week prior to the audit. So as mentioned earlier, it's either you, both the auditor and auditee are working from home, possible po yun, or the auditee is working on site and the auditor is working from home or working off site, pwede po yun. Or si auditor ang nasa site but si auditee ay naka off-site. So it's either of the two, basta no human interaction. So yun lang naman yung context ng ating virtual audit, this perspective ng COVID-19. So as long as there is no human interaction, then we're safe. Okay, so that's the context ng opening meeting. It's almost the same. It's just like the platform that we're using. Meron tayong mga voice-over presentations for that effect. Number 4 is that, well, pagtapos na tayo ng opening meeting, we go to the actual visit na, right? So we do physical tour of the laboratories and sample storage areas to inspect, let's say, 5S and all that. Ayan, yun ang ginagawa natin before. Now with the COVID-19 and the prevalence of virtual audit, it's almost the same, but we will be using here virtual laboratory tour, either provided by the audit host or testing experts remotely in the day, provided to the requested documentation. So here, maybe we could be using surveillance cameras, maybe we could be using drones, pwede po yan, or if you have autonomous robots, you could roam around, good po yan, no? So, and also if you have virtual simulation software that will depict the operation in your process, then pwede rin po yan. So, ang difference is like you're using here technologies to like roam around and show the surroundings of the particular process or office. Number 5 that we do when we do the audit is the on-site documentation. No, so we do this to document as a result of our interview or document checking. No, so whether we check the quality management system procedures with the audit host or lead auditor who are physically present in the meeting room. So sample management, change deviation and corrective action, tinitignan natin yan. The results within or out of specifications, reporting and release, if you're checking clause 8.3, certification management, training record review for clause 7.2 for competence, computerized systems validation reports and operating procedures for clause 8.5, no, or 8.3. So tinitignan natin yan, meaning we ensure if the controls are being implemented. So here, pagdating sa remote audit, it's almost the same. The only difference is that there is a remote desktop review, meaning pwedeng mag-screen share, right? So here you screen share kung anong nakikita sa computer ni auditee, sa kanyang system, whether he's working on site, papakita lang niya, no? Testing experts of the audit host being present. The lead auditor may contact the audit host if necessary. So here's remote screen sharing is possible, and you would still able to satisfy this requirement. Another one is on-site documentation review of the following analytical test methods and qualification reports with the auditor and the technical experts whom are all physically present in a meeting room. So we're checking for, let's say, ito yung mga examples lang naman ng mga results ng analysis into particular laboratory. So sa context natin, maybe it's more on the calibration results. Pwede yan. How the calibration results of our equipment. Ano ba? Yung mga maybe results of our customer satisfaction. They can look into the data, analysis, ilan ang complaints, ilan ang good feedback and all that. Or maybe they would like to analyze the results of internal audit, ilan ang mga NC, anong clause ang majority, ang pinakamarami, what is the strength, the weakness, etc. If they analyze this data way back before they do it through document review. Now, when we do it on-site or virtually, no, ang difference lang nila ay will be using screen sharing. So possible pa rin po siya. Okay? Ayan. Now, in the closing meeting, no, at the end of the day, the audit team will convene remotely to discuss any potential findings from their individual desktop reviews. Pag sinabing desktop reviews, it's the screen sharing. No? So here, basically, it's almost similar with the opening meeting. You do the same, but you'll be using teleconferencing. So here in the closing meeting, you discuss what has transpired, ano yung mga audit findings. At the same time, what is your conclusion with relative to the remote audit platforms that have been used? No, ano yung mga areas for improvement in terms of maybe internet connectivity, maybe in terms of access, etc., etc. When we write the audit report, no, it's still the same. It's unchanged. The only difference is that hindi natin tinatype siya offline, but rather you could do it online, no? But of course, you could still do it offline. But when you share the document, it has to be shared through either email or through, let's say, an online synchronous document like Google Docs, so that it's real time being projected or being shared to a specific number of people, or maybe to the top management or to the process owner. So it's still the same, unchanged pa rin siya. Then corrective action follow-up, it's still the same, no? If you have existing online cars, let me know if you are using online corrective action reports. Much better, no? You could still use the same. Basically, si corrective action report, it's a separate process, but you have to document ano nang status ng mga cars ninyo because they are not forever, no? You could use, let's say, Google Sheets to document the cars, and then later on, you could put on certain AI or programming para it will alert you kung expired na ba siya, or I mean kung overdue na siya, or you need to notify the auditor that there is an update, etc. So possible naman po yan. Okay, so I'll be showing you a sample MS Teams, no, that we use in TUP. We're using this one because of, our assessment. That
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Hello,
yes,
sir. This is Director Abundo of PRC.
Hi, Sir Abundo.
Hindi ko lang alam kung paano ko ilalatag yung aking premise if we can adopt this process, because for all you know, PRC has this function, monitoring and inspection function of laboratories. If we can use this process, because as of now, meron kasi kami sinusunod na batas, yung paano i-inspect yung mga laboratories. Meron kasing actual ito na pupuntahan yung laboratories. Paano namin i-harmonize dito kung ma-adapt nga itong prosesong ito. Kasi this is virtual audit, di ba? So ang inaano namin, paano gagamitin yung virtual inspection. So yung inspection kasi para nakikita ko na parang audit na rin yun eh. Yes. Yan ang nakikita ko. Kung paano to i-adapt kung mayroong batas na nagsasabi na i-inspect ito physical, not virtual. So ang ano ko dito, kung paano namin ma-adapt itong sinishare mong ito sa PRC.
I see. Sige, sir. So are you going to audit, let's say, mga private firms, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
so private establishments.
Sir, sa context ni ISO 9001 and ISO 19011, basically, I've shown you sample tools like, say, drones, maybe the use of, let's say, mga floor plans to guide you through if you have autonomous robots. Basically, sa part natin as the auditor, kasi ang context natin dito, we're like the auditor, sir, no? External auditor, and you go to the client who is, let's say, a private firm and inspect their laboratory. Well, for most is that you have to agree first, ano ang meron po tayong way to audit them, whether you go on site and then with no human interaction. Kung wala talaga, maybe yun yung last resort, no? Pero if you have the capability naman to, let's say, have you work from home and you have a high-speed internet connectivity, and then you require your companies, the companies you're going to visit, to have their own surveillance cameras or drones and all that, simulation software to represent this particular equipment, then i-communicate lang po natin, sir. No?
So sufficient compliant ito, sir, doon kung sinasabi, may batas na nagsasabi na physical dapat, compliant na ba kami on the basis of the agreement between two parties?
Yes, sir. As long as, well, I'm not very particular with the policy, sir, no? But there are standards in terms of laboratory inspection. I could check the ISO standard for that, sir, no? Merong mga ginagamit for calibration and all that. Ngayon, the premise there is physical inspection, walang remote na nasabi doon sa standard na yon. So basically, sir, since you are the regulatory body, I think it's proper na you lay down ano yung mga guidelines na pwede nyong i-require
Yes.
for them to comply, no? So if you think na possible, well, of course, you need to communicate, sir, no? I-lay down natin, ito yung mga preferred nyo na mga methods, no? But siguro pag wala na talagang option, si company, provided hindi niya kayang i-afford yung mga ganong equipment, let's say mga simulation software and all that, then ang last resort natin, sir, ay on-site visit but no human interaction. Pwede po yan, sir. But again
Thank
po,
you, sir.
yes, sir. Kayo po ang magsusulat, sir, no, ng guidelines or requirement po since you're the regulatory body.
Yeah. In fact, we are laying our guidelines now.
Good. Ayan, sir.
Thank
Thank you, sir. I'll provide you, sir, the other standard on calibration. Maybe you could consider that, no?
Yes,
Para
sir.
po mag-guide po tayo. Sige. Thank you, sir, for the question. Okay, so I'll be demonstrating you a sample platform that we use in TUP on how do we do the internal audit, external audit, and all that. So based on my analysis, I conducted a short review about the available ICTs in place, and I find the MS Teams to be more secure than other devices. Although si Zoom, hands down, maganda si Zoom pagdating sa mga webinars, sa mga workshops and all that, provided that you don't keep the records, no? Because the moment that you hang out or you get off from the link, nawawala lahat ng mga shinare natin. And it's quite not easy to drag files to the chat box, no? Yun yung struggle. So maybe you would consider later on going through with an MS Teams. So in TUP, we use this MS Teams, no? Or Microsoft Office Teams. So it's almost like Google Meet, pero kailangan mo siyang i-download in a separate software. So this MS Teams, basically, ang kinaganda niya dito is like, you can create well, other than it's very secured, no, you can add here some participants if they are using your email client, no, and you could put that on the settings, so you may contact your IT for that effect para ma-control yung mga pwedeng mag-access lang dito. So this is the platform, for instance. Here basically, and my strategy is that I find it, kumbaga, parang sabog, no? Sorry for the word, no? Parang medyo complicated if you do the virtual audit and you have a lot of links, no? A lot of links. But if you were able to compartmentalize and minimize the clicks and put them all together into a organized manner, then it would be helpful for you to manage your audit. Okay, so in TUP, we came up with an MS Teams QA channel, quality assurance channel. From here, you could create different channels, sub-channels. So from here, sa experience namin, we created different tabs or channels, and each represent an office. No? So for example, sa general, this is like the main lobby. Main lobby. So it's like kapag may opening meeting, dito lahat. No? Papasok lahat yung mga participants here. Okay. And then, but if we have, for example, nagsimula na yung audit, right? Sa physical audit, when we're done with the opening meeting, you go to your respective offices. No? So from here, you could click kung saang office ka. For example, I work at, let's say, procurement. No, if I'm at the procurement office, I just go here and then I will initiate the call. So if you notice here, there are existing communications already, no? Hindi siya nabubura. If you would compare it with, let's say, other platforms, nabubura siya. So here you could share files and then drag and drop lang yung mga files here. Then you could post here. You could call their attention, no? As long as they're registered, you could call their attention in here. I don't demonstrate and promote MS Teams for marketing purposes, no, but I just find it as a good experience that you may want to consider. If you find better platforms, okay lang. Basta ang goal natin dito is we simplify the complex virtual audit, no? So yan. So si MS Teams, other features is that you could make call. Pwede ka nang mag-call here. Sorry, medyo nag-overlap lang sa controls ni Zoom. Merong part dito that you can make a call. So you could just click on Meet, no? Then here you could call kung sinong tatawagan natin. You could put a meeting and all that. So I believe some of you are using MS Teams, and I personally recommend this one if you're doing virtual audit. Why? Because you can compartmentalize and make it simpler for you to navigate the different processes or offices in your agency. So dito, click na lang po tayo for the different offices that you have. And you can trace all the way from the start, nagsimula tayong mag-document, all the way to, let's say, certification audits. Because, kumbaga, ito yung representation na ng inyong agency. Right? Now, the good thing with this one is that it has, similar with Google Meet, si Google Meet, meron siyang Google Drive. This one has SharePoint, no? Wherein the files, let's say recording ng ating mga meetings, no? You can download it directly from the website. So for example, in this particular external audit, no, may mga parang video siya. Wait, hanapin ko lang yung video. And it also tracks the attendance directly. So from here, hindi na natin maggawa ng attendance sheet, no? Pwede na siyang kunin diretso sa website or sa SharePoint na naka-click siya. So for example, click mo lang yan, it will download the attendance who have logged in here. No need for conducting another attendance check. Sorry, hindi ko lang mahanap yung recording niya. Okay. So basically, well, this one is one of the useful platforms that we use in TUP, and we also use Google Drive, alternative to SharePoint, no? Ayan. So if you would look at here, lahat ng mga offices, no, or channels, they have their history already, no, documented siya, and you cannot just easily delete. You need permission from the IT because ganun siya in terms of security. So you have to be very careful kung anong maipopost and all that. So, ayan po. So that's the MS Teams that we are using in TUP. Maybe you could consider later on if you would like to migrate and make your auditing experience more compartmentalized. Sige. Another one is that I'll be sharing you sample QMS documents, audit documents that we use, and we share it, let's say, through Google Drive. No? So in TUP, with my audit team, I gathered all the documents prior to the virtual audit. Before, I gathered all the internal audit documents. No, like I provide the auditors toolkit. No, so dito ina-upload na lang yung mga files nila. Let's say audit plan, andito na. Then they could just navigate through this one. No, ina-update na lang ito. So you know, one of the disadvantages of having an online online transactions or virtual audits is like there are too many links. So nakakalito siya. So if you have just one link and then have it bookmarked, then it would be easier for them to navigate. And another one for checklist, dito nilalagay yung mga updated checklists which are already naka-type na siya using Google Sheets, no? Here they could just do the grading, no? Ayan, so we use this to like evaluate the performance of a certain office, and you could put certain script. Excuse me. Sorry, excuse me, may ano lang interruption. Sorry for that. Sorry po, no? Medyo lang may bisita. Anyway, sorry po, no? Sorry for the interruption. Ayan, so this one is an internal audit checklist that we use in TUP. Then let's say this is the clause, this is the title, this is the question. Meron lang kumbagang preset na guide si auditor. Am I going to use this question or not? And then i-assess niya ano yung statutory, regulatory, ano yung internal policies, ano yung customer requirements. Is it a maintained document? Is it a retained document? Ano na siya dyan. Then you could just easily put here, yes, 1, then implemented. Yes, 1 is 0 is no, parang gano'n, no? And then is it a positive? Pag yes, then is it an OFI? You could just put no or yes. So from here, nagka-calculate na siya. What would be the evaluation? No, is it positive? So it looks like it's a positive. Why? Because the requirement has been met, documented, implemented, and there's a way beyond the compliance. So dito, type na lang yung kanilang result. So this is one of the tool that we're using in terms of checklists, because we found out that majority of the auditors, they have hard time formulating their checklists. And memorizing the clauses from 4.1 all the way to clause 10.3 is quite a tedious task, no? And then from here, nakikita na ilan yung mga ano yung magiging rating noong process in terms of the audit. So this is just sample tool that we may use. No, so Google Sheets is very effective. If you don't yet have a GUI, a graphical user interface, or an app na pwede nyo customize, these free tools from Google, for instance, let's say here you could customize, no, using common script lang naman siya to make your experience automated, no, and mas ma-enhance yung inyong auditing experience. Another tool that we use, yung mga audit report summary, for instance, kapag dating sa final audit, sa closing meeting, one of the challenges that we encounter is that limited yung time, no? So could you imagine, let's say, closing meeting na at 4 p.m., ang last audit natin is 12 p.m. So you have like approximately 3 to 4 hours. If you are going to collect this one by one, medyo struggling. So I recommend you use Google Sheets. No, upload nyo yung physical format. Yung soft copy format ng offline document nyo na, let's say, audit report, upload natin, and then later on you could share, because these documents you can audit. You can edit at the same time. So yun yung advantage naman po niya. Okay. So that's just another document that we use, internal audit, ano pa bang mga nandito. So we also there are also corrective action reports here, no, that we share to our process owners. Oh, distorted siya. Mukhang hindi pa na-convert ito. There are also, we also send here coaching logs. One of the, we have noticed that some process owners are not yet familiar with some auditing concepts and findings. So ang ginagawa namin is we designate auditors, and we also designate them to become coaches. So for example, I am the auditor for a procurement office, then I can be a coach for, let's say, security. Parang gano'n, no? But I'm not going to coach the same process that I'm doing. We've seen that there's a, dramatic effect na naging mas aware na sila, because being a coach, you could guide them. Ano ba yung hinihingi ni auditor mo? So ganun. But just make sure lang that you don't coach the audit, the process that you're auditing. So this one are some of the coaching logs that we use. No, pag nagko-coach kami, we use naman here online Google Forms, no, just to fill up kung ano yung mga offices na in-audit, or kinoach, should say, ano yung time, and ano yung details ng coaching. Another document that we use, ina-upload namin here yung 5S audit checklist. No, although right now we're still in process of converting this into an application software per se, but this one is being used as a reference. How do we do the 5S audit? So basing on the Japanese standard of Seiri Seito Seiso, Seikatsu and Shitsuki, we do the checklist here. Then meron kaming tracker to like put there the grade, no, and then eventually we get the rating sa baba pag na-compute. Out of 25 points, for example, ano yung kanyang grade? For example, if 24 out of 25, automatic siyang nagko-compute is an OFI, for instance. Kapag less than 20, then it's a minor NC. Kapag 0, that's an NC. So we put here some scripts so that we could easily generate a report later on. So I find this useful. Maybe you could do the same sa inyong organization for you to expedite the audit process natin. Another documents that we're using, we also look at management review documents, no? Because if you do the audit, hindi nakasama dito, sorry. Okay. We also have like a tracker of all the the important documents in the different offices that we have. For example, we have to have access on the online corrective action report log. So, of course, ito kasi is may pagka-sensitive the data, but I'll be sharing to you those findings related to, let's say, QA in my office. No? So we maintain a spreadsheet tracker. Parang ito yung car monitoring natin. No? Now, the good thing with this one is that you can trace, you can contextualize the tracker in such a way that you can check the performance of the different offices. Excuse me, parang nakikita niyo po screen ko, ma'am?
Yes po, sir. Okay,
so for instance, my office is quality assurance, right? So here, nakikita yung ilan yung open, ilan yung close, no? Then, andito yung details. So sa taas, andito yung summary. So car disposition performance as of this time. So if you notice, it's just basic spreadsheet, pero we put some scripting to make it more automated para pag nag-generate kami ng report mas mabilis. So for example, we put a unique ID doon sa findings na yon, kailan siya nag-start, ano yung source niya, management review, anong NC type niya, what is the clause, what is the findings, so it's responsible, sino yung auditor, what is the root cause, correction, corrective action, and date, and then duration. So if you notice, may mga script siya na nakalagay so that we make it automated. No? Then, nung close yung audit finding, meron siyang grade of 85. So since it's 85, automatic nagko-close siya. So there's a script here that we put on. So essentially, it speeds up the process. Now, if you look here, nandito yung performance data ng office ko, for instance, QA. Makikita natin based on the data that has been inputted. So percentage of, example dito, ang close ko daw ay 3, pero 0 ang open. Yan. Lahat kumbaga ay close na. No? So if you look here, ang actual ko is 100%. Ang target ko is 50%. If I was issued an NC findings, I should close half of it. No? But in my actual, it seems, of course, tayo ang nag-i-implement ng QMS, so we need to comply 100%. Ang mga minor non-conformities, 50%, but I was able to deliver 100%. Average score disposition, as the target is 20 days, for instance. Then in my case, average daw niya ay 79.62. There are cases, it's beyond our concern, like mag-procure ng mga equipment, it goes through back process, hindi mo ma-control yung special procurement timeline na yun. And average car effectiveness, whenever we close findings, 75% ang aming criteria, and in my case, I was audited 87.08. Apologize, well, these are actually real data, no, but there's nothing naman dito confidential in as far as our objectives are concerned. So these are some of the examples of the documents that we're using in TUP in such a way that we make our auditing experience. So the takeaway is that you may explore what are these tools that are free. Usually spreadsheets, Google Docs, and all that. Spreadsheets is very flexible. You could put scripts. Very ano lang naman to. And then if you look at here, we have a summary of the performance of the entire organization. Makikita namin agad here how far we are with the target. So you may explore this kind of information po sa inyong systems or organizations using complementary softwares like Google Sheets and Google Spreadsheets. Then later on, pwede nyo na itong i-convert into an app. No? Si app kasi it's more about the GUI or graphical user interface to make it more convenient. But the back end is still the same. Parehas lang po siya. It's like a spreadsheet.
Okay. Sir Sherwin?
Yes, ma'am.
May I share po sana, may mga inputs po sa ating chat?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Sige po. From Ma'am Dominic of PCW, nag-share po siya. Ito pong interface of MS Teams is similar to Slack. Ma'am Dominic, ano po yung Slack? Sir, familiar ba kayo sa Slack? You may unmute po, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon po. Opo.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. I actually previously worked with DAP, with CFG. And then one of the innovations that were done or shared during my time back in 2016 was Slack. So it's actually a productivity tool used in offices, and then that's something that we adopted back then nung nasa Center for Governance pa ako. So parang same din po yung interface niya. Di ba po kasi sa DAP, it's more on trainings, project-based, yung mga hinahawakan natin. Doon, pwede nyong isang team kayo and then pwede nyong ilagay sa iba-ibang groups yung mga people na involved. So it's easier and it's also a good interface kasi yung interface niya hindi masyadong hindi siya masyadong monotonous. Meron doon parang mas fun siya, hindi siya boring kumbaga. So yeah, something to explore din by the other participants. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So take note, Slack, ma'am, no? S-L-A-C-K.
Yes, Slack, yes. And it's for free din. May interface sila na libre. Thank you.
Thank you then for sharing, ma'am. Okay, so let's explore also other options like Slack, no? Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, okay. Another from Sir Norik. Very active si Sir Norik from YouTube. I agree with the use of MS Teams in remote auditing. Ayan, sir. Merong nag-agree sa inyo sa MS Teams. Compared to using Zoom, it only requires the users to get familiar with its HMI.
Yes.
SharePoint for recording meetings and OneDrive for cloud storage. And another po ulit from Sir Norik. Of course, he prefers MS Teams rather for online collaboration tool for editing documents because it doesn't change the formatting done on the document, especially if it's done using MS Words. And Ma'am Regina says agrees. Mukhang maraming gumagamit ng MS Teams as well. In TSO, sir, mukhang madami pong MS Teams talagang mga agencies na gumagamit. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, even external certifying bodies like TUBSU, they're using MS Teams. And then kaya doon kami na-persuade. So because our certifying bodies TUBSU, sabi namin, why not replicate natin? Ayan.
Sige po, sir. Thank you po for your input, sir. So you may continue po, Sir Sherwin.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for that. Medyo ang aso namin ay active kasama sa ano.
Sige po, sir.
Okay. All right. So yeah. But again, no, we cannot compare Zoom.
Sir, your webcam po, sir. Pasensya na po. Hindi ka-off po yung webcam.
Sorry.
Opo.
Yeah. I was saying each platform has its own strengths and weaknesses. So there's no guideline that says na dapat ito ang gamitin natin. So again, it's for us, no? We have to do trial and error and then tignan natin kung saan yung magbe-benefit tayo. But it's a good start point that you look at anong ginagamit ni certifying body para at least ma-replicate natin yung best practices nila. Okay? Sige. So do you see my screen, ma'am?
Wala pa po, sir.
Ay, wala pa. Okay.
Opo.
Okay, so other than the audit, I am the QMR kasi, the director of QA, so I facilitate standard operating procedures and all that. So if you notice, no, I go through MS Teams and Google at the same time. Well, siguro it's still work in progress for us to unify our platforms. So like in procedures naman, we consolidate all these standard procedures and put them into like different folders. So for instance, in our office in QA, andito lahat yung mga standard operating procedures namin. QMS. Okay, these are the different documents being asked during external audits, interested parties, internal external issues, yan yung risk assessment namin. We also have NAP forms, NAP form 1, and then tools and equipment inventory for the calibration, no? So these are some of the practices that we have. If you could, again, ang goal natin is compartmentalize because your main challenge if you do the virtual audit is like, nasaan tong mga links na to, hindi na natin maalala. And experience that myself. So one way of doing that is you put them together into one folder kung mas kaya nyo po, mas maganda po. Also, we put here yung mga index forms na ginagamit namin or the forms, no, rather that we use, sorry. Mga standard forms and all that, we have copies of those and the different references. Oh, sorry, walang laman. I think I missed the standard procedure here. Sige. So again, no, so the context here is that you put them into OneDrive and then it's hard to manage an organization with so many processes or offices. So if you can put them into one folder, yung requirement ni ISO, QMS, whatever documents are there, put them into OneDrive, and it would be easier for you to navigate and manage. Okay. Other than that, wait, hanapin ko lang po yung mga naka-index na mga forms. Okay, so lahat kumbaga no ng mga documents and all that we put here in one place, whether it's a form, whether it's a procedure, whether it's an online tracker, para mas madali po siyang mag-manage. Ayan. Sige po. So what else I could share here? So if you notice, we use Google Drive and MS Teams to manage the audit team and their assigned processes. Being an auditor, it's hard to go through with the audit kung wala kang toolkit na ganito. No, makakalimutan mo lahat yan, lalo na if you audit a lot of processes or offices. Okay, so I'll continue with my slides. Okay, so another thing that we have to consider whenever we go through with the audit, now we have to be thorough. So if we are expected to do the checklist, if we are expected to prepare the audit report and document through root cause analysis, correction, and corrective action, then we have to do our task thoroughly. Sa part naman ni process owner, then we have to be organized, and we should able to, let's say, retrieve files within, let's say, 1 minute. So it's a must na, time element is important whenever we do virtual audits. So we have to be thorough, we have to be organized, and if you can compartmentalize your resources, much better. Then you have to be ready, no? Because whatever disturbances, like mga online intermittent connection, or maybe there are some emergencies, then you should have some backups. Now, I mentioned earlier that you have to be very flexible on your ICT tools. I experienced that myself. Ako mismo ang disconnect, no? So last resort, using a phone and then a messenger just to like upload the file. Now you have to be very resourceful for that effect. Now you have to be yourself as well. No, we are not perfect. No, we're not robots. We're humans and we get tired. So being an auditor, you have to, let's say, ask for disruptions or maybe ask for a break. No, just to like relax your eyes and do some stretching. It's okay. And then there are also instances that you may not able to navigate because you're not quite familiar yet with the platform, or maybe the data being presented to you is not something that you're familiar with, the data analysis and all that. Just be yourself and clarify such questions. No, now sa part naman ni auditee, no, just be yourself. If you think that you cannot provide this particular information, then it's a must. It doesn't make you less human if you admit na wala po tayong document na yan, and they will understand. Now, based on my experience on virtual audit, they're very considerate naman. As long as you tell what is, be truthful on the actual situation. You will say na, sorry po, hindi po available yung in charge, absent po siya and all that. Sometimes they find remedies or they find other alternatives just to extract that particular objective evidence relative to the questions being asked in the audit plan. So that's the experience that I have seen, and with the external certifying bodies, and maybe we can replicate the same with the internal audit. Okay, now when we go through with the check, no, we have to verify the attainment of audit objectives. It's a must. Being an audit manager, you have to go through ano bang nilagay nating objectives sa ating audit plan. So if you're checking for the effectiveness of the QMS, then basically you're comparing the input versus output. Has the plan been realized? Then we could say it's effective. So pag na-meet natin yung target, then well and good. And you use virtual audit, then it means virtual audit is effective. Yeah. Ensure that the schedule in the audit plan has been completed. So you go back with your audit plan. No, there are cases that if you would not able to meet the particular audit time, then you have to make a follow up or make a make up. No, usually naman ano naman tayo dito, flexible in that effect. You can reschedule, okay lang yan, as long as you communicate with one another. Some auditors are some process owners are like hindi ganun ka-open sa audit, no? So sometimes they designate an alternative or an authorized representative, okay lang din po yan. Okay? Then next is like act. When we improve, we have to ensure that we have to update the risk and opportunity registers based on the results of the remote audit. So if we did it during planning, no, yung pag-update ng risk and opportunity, we also update after the audit, no? Because there are learnings that we were able to extract. Some, let's say, ano ba yung mga learnings such as are the ICT devices used effective? What are the constraints being encountered by the process owners? And ito document natin because those that we have seen in the planning, madadagdagan yan after the result of your audit. Then update pertinent documented information such as procedures, the forms or plans. If you would have to revise, you have to do that. No, definitely there are some revisions that should be done on your standard operating procedures relative to the requirement of the data privacy, for instance, no, may mga security controls tayong kailangang mabanggit doon sa procedures. Maybe the forms, no, maybe you can convert forms from physical to soft copies. So for example, in TUP, one of the challenges that we have encountered is how to facilitate yung online satisfaction survey. So here in TUP website, if you go here, we uploaded customer satisfaction feedback. We just use basically a Google form, but at least we can ask the customers to like fill it up. Now, so it's your strategy and how would you able to implement still customer satisfaction using, let's say, your internet website, or maybe using intranet for that effect. Now, you could also share the link to your customers via SMS or via Messenger so that they can still evaluate your performance as a process and be able to attain the objectives of your QMS toward effective customer service and effective QMS delivery. Okay, next is, of course, we need to inform once we're done with our audit report. We have to inform our top management and stakeholders on the results. No, it's been expected from us to be truthful in terms of fair presentation. We have to be truthful and report as much as we can about the obstacles that we have encountered and all that. We let the top management know that. And then we have, if possible, if possible, we can conduct developmental researches. If you work in the academy or the university, you encourage your staff, your auditors, to conduct researches on how would you able to enhance your tools. Like I myself, I am into researches related to AI, applying AI to QMS, and then later on have them developed by my students. So you could use that context. Sa other agencies naman, maybe you can come up with a memorandum of agreement with different SUCs or academe or universities in such a way that you can collaborate. Usually, wala naman pong bayad po ganun. If you go through MOA with organization, state universities, for instance, or maybe you ask assistance from the ICT or DOST, they could provide certain platforms, on how would you able to enhance your systems. But at the very least, you can contact your IT people. They are familiar with different platforms that are free, and from there you can design a training plan para maging aware tayong lahat. And our main goal here is to embrace virtual audit as already part of our usual process, and any researches done to enhance our current controls will add value to our auditing experiences. Then if it's possible, if you have voice to like propose certain improvement projects or activities to enhance remote auditing experience. Excuse me. Please, sorry for that. Okay. So if we can propose certain improvements, improvement projects or activities to enhance the remote auditing experience. Maybe we can propose to, let's say, procure mga robots that I've shown earlier, or storage devices, IoT-based or Internet of Things-based, meaning may mga hardware and software connectivity. Maybe you could use your ID based on RFID para i-tap mo makikita mo yung mga in and outs mo, and all that kind of things. No, they will add value to your QMS, and particularly on virtual auditing. So it's high time that we embrace these challenges and invest on certain infrastructures that enhance the QMS performance and particularly our auditing practices. So these are the references. No, I gathered from CQI or Chartered Quality Institute, the ISO and IF guidelines, ISO 19011:2018, and IAF guidelines, TÜBSUD, and TÜBSUD references. Okay, so with that, let me know if you have questions.
Yes po. Kamusta na po? Meron po ba tayong mga questions? Anyone po? Meron po ba? Sige po. Sir, are we going for our exercise now?
Sure.
Okay. So we will be having our exercise on feasibility and risk and opportunity assessment for remote audit Zoom participants po. We do have we do have a sheet for our YouTube participants po so you can participate. So ito po, wala naman po tayong breakout rooms. Ang gagawin lang po natin is, sir, ilan po ba to? Tig-isa po ba per agency? Tama po ba?
Well, if they can, yes, much better.
Oo. Sige po. Sir, could you kindly post here po ulit sa ating chat box yung ating link so they can access po for our Zoom participants?
Okay, sige po.
Sige po. And then, sir, after you have posted, maybe we can ask them if they can access na, and then could you also give the instructions po?
Ayan. Yes, sure.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Do you still see my screen po?
Yes po,
Okay.
sir. Yes po. Sige po.
Alright, so
May we
this-
request our Zoom participants po to access muna the, sorry, sir, to access our file.
Okay,
Kindly
sure.
let us know po. Please do give us a thumbs up or you may unmute yourselves. Sige po. 16. Sandali Access ko lang din, sir. So, 22 po yung nakaka-access, sir, ngayon. Sige po, we are 42 here. Actually, -6. Our Zoom participants, kindly click on the link that Sir Sherwin has shared with us in our chat box for our exercise for today. Okay na po ba? So, I'm seeing 25 participants. Tama po ba? 26. Now it's going up. Sige po, Sir Sherwin, go ahead. Nakamute po kayo, sir.
Thank you. All right, so this is basically a tracker. No, dalawang tracker to, pinag-isa lang namin for convenience of everyone to access the file. So as recommended by ISO and IAF, we have to conduct feasibility study first before we proceed with the virtual audit. But again, we have done the virtual audits. It's like reverse engineering now. But again, if you have not yet conducted your audit, then might as well we have to do first a feasibility. Sige, so this part is basically the feasibility study. And then the other part naman ay risk and opportunity register. Now, I'll talk about first the feasibility. So I'm working here at FRO sample. Nandito ako sa tab na to. There are different tabs here that our colleagues have created for you. You could go ahead, then navigate them for yourselves. You just have to indicate lang, for example, dito number 2. You just have to indicate the agency that you belong to and your name dito for documentation purposes. No? Again, there's no right and wrong answer here. It's just a matter of being truthful on ourselves, our capabilities, and at the same time, available resources that we have in place in our organization. So basically, this will result into an awareness if we are ready to implement a virtual audit And later on, what are the risks and opportunities that we have in place relative to virtual auditing, and what are the actions that we have to propose para ma-mitigate yung risk and ma-maximize yung opportunity. Yeah. So let's start with feasibility. So as recommended by IAF and ISO 9001, or ISO 19011, there are different considerations or factors. No, so for instance, so here are the different factors, and then what are these issues? No, and then here I put here certain evaluation or percentage estimate evaluation natin. Then later on, you could just put here your appreciation or based on your personal assessment, ano nang extent na feasibility. Okay, feasibility is like what is the likelihood that it would happen, no, based on its convenience for you to implement this particular requirement. So for instance, in terms of consideration, remote auditing is the most convenient and safest option method currently. So you ask yourself, is this really the most convenient method that we have in place? Or do you think partly face-to-face it's or controlled face-to-face is the best option? So from here, you just have to assess now what is the percentage on terms of feasibility based on your own assessment. So let's say I could say that, yeah, I agree, this is 100%. So lagyan lang natin 100%. Okay. Next is in terms of confidentiality, security, and data protection. So there is an explicit verbal agreement between the auditor and auditee about CSDP issues. Is there a provision for such? Then maybe you agree. Okay, I agree. There is. Okay. And then the agreement on CSDP is documented. Yeah. Okay. So we use the audit plan as a documentation. So feasibility-wise, I think it's 100%. Okay. I think someone is also editing my tracker. Okay, in terms of ICT use, so there is a stable and quality online connection. So I ask myself, do I have this kind of provision, or there are times that I encounter disruption? So let's say, I could say it's 80%. No, okay. The ICT allows access to relevant documented information, including software, database, and records. Do we have provision to access on different softwares and databases? Example, if I'll be using MS Teams, no? Do we have access to software and databases and records? Yeah, I think yes, but sometimes it's not always feasible. So parang ganun. Excuse me, parang may nag-edit po ng ginagawa ko po, no? Dito po tayo sa ibang tabs po, please, no? Ayan. Thank you. It is possible to make the authentication identification of interviewed people, preferably with image. So you ask yourself, if I'm going to use, let's say, MS Teams as my ICT, no, can I identify the person I'm interviewing through image or video? No, kapag possible siya, then let's say 100%, I can do that as long as I have maybe a good internet connectivity. If observation of facilities, processes, and activities is relevant to achieve audit objective, it is possible to access them by video. So same thing with the people you're interviewing. Can you go through, let's say, a virtual tour of the facilities on your on the particular process or office or division you're auditing? If it's possible in that particular ICT, then you could put that in there. Okay. Next is the digital quality of the data can be converted into high resolution physical copy document. So meaning is the quality of the data that I can upload. Example, pinicturean ko yung document, no? And if I upload it online, and then later on convert it into a physical copy, do I maintain that particular quality of the data or the image, for instance? So it's more about the capability of the ICT that you have, whether it's a hardware or software, no, to retain the resolution or the quality of the original file. Kung possible siya, then good, kasi it means that you were able to maintain the integrity of that particular objective evidence. So let's say it's 100%. Next, for people, it is possible for them to access and for you to interview people relevant to the QMS. Kung possible yan, no, using, let's say, MS Teams, then good. So you just have to put it there. Sample 90%. If the organization is not operating regularly due to contingency situations, the processes, activities being performed are representative and allow fulfillment of the audit objectives. So can you do sampling here? No? So using that particular ICT tool, kaya ko bang mag-sampling Can I, let's say ang sampling ko ay scientific sampling, out of 100, maybe I have to interview, let's say 50. Using this tool, can I do that? Then you ask yourself, what is the feasibility of achieving this objective? Then, in case of complex organizations or processes or product services, and when the objectives of the audit type require full assessment of the standard and wider sampling, a careful analysis of feasibility in remote audits to evaluate the organization conformity to all requirements should be performed. So, yeah, this one is more about how would you able to, let's say, meet your objectives, audit objectives, relative to the complexity of the organization. Meaning, pag mas marami bang mga offices or sub-offices under a particular process, can I still do the sampling to these particular subunits and their employees? No, so it's like more on how would you able to obtain your audit objectives relative to the complexity of the structure. So kaya ko bang interviewin yung top management? Kaya ko bang interviewin in random yung middle management? Can I interview in random yung employee or the customer and all that? So it's more about the flexibility of the ICT and you would able to use. Do you have certain provisions to do that? No, complexity of the structures and the audit type. So let's say this one is say 90%. So from here in this tracker, you would see that the feasibility, I get the average. So it's like 94%. So here we could have a conclusion that the audit objectives can be attained with the remote audit. So meaning I have to proceed with the remote audit. Why? Because I was able to somehow satisfy the requirements of the guidelines, no, relative to the conduct of remote audit. Now, if the result could be, let's say, approximately 30 to 70%, then most likely this is a partial remote audit, no? Meaning, yeah, meaning we can conduct remote audit at the same time, controlled face-to-face audit. Now, if your response or your average feasibility is less than 20%, it looks like it's not attainable, no? So rather, you have to do a controlled physical audit. Okay? Sige. So maybe we could have, let's say, few minutes to answer this and one, and then I'll be asking you na lang your result based on your agency. Okay lang po?
Sige po, sir. Sir, time check lang po muna tayo. So we will have a 10-minute break po. 10-minute break lang po muna tayo. But siguro habang nagte-10-minute break, maybe you can also work on that if you would like. But yes, pero sir, gaano po katagal yung additional natin? 10 minutes after ng break, tama ba? Then we will assume it's 3:04. So mga 3:20, sir, tama po ba?
Okay.
Sige, 3:20 we can resume po.
Okay. So thank you. Okay, see you in a bit.
Alright, sige po. Mag 10-minute break po muna tayo. Okay, wait lang po. Mag-share screen lang po muna. You may take your bio break or kape habang nagto 10-minute break po tayo. Sige po, pasensya na po. Please bear with me as the timer loads po. Medyo meron lang technical difficulty. Hello. Sir Sherwin? Okay, time check po 3:16. Sir Sherwin, could you kindly assist po sa ating exercise template? Mukhang yung font color daw po ay nakaset to white. That's why the inputs in the agency name and participant is not appearing. Sir Sherwin, hello po.
Hi, ma'am. Sorry.
Opo. Sir, pa-check na lang po. Pasensya na. Opo.
Access, ma'am.
Baka daw po nakaset yung, hindi po, pag naglalagay po sila ng input, sir, parang hindi po sila makalagay.
Ganon?
Opo.
Ba't kaya?
Baka po, opo. Sir, pa-check na lang din po ulit ng font color. Pasensya na.
Ano, ma'am? Anyone on the internet with the link can edit. Nakalagay naman.
Okay. Sige po, siguro baka pa-refresh na lang po siguro ng page from your end para po makita nyo kung nandun na po. Opo.
Sige.
Ma'am, sir, oo. Okay na daw po. Sabi po ni Ma'am Dominic.
Thank you, ma'am.
Opo. Sige po, we have until... Sir, sandali. Sige, check natin yung outputs nila, sir.
Sure.
Sir, could you share po from your end? Medyo I'm experiencing technical challenges right now po.
Sure, no worries. Okay. Ayan, nakita screen ko, ma'am? Wala pa. Wala pa pala. Sige, sorry.
Sir, nakakita ko po yung webcam niyo. Wala pa pong share screen.
Okay. Sorry, napindot ko yata yung recording. Sorry, akala ko yun. Saan ko makita yung share? Okay.
Opo, pa-screen share na lang po.
Sorry, recording yung napindot ko. Anyway, okay, so Ayan, maybe we could do some a little bit of sharing sa mga different agencies. I know for those who have implemented already virtual audit, this may be a little bit late, no? But for those who have not yet conducted virtual audit, this is a tool that you can possibly do to assess kung feasible ba according to the guidance of EF and ISO. Sige. So, for example, NIA Region 1, it looks like ready naman sila, 85%. Good. Next, kaya lang walang pangalan na nilagay, no? From NIA Region 1. Sige. Next is Cleo, Ma'am Cleo from Bureau of Fire Protection. So, 78%. So, somehow andun pa sila sa side na either they could do virtual audit or physical audit, controlled physical audit. Next is FFF. Sino kaya itong FFF? Hindi nakalagay yung mga names. Don't forget your names, no? Number 2, number 3, hindi naka-specify but they have 65%, so partially implementable ang virtual audit. Then number 3, sino kaya ito hindi naglagay ng pangalan? 76%. Then PRC, so 75%, so halfway. Mukhang editing pa si sir, no? So 82% is already feasible for remote audit. PCW, they got 74% approximately, so a mix of virtual and physical audit pa rin. Then number 6, walang nilagay na name, 65%, so it's halfway. Another agency, hindi nakalagay yung name. Okay, Ma'am Julina Tayoto from Department of Foreign Affairs, 83%. So implementable naman ng virtual audit. We have DILG, 78%, so it's halfway the virtual and physical audit. So Ma'am Antoinette from DILG, 84%, so implementable naman ng virtual audit. Next is MMDA. Yan. So, 884%. What happened? Nasobrahan. mali yung formula ko. Ano naging 884% ito?
Sino po kayong agency? Opo.
Ayun, okay. Naglagay kasi si sir ng 90, no? So anyway, gawin lang nating percentage po. So approximately 74%, so it's a mix, no?
Ma'am Melba, sorry. Sir Sherwin, excuse me po. Ma'am Melba, yung 65% daw po sa kanila. OSHC. Yung 65% sa DOLE, opo.
Good. Ayan, si DOLE. So 65%. Then, Ma'am Minda Diloy of the APCC, 70%. So still within a mix of virtual and physical audit. Sir Redentor of LWA, 75%. Halfway. Okay. Meron dito hindi naglagay ng pangalan. Excuse me, or hindi na ano po. 65%. This one, 65% din. Or ito yung default. I can't remember na yung default, no? Sige, mukhang default yata ito. Ayan. So someone has answered this one, 70%. 70. 90%. Walang pangalan na nilagay.
Opo. Sino po kaya si 90% at saka si 70%?
Yeah. Anyway, sige po. Ayan, another one, 70%. Wala ring pangalan. Then, 70%, number 26, 27, 70%. Okay. PGO, Provincial Government of Sorsogon. Yan, I had experience to audit Sorsogon. I'm not sure ba kilala po ako. No? If you still remember. Yan, 88%. Good. So, ready sila. Definitely because they got recently certified using virtual audit. 70%. Sino po kaya ito? Hindi nakalagay yung pangalan. Another one is 86%. Wala rin tong pangalan. So, it's a good thing majority of us are ready with remote audit. No? 90% for PSA, Region 7. Sino kaya itong 32? 75%. From LGU. No? Fernie Lim. Yan. Thank you for the feedback. Another one, 82%. I'm not sure which agency. So implementable naman. Bureau of Plant Industry, Sir Roel, Creencia, 86%. Good. Number 35, Sir Norik Tibaes, Kaap,
Opo, taga
73%.
Kaapo.
So it's halfway, no? A mix of virtual and physical audit. So it's a good thing that majority of us are ready. Well, in fact, you've gone through with the virtual audit, but essentially, it's a good thing. It's a good manifestation that wala naman yung totally hindi ready, no? So it's a good thing that somehow we are gearing toward the virtual audit and embracing it as part of our normal processes. So thank you po for sharing, no? Sige, so let's proceed with another planning tool. Basically, these are planning tools, no, that will be helpful for us as the audit managers or auditors to, let's say, contextualize and study ano yung mga risks and opportunities and the feasibility of us being able to do a virtual audit. Okay. This other template is called the Risk and Opportunity Register. So with the premise that we as an internal audit team, we should be acting as a process or an office or division or unit. I'm not sure how you call it. Pero dapat it's a separate entity. No? Separate entity in a sense that you are still within the organization but you function independently. Okay? So it's good thing siguro that you have to check kung pwede bang maglagay ng senior management who has higher authority as well, no? Para ma-oversee ang inyong internal audit team. So as a process, you are a process owner, so you have to have a documented information relative to planning certain actions to mitigate the risk and maximize the opportunities. Nakalagay yan sa clause 6.1. But before you do that, you have to consider the issues. No? Ang issue natin this time is about ICT. Are the ICT resources feasible? Do we have some certain issues or risks associated to this? No? So again, the context is that we have to prepare our own risk and opportunity registers. Kung meron na tayong existing, no, na-establish, I believe you have already. But I'm not sure with internal auditors or internal audit team. May I see those who have risk and opportunity registers ng mga auditors? Meron ba tayong ganito? Can I see some hands for those who are practicing already risk and opportunity registers sa mga audit teams nila? Paano ko ba makita to, ma'am?
Pwede po silang mag-thumbs up. Ayan, sir, may nag-thumbs up na isa. Doon po tayo sa reactions.
Good.
Pwede po kayong mag-thumbs up, yan, or raise your hand. Actually, thumbs up or wave or clap. Isa pa lang po yung nakikita ko. Ayan, meron po isa pa nag-thumbs up. Dalawa po.
Sir Redentor. Good. Ayan. Good thing, no? Ayan, so moving forward po now, we have to treat our internal audit team as a process. Okay? So the process owner, whether you are the team manager or the audit manager or the team leader, no, I'm not sure kung anong ang term natin, you have to prepare a risk and opportunity register. You may contact your document controller or your QMS leader or QMS manager, QMR, and ask for a copy of the risk and opportunity register and then incorporate natin to. We do not need to create a new document, no? This is just for ano lang po, for the sake of interpreting the guidelines on how would we able to execute this and integrate with your existing QMS. So it's a matter of improving our existing planning tools. Okay, so moving forward, no, we have to integrate these factors. So if your recent opportunity registers may nakalagay doon ng mga issues, no? So issues, these are basically some issues, no? Issues in a sense that there are uncertainty in using these ICT devices. Okay, so ano ba tong mga ICT devices na yan? So we've discussed the different devices that are used in the different types of audit activities, from audit planning, audit opening meeting, no, from requesting certain documents prior to audit, etc. So ito yung mga na-mention sa standard or the guidelines, no? So video call, let's say synchronous, no? When you say synchronous, it's real time. So let's say Skype, WebEx, Zoom, Hangout, MS Teams, etc. No? Ayan. So here, diniscuss yung mga different ICT. Then other than this, we also have some surveys or applications, yung mga online surveys like Google Forms, Survey Monkeys, etc. Pwede rin yan. Then document and data review. asynchronous, meaning you upload a certain file and then later on you review it, no? Not real time, but on demand, meaning you go back and then look into it for another period of time. So that's asynchronous, no? The other one is video. So this one is real-time video synchronous or live stream. Maybe you're using drone, no? Or using live stream, let's say camera or surveillance camera. Pwede yan. Pag sinabing synchronous is real-time, no? Online. Okay. The other one is video asynchronous, surveillance camera video recordings purposely taken for audit. So parang ito yung mga pre-recorded na piniplay. No? Ayan. So these are the different options in terms of ICT categorization, no, that we can analyze in terms of risks and opportunities. If you think na meron tayong mga specific ICT devices not mentioned here, then pwede nating idagdag. No, we just have to analyze ano yung kanilang potential use and then risk and all that. So dito naman sa part na to, basically it discusses what is the use of this particular ICT. So for example, for video call, no, we do this for conducting interviews, guided site tours, no. We can also use it for documentary review with auditee participation. Yan. According to the standard, these are the identified risks. Okay. So example, if I'm using video call for the conduct of audit, then the downside of this one is I have there are security and confidentiality violations. Of course, kung merong mag-abuse, no? So in this side, you will see here the probability, no? So going back with risk management standard, I mean, you may have your own established procedures already, no? But sa context ng risk management, probabilities like what is the likelihood that this particular issue or risk is happening or it has happened in the past. So pwede nyo contextualize na probability in the context of past experiences and future scenarios, no? And then you can, well, generic lang naman nilagay ko dito, no? But again, whatever your existing procedure or scale, you could use that, no? But in the context of this exercise, 1 means the lowest score, and then 5 is the highest score, meaning what is the chance that there's a security and confidentiality violations if you will be implementing video call in your organization. So you ask yourself, anong likelihood, no? So maybe 5 is like most frequent, or let's say malaki yung chance na mangyari, no? So and then 1 is like the lowest, no? You could assess here somewhere. Let's say this one is always, this one is frequent, this is sometimes, this is, let's say, seldom, and maybe this one is never. Parang ganun, no? So again, I leave it with you, whatever is your existing procedures are in terms of quantifying this data. So example lang, what is the chance that there's a security and confidentiality violations in my organization if I implement video call for interviews? Well, I think there are pretty much controls in place. So let's say I could put in here 4. Okay. Another factor in understanding the risk rating is the severity. No, sometimes they call it impact. So ano ba tong impact? So basically it's more about something that's negative effect into your organization, no? Severity or impact in a sense of, are we going to violate certain regulatory requirements? Are we going to dissatisfy our customers? Are we going to violate our internal policies? Are we going to incur operational costs, no? So anything that's negative in nature na merong effect sa inyong organization, then it can be qualified as severity. So let's say same criteria for the context of this workshop. Let's say 5 is the highest, meaning ito yung catastrophic na impact niya, no? May sobrang in terms of financial cost, siguro millions na yung ating ma-incur dito as losses. So let's say the higher the degree here is, the more negative it is to your organization. So let's say if there are security and confidentiality violations, definitely, no, because we breach we violate the data privacy law. So maybe this is 5. Okay. So here, well, I use here the risk rating of multiplying the probability severity. I get here 20. Now, so meaning this 20 here will indicate a certain risk prioritization number. I think you're using that kind of categorization sa inyong mga procedures. So the higher the value here with maximum score of 25, kasi 5 times 5 is 25, then we could pretty much say that 20 is somewhere from high to very high. Parang ganun, no? So you can later on contextualize anong meaning ng 20. But again, I leave it with you kung anong procedure ninyo. But for the context of our workshop, 20 versus 25 is quite close na sila. So maybe it's like high risk to a very high risk. So if 25 is very high risk, it's somewhere between high to very high. Okay. Now, if you look here at the right side, you would see here the different opportunities. Opportunities is like, what is the positive effect if you were able to mitigate this risk? No? So according to the guidelines, ito yung mga possible na opportunities that will benefit your organization if you overcome these issues or the risks associated. So example, if you will able to conduct an interview using video call, then you're able to interview relevant personnel working remotely. So it talks about convenience, no? Home office, project teams in design development. You can do the opening and closing meeting in multiple site audits. You can do remote site activities where physical observation is not critical. The travel or time costs are reduced and associated environmental impacts are reduced. So there's a greater geographical range if you do it virtually. So basically, ito yung opportunities that you could get out from here, right? Ngayon, what are this action plan naman? So if you go back with your recent opportunity register, action plans are your controls, no? Ano yung mechanisms natin to minimize the effect of this risk, itong risk na to, and then realize or maximize the likelihood that the opportunity will happen. So again, these are management intervention techniques or decision-making activities na pwede niyong ilagay dito. So maybe I'll leave it with you kung paano niyo sagutan ito. Pero at least meron tayong, if you would like to lump sum as like this, pwede, or you could go straight to here. Example, what are the action plan for me to mitigate security and confidentiality violations? So maybe, gagawin natin ay like to update the standard operating procedure to capture confidentiality laws. So example, ganyan, no? Ayan. So this is an example on what are the intervention programs that we're going to do to mitigate the risk, no? So ang goal kasi natin is like, we don't want this to happen. Why? Because it looks like the risk rating is high, no? Anong gagawin ko? So I will be proposing an action plan and implementing in real time so that this will not happen in the course of the virtual audit. So yun po yung action plan. Okay? Ayan, action plan. Some of you are maybe referring to as treatment plan or control. Yan, they're the same, no? Ang goal lang nito is like you mitigate, meaning you control this risk to not to be happening during the course of your virtual auditing. Okay. Another factors that are another risk associated to video call is time zone, no? Baka sa atin kasi wala namang issue sa time zone because isa lang ang time zone natin, Philippine time. Authentication issue of the person you're interviewing, no? Low quality of communication, inability to autonomously observe the organization, inability to observe communication reactions to the audit. Okay? Pagdating naman sa document review with auditee participation using video call, then similar, no? You have concerns on security and confidentiality violations. Maybe pwede mong i-lift na lang yung action plan mo doon. It's okay. Difficulty in responding to documentation requests, time-consuming process. There is a susceptibility for data manipulation. There is a decreased interaction with auditee, no? Kasi pwede niyang i-turn off yung camera and you don't feel the reaction of the auditee. Diminished quality of information. Yan, pwedeng isang factor din yan. Okay, so and then another ICT, surveys or applications for survey, no? Ang use niya is you do it for filling out some checklists and questionnaires, no? Yeah. Ano yung mga concerns na dapat ma-address? It's authenticity issues. Accurate ba yung mga nilalagay nila? Cost in the development of checklists. They have to pay something just to develop the checklist, or you could just use a freeware, no? So again, you have to assess what are the resources that you have? And if you're going to implement this, what are the risks involved? And what is the likelihood and the impact to your organization? Yun ang kailangan nating ma-assess. And then, ano yung action plan na gagawin natin in such a way that we mitigate these risks from happening. Document and data review, asynchronous naman po to, no? Meaning, this is like a follow-up audit or maybe you could go back for a review of that particular requirement na hindi na met, no? Reviewing of records, procedures, workflows, or monitors, etc. So ito rin yung mga potential risks niya na identified, no? Ayan. And then ito naman yung kanyang opportunities involved. For instance, document and data review, asynchronous. Ito yung nag-upload tayo sa isang repository, then later on pupuntahan natin to check. No? Yun yung context niya. Ano yung laman sa repository? It could be a video, it could be a picture, it could be a document, whatever file format, but you're going to assess it or audit it on a different time. Hindi siya real time. No? Yeah. So what is the advantage to your organization? So it eases the organizations and allows for a more flexible use of time by the audit team. Yan. So if you think na wala nang time for this time, then you could go back later on for follow-up. Allows for better, more independent from the auditee and deeper exploration of the information. Possibility of integrating expertise that would not able to travel to the site because i-upload na nga lang. Provides good basis for understanding the organization's QMS and potentially provides audit trails that the auditor may utilize during interviews. Okay. Another is video synchronous. No? Ito yung real-time na pag-live stream natin ng facilities. No? Monitoring of remote or high-risk work or process, guided site visit, witnessing, or running processes. So ano yung mga associated risks naman if you're using drones and live streams? Yan. So there is a risk inherent to the use and presence of equipment. Susceptible siya na bumagsak yung drone mo, lalo na for internal use. No? Use of equipment, maybe we have some concerns kung kaya ba nating i-manipulate yung equipment. Maybe unfavorable weather conditions. No? Yung area natin ay madalas na bumabagyo or for what reasons due to calamity. The quality of the image is the drone that you have capable to capture high resolution image or videos. Kaya ba niya? Full appreciation of the site equipment and conditions. Is your drone capable of, let's say, capturing the entire site? Kaya niya ba nang libutin? No? And all other technical capabilities. And the veracity of data. Yung bang result, the image or video is realistically capturing the entire organization. No? Well, in terms of resolution siguro, in terms of the quality, no? Is it able to replicate what is actually being practiced or implemented in the organization? Ayan. So same thing din po. Ang kanyang opportunities is like there's also easy monitoring of high-risk tasks, increased sampling, ideal for auditing activities, where safety requirements do not allow the presence of the audit team. Yeah. So yung ang good points naman ni drones and live streams that it maximizes safety of people not to go directly on site and avoid certain accidents or yung mga critical areas wherein mahirap siyang puntahan physically. Good for complementing field visits in outdoor activities like forest and agricultural sites and mining. Like for those who are in the DNR, for instance, you would like to go through places, or geographical areas and visit, let's say, compliance to certain environmental laws. Pwede niyong gamitin yan.
Sir Sherwin, excuse me po. Opo, mag-time check lang po tayo, 3:42.
Okay.
So kung meron pa po tayong last siguro na tsaka meron po kasing isang question from YouTube po.
Sige po. Last na to, ma'am.
Sige po.
Alright, the last but not the least, video asynchronous. So kung kanina, meron tayong documents and data review asynchronous, meaning you can upload a file and document to the platform and review it some other time. Ganun din po sa video. No? You could do an asynchronous uploading of the files. So through surveillance cameras or a pre-recorded video, pwede nating i-upload yan. So these are the risks involved. Security and confidentiality, quality of the image, full appreciation of the site, veracity. So ito naman po yung mga benefits po niya. No? High probability, possibility of observing places, hard to reach facilities. If the electronic record contains sensitive data that confidentiality, security, and data protection criteria are met. No? So all of this should be considered into your risk and opportunity registers. So again po, ang goal natin here is like, we have to assess, do we have this specific ICT equipment or devices? If I do have, then I have to identify the risk and contextualize how is it affect my organization? What is the likelihood that this particular risk will happen? Assess natin. 5 is the highest, 1 is the lowest. And then what is the impact to us in terms of cost, in terms of let's say violations, potential violations, and maybe dissatisfying your customers, etc. Pag na-identify natin yung risk, so the higher the risk rating, it means mas risky siya. Meaning, lesser chance na gagawin natin ito because it's detrimental to your organization. So here comes your decision making. Am I going to implement this ICT tool or not? Maybe kapag 25, siguro hindi because it's really high risk. But again, you have to check then also what are the opportunities involved. Can the opportunity, the benefit that you get from opportunity will outweigh the risk? Then go natin. So anong mitigating factors natin? Your action plan. So here comes your proposed decisions, your actions, programs, activities, and projects that will mitigate the risk, no, and realize the opportunities. Sige, so we will have a few time to fill this up, and then kahit mag-sample lang po tayo, no? Kahit just choose one ICT, and then let's see how you're able to assess it, and then propose an action plan. Okay?
Sir Sherwin, pasensya na po. Opo. Baka po pwede nating gawing assignment nila that they can do when they go back to their offices.
Okay, sige
Itong
po.
nila, opo. So we will have a little bit more time po for our last questions and answers po siguro.
Sige ma'am, go ahead po.
Sige po. Hindi po, sir, tanong ko lang po, is this the last of your presentation, sir? Ito na po yung last.
Oo, ito na yung last.
Okay, ito na po pala yung last. Okay, sige. Sige po, meron po bang mga katanungan? Pasensya na po, baka po pwede nating i-assignment ito. Medyo matatagalan kasi sir yung ano. You can access this tool po that we have given you. Please make sure you can copy paste po. And then you can have this as assignment. We will just leave this risk assessment for you po. Maganda po talaga siyang tool, lalo na sa sa auditing. Sige po. Kasi actually sir, lang yung naalala ko dito yung Ishikawa diagram. Tama ba sir? Diyan niyo ba pinattern itong itong, parang Ishikawa diagram yung fishbone? Oo, parang ganun yung naalala ko dito.
Fishbone, gamitin natin siya for root cause analysis. No? For this particular case, ang root cause natin ay maybe the availability or your capability to implement these particular technologies, no? And ito yung effect niya eh. This is the effect.
Okay.
Okay. And
so,
yeah.
Meron pong questions. You may unmute yourselves po.
Yes, please.
This is now the time for our question and answer po. Para po meron naman din tayong last hurrah para marinig namin inyong mga boses.
Yes,
po. Sige po. Si Ma'am Minda, do we need to design an action plan even for risks that have low risk ratings?
Okay, well, it's up to you po, no? In your procedure, if you have defined that anything that's high risk, then that's the only time that you have an action plan. Okay po yun. Meaning, hindi nyo nagagawin yung action plan, no? So you can define what is the threshold for creating or proposing an action plan po.
Meron po. There's ICT concerns. Okay. I'll be added to update the risk register for the IA process.
Yes, please.
Po yung gagawin nila. Opo.
So itong part na to, these are basically the issues, no? Issues in terms of, let's say, accessibility, convenience, availability of these ICT devices in your respective organizations, including the competence of people. No? Isama po natin to.
Sige. Anyone else po? How about from our YouTube participants? Kamusta naman po dyan? Baka po meron silang mga insights, questions, clarifications that you would like to present to our resource person, si Sir Sherwin. Can you give examples of opportunities for the IA process? Sabi po ni Ma'am Melba from Dole.
Opportunities for the IA process. Okay. Relative po ba sa use ng ICT, ma'am, or overall na?
Sir, overall.
Overall. Okay. Well, the opportunity, ma'am, with virtual audit, I think it's, well, this is just my personal opinion naman po, ma'am, no? They become more confident, no? Because if you're sitting at the comfort of your house, no, you feel relaxed, and iba kasi yung face-to-face, no? Lalo na if you're interviewing senior management or senior manager. Merong a sort of intimidation ba yung word, the right word? Parang mahihiya ka to ask questions. But if you are at home and you do the virtual audit, you feel confident and somehow, kasi hindi mo siya nakikita ng diretso or you don't talk face to face. So it adds confidence to the auditor. So it boosts confidence, that's one. It's also an opportunity for you to, let's say, explore more data because nasa bahay ka or nasa comfort zone ka. So it enhances your competence. You can ask more questions or you can scrutinize more the documents. So it's a win-win for the auditors, no? Yeah, that's the opportunity. Do you want to know the risks? The risks are already here, basically.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi before after na conduct namin yung remote audit last year, parang ang in-identify namin as opportunity is going online on the process of auditing. So is it okay for that?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So that's your recommendation, ma'am, diba? But the
Yes po.
specific reasons why you have to go online is because you have a lot of benefits that you will get, no? Like
So we
convenience.
need, yes sir. So identifying going online, we need to express the reason for that.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, yung going online is already your recommendation, no?
Yes
so,
po.
kumbaga yun yung gagawin ninyong action plan, no? But the
Okay.
opportunities behind that are the benefits that you will get. Competence
Okay.
development, ano pa ba? You enhance your competence, your relationship with the management or with the process owners ay na-enhance. Parang ganun lang.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
Anyone else? Well, thank you po, Ma'am Melba, sa inyong question and your inputs po. Anyone else po who would like to give their thoughts, comments, or share their experiences or any other queries that you were or experiences that you were able to encounter last year?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Si
Yes
Wilma to from the PRC, ma'am.
Ma'am Wilma, yes, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Director ko kanina yung nagtanong. ito naman po, ma'am. This is first time ko lang kasi maka-experience ng this coming audit na. We have a previous NC as non-conforming output. This is from the 2019 pa na hindi namin po na-close. Naalala ko lang kasi kanina may presentation si Sir about dun sa open at saka sa close audit. Opo. Ngayon, external auditor po yung nag-ano sa amin ng audit. But now, sir, the process was already devolved to regional offices and we are in the central office. So 2019, dumaan po ang 2020, nabigyan kami ng extension to comply. So yung audit namin, sir, it will be on nitong July din, 2021. So dito po dahil na-devolve po yung process na sa region, ang regional offices din po namin, they have their own certifying body din. So, dito po ba, sir, meron po ba tayong policy sa internal quality audit na pwede na siyang makancel or ma-write off kung yun ang term?
Yes.
Kasi wala pa po akong na-encounter na ganito. Na-NC kami, tapos pag-visit niya ngayon sa July, wala na po yung process. Tapos yung din-audit na po yung audit po doon nag-retire na rin po.
Ma'am, so, if sige, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Paano po bang gagawin po doon, sir?
Okay. Ma'am, may I know, pahapyaw lang, no, ano yung context ng result ng audit findings natin?
Non-conforming output, sir. So sa mga di ba kasi may frontline kami, nag-ano kami ng mga licenses, nag-issues. So, maaring, kasi that time pa kasi sir, hindi pa po ko involved doon sa namin. So,
do you have the details, ma'am?
Hindi ko hawak dito yung details ngayon.
Sige.
Kaya lang po, ang concern ko lang po dito, sir, kasi devolved na yung process sa region.
Okay. Anong process nga ulit yun, ma'am? Customer satisfaction?
Yes, sir. Let's say yung kasing pag-renew ng ID, pag-apply ng exam, wala na po totally po sa central office. So, puro policy making ngayon ang central office namin. So, yung mga ganong klase na natin process sa operations, napunta na po sila sa regional offices.
Okay, so hindi na matrace ma'am yung process na yun ma'am doon sa atin ngayon, no, sa system natin.
Ayun na nga po,
Okay.
sir.
Sige ma'am, so okay lang po yun. You just have to document in your, anong tawag niyo ma'am sa corrective action report nyo? Tama, corrective action report ba tawag niyo doon ma'am? NC report?
Opo.
Basta yung
NC
document na
CAR.
finifill upan natin, ma'am, no? Okay, so you just have to state what has happened, no? And you let the top management fill it up. Kasi whoever is the highest authority doon sa na-audit na process na yon should fill up that form and have it closed accordingly by the audit team, no? And then later on, you need to update the scope of your QMS. You have to declare that this particular process is now excluded. So,
Okay.
reflect na lang po iyan. So that would serve as your justification. And then if you can possibly communicate with the other, with the regional office na itong particular process na to has a pending NC, no? Since they also have their own management system, they may consider it as another NC subject for improvement. Yan. Pagdating
Sir,
sa
yes, sir. Paano po yun, sir? Ganito. Ang central, meron siyang certifying body na iba din doon sa kabila, sa region. So independent yung ano namin.
Yes, ma'am. So sa context nila, ma'am, hindi na sila pupunta doon, no? But they just have to
Opo
check
nga,
kung
sir.
paano natin na-close ng maayos yung findings. And if you would back it up with the revised scope of the QMS, and then maybe a communication letter to, let's say, a regional office endorsing this CAR or report, then okay na po yan. Close na po siya. So I think the justification that you could show here is the revised scoping and the justification on the corrective action sa part ng top management or the highest authority dun sa in charge of process. You just have to state there in the corrective action that this has been transferred to the regional office due to change in scoping of the QMS. Ganun na lang po. On the change on the scope of the QMS. Ayan. And I think
Thank you,
that would be
sir. Ay,
sufficient.
sorry. Sige po. sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you rin,
Sige
ma'am.
po. Okay po. Sir, meron po tayong dalawang question. So, ma'am Linda, unahin ko lang po yung sa YouTube tapos susunod ko po kayo, ha, ma'am? Sige po. Yung pong question from YouTube, from Marlouis Batalla, from NIA Region 1, will the technological know-hows of the auditees be an issue or risk to be considered in the ROR of the internal quality audit team?
You may include that, yes. No? Sa risk factor natin dito, actually, hindi man naman sa exhaustive, you can include those aspect ng competence ng auditor at the same time ng auditee. Now, as mentioned earlier, this should be reconciled that both should be competent in a particular ICT. So yes, sir, pwede nating idagdag po dito.
Alright, sige po. Ma'am Minda from DAPCC. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, magandang hapon po ulit.
Good afternoon po.
Similar kasi yung situation namin with DOLE, we have regional centers pero magkakaiba kami ng certifying body kasi independent nga. Yung question kasi niya kanina parang iniisip ko kung meron din kaming similar
process
na NCs or similar process na na-transfer pero wala kasi akong maisip na na-transfer. Pero parang if ever lang, sabi ko na looking forward, kung magkakaroon kami ng the same situation, kasi parang ang tinitingnan ngayon ng mga external auditors ay yung what will happen beyond the present. Parang lagi na silang nandoon dahil doon sa risk-based thinking. Naisip ko lang kanina, do we need to, kung halimbawang na-transfer na yung process na yun, do we need to monitor the effectiveness of the process and we maintain a documented information pa rin? Parang as the central office, parang meron pa rin control. After all, nanggagaling naman yung resources lahat kay central office. So dapat may control pa din po si central office kung effective ba yung process na yon, and then that we will report to the external audit. Hindi ko alam kung tama po ba yon.
Okay, yeah, thank you, ma'am. Well, there are two perspectives na titignan, ma'am, no? Sa perspective ng external auditors, pag dineclare na natin siyang excluded, hindi na niya hahanapin. So hahanapin na lang niya ano yung corrective action na ginawa natin to the effect that it's within still our control. Ngayon, so yun po yung context ni external auditor, no? Ni certifying body. Ngayon, if you think that it's essential that you still have to monitor this, regardless na na-transfer na siya doon, then you may still continue that. I-track nyo lang po siya and then have it. Parang ang mangyari ay, these particular regional offices are your second-party providers, no? Parang ganun na yung context niya. And part of their performance is for them to deliver this particular NC, pwede po iyon. So it's either, so it's basically a management decision, ma'am, no, if you will include it or not. But certification-wise, it wouldn't be an issue as long as you exclude it from your scoping, and then close natin ng maayos yung corrective action report natin, stating the reasons why it has been transferred due to mandate, no, mandate from higher authorities, etc. And you would close this particular findings with the premise that you will be improving your process and procedures based on the learnings from that particular findings. Ganun po, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome po. Thank you din po.
Salamat po. Okay. Ma'am Angie, na-answer na po yung question ni Ma'am Florante kanina earlier. I think na-answer yun yung second to the last question. Sige po, time check tayo, 3:59. Wow! Ano tayo? On time, on time. Salamat po ng madami. Ang galing. Salamat po. So, sir, maybe we can, pwede pong patanggal na lang po muna siguro ng share screen.
Sure.
Para po makita natin ang ating mga participants from Zoom. Sige po. Sir, naka-share screen pa rin kayo. Ayan, sige. Ibahin po natin ang ating view. Naririnig pa niyo po ba ako? Naririnig pa po ba? Medyo nakahang po aking computer.
Yes.
Opo.
Ayun.
Ma'am, may question pa yata, ma'am. Ma'am Melba Marasigan.
Parang na-answer niyo na po ata yung question na yan, sir.
Sige ho. Thank you.
Opo. Ayun, sige, Ma'am Ma'am, sige, last na po.
Okay, sige po.
Yung opinion daw po ni Ma'am, tama po ba?
Opo.
Sorry po, medyo naghang na at hindi ko na po.
Naririnig
sige
po
po, go
ako.
ahead, Ma'am, last na po.
Yes, ma'am.
Ang concern ko po, sir, is one of the scope ng aming QMS is one process na sinuspend ng DOLE main yung pag-conduct namin ng process na yon. So we will be subjected to a surveillance audit this December. So what will happen? Wala kaming output for that particular process. Ano po ang dapat namin gawin regarding that?
Okay. Same din po, ma'am, no? Update natin yung QMS scope natin, reflecting na natanggal yung process na yon. Of course, in reference to the mandate from the higher authority, no? Pag once na-declare na natin siyang excluded, hindi na po siya hahanapin during audit. And justify na lang natin why it was excluded. So, it's basically an organizational requirement. So, we comply to internal policy or guidelines set by the top management.
Actually, sir, it was not excluded, but the provision of the services was suspended because of COVID.
COVID pala. Sorry.
Kasi hindi kami pwedeng mag-field work.
Yes.
So, yun yung naging dilemma. So, kung sa surveillance audit kami for December, wala kaming maipipresent for that particular process.
Okay.
So can we say na para bang in lieu of that, meron kaming ibang ginawa? But then hindi yun naka-enroll.
Sige. Ma'am, may I know the scoping ng ano natin, ma'am? Paano ba yung scoping natin? It's
actually provision of occupational safety and health services, including the conduct of Bosch training, conduct of work environment measurement, PPE testing and assessment, information dissemination, and health services.
Sige, ma'am.
So yung pong conduct of WEM services yung nagkaroon ng suspension.
So it's still a core process, ma'am, di ba? Ngayon, so we're saying that for the entire year, walang online transaction na nangyari, ma'am? Or meron naman?
Kasi sir, yung conduct of work environment measurement is a request based ng company. So we need to visit the companies. But we are not required to visit the companies.
So there has been no request so far, ma'am, for
We
entire year?
are receiving requests, but as to the ease of doing business, we have to respond within a process cycle time of 3 days for that request, that the request is pending until the release of suspension of the DOLE. Yun lang po reply namin.
Oo. So technically wala kumbagang na kumpleto na procedure or process for
Wala
the
po, ano
entire
lang
year.
po, reply lang po talaga to the letters.
Sige.
Okay.
Ang hirap ng tanong no? Well, kasi ideally is like, as far as I remember with the guidance from civil service, no, there should be like a skeletal workforce and all that, no. Ngayon, siguro magagawa natin is let's just justification. Why didn't we have this particular transactions implemented all throughout the year, no? So
Thank you, sir.
COVID-19 is one of the reasons. I think you're the best position, ma'am, na mag-justify, no? But for
Okay
me
po.
as an
Meron
auditor,
naman po kaming issuance ng administrative order.
yun pala, ma'am, at least meron tayo, no? They just have to see the efforts, ma'am, no? Na
Yes po.
we did our best. Yun. Madali
Thank
naman
you, sir.
kausap si external certifying bodies.
Okay,
ma'am.
sige po.
thank you.
Salamat po. Okay po. And with that, we would like to formally end po. Sir Sherwin, wala kayo. We would like to formally end our training session. Oo, sir, gusto namin makita yung mukha niyo, sir. Huwag kayong mawawala kasi magpi-picture taking pa tayo. But before we do the picture taking, I would like to ask everyone to turn on your cameras para makita po natin ang ating mga participants from Zoom. Sayang yung sa YouTube, hindi namin nakikita eh. Okay, sige. Before picture taking, I, along with my teammates and with our project manager, si Ma'am Angela Vargas, would like to thank everyone for participating, giving us your energy, your time, and your enthusiasm. We do appreciate all your queries and that you have participated during our exercises. All your inputs are very important because this is very timely because yung remote auditing nga naman paano magagawin, hindi na muna pwedeng face-to-face, especially with the new Delta variant. May lumabas po at dumadami na naman daw pong cases, so very timely po ito. So salamat po ng madami. Salamat po. Let's all give ourselves a virtual clap para kay Sir Sherwin. Salamat, Sir Sherwin. Doc Corpus, salamat po sa lahat ng mga agencies na nag-attend from YouTube and for our Zoom participants. Sige po, nag-post po kami ng mga speaker evaluation and course evaluation. Kindly open po before we end the Zoom session. For those who are having a hard time with our Google Classroom, we have posted as well as a link. So at the end of the day po, dun po kami maglalagay ng course materials, even with the assessment po. So please take note po and make sure that you have opened this link before you leave the Zoom classroom po. The same po with our YouTube participants. Sige po. Without much further ado, we will do our classroom picture taking. Sige po. Ang instruction po, I will count 1, 2, 3. Hold your smiles. I will take the picture and then I will do the second panel po kasi dalawa po yung panel natin as we have 39 participants po. Alright, ready? Okay na po ba? Hindi ko na po kayo ipapa-jump shot. Mahirap pong mag-jump shot habang nakaupo. Sige po. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Sige po. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay po. Another. Sige. Ayun, si Ma'am Napol ko mo. Nandiyan na naman. Hi, Ma'am. Hello. Sige po. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Ayun, nakahabol si Sir Sania. Salamat po ng marami. And hopefully we could also see you again, your participation in our future session and other trainings po with the DAP. Marami pong salamat. Please don't forget our course evaluations po. Sige po. Kindly open na lang po. Alright. Salamat po sa marami sa pag-attend. Salamat Sir Sherwin sa muling pagkikita po ulit.
Thank you too. See you
Oo.
po. Ingat.
Sige,
God
salamat
bless.
po. Okay po. Sige. Sige po, yan po. Okay, hindi na po tayo nag-aano sa YouTube. Pa-open na lang po ng mga course evaluation and speaker evaluation. Huwag pong kalimutan.